Bhagavad-Darka Marici Mala Chapter 1 Indications of Evidence 1. 1. Invocation. O my Lord, Sri Krishna, Son of Vasudeva, O all-pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance and destruction of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire, or land seen on water. Only because of him do the material universes, temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature, appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free from the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. 11.14.3-10 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, said, by the influence of time, the transcendental sound of Vedic knowledge was lost at the time of annihilation. Therefore, when the subsequent creation took place, I spoke the Vedic knowledge to Brahma because, myself am the religious principles enunciated in the Vedas. 3. Lord Brahma spoke this knowledge to his eldest son Manu, and the 7 great sages headed by Bhrigu Muni then accepted the same knowledge from Manu. 4. From the forefathers headed by Bhrigu Muni and other sons of Brahma appeared many children and descendants, who assumed different forms as demigods, demons, human beings, Dhyakas, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Karanas, Kindavas, Kinnaras, Nagas, Kidamparusas, and so on. All of the many universal species, along with their respective leaders, appeared with different natures and desires generated from the 3 modes of material nature. Therefore, because of the different characteristics of the living entities within the universe, there are a great many Vedic rituals, mantras and rewards. 5-7. Thus, due to the great variety of desires and natures among human beings, there are many different theistic philosophies of life, which are handed down through tradition, custom and disciplic succession. There are other teachers who directly support atheistic viewpoints. 8. Best among men, the intelligence of human beings is bewildered by my illusory potency, and thus, according to their own activities and whims, they speak in innumerable ways about what is actually good for people. 9. Some say that people will be happy by performing pious religious activities. Others say that happiness is attained through fame, sense gratification, truthfulness, self-control, peace, self-interest, political influence, opulence, renunciation, consumption, sacrifice, penance, charity, vows, regulated duties or strict disciplinary regulation. Each process has its proponents. 10. November 14, 2011 to 14 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, all the persons, have just mentioned obtain temporary fruits from their material work. Indeed, the meager and miserable situations they achieve bring future unhappiness and are based on ignorance. Even while enjoying the fruits of their work, such persons are filled with lamentation. 11. O learned Uddhava, those who fix their consciousness in me, giving up all material desires, share with me a happiness that cannot possibly be experienced by those engaged in sense gratification. 12. One who does not desire anything within this world, who has achieved peace by controlling his senses, whose consciousness is equal in all conditions and whose mind is completely satisfied in me finds only happiness wherever he goes. 13. One who has fixed his consciousness on me desires neither the position or abode of Lord Brahma or Lord Indra, nor an empire on the earth, nor sovereignty in the lower planetary systems, nor the eightfold perfection of yoga, nor liberation from birth and death. Such a person desires me alone. November 19, 2017 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, from the 4 types of evidence, Vedic knowledge, direct experience, traditional wisdom and logical induction, one can understand the temporary, insubstantial situation of the material world, by which one becomes detached from the duality of this world. 6. 9. 36 Demigods to Sri Vishnu, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, all contradictions can be reconciled in you. O Lord, since you are the Supreme Person, the reservoir of unlimited spiritual qualities, the Supreme Controller, your unlimited glories are inconceivable for the conditioned souls. Many modern theologians argue about right and wrong without knowing what is actually right. Their arguments are always false and their judgments inconclusive because they have no authorized evidence with which to gain knowledge of you. Because their minds are agitated by scriptures containing false conclusions, they are unable to understand the truth concerning you. Furthermore, because of polluted eagerness to arrive at the right conclusion, their theories are incapable of revealing you, who are transcendental to their material conceptions. You are one without a second, and therefore in you contradictions like doing and not doing, happiness and distress, are not contradictory. Your potency is so great that it can do and undo anything as you like. With the help of that potency, what is impossible for you? Since there is no duality in your constitutional position, you can do everything by the influence of your energy. 10.87.36 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. It may be proposed that this world is permanently real because it is generated from the permanent reality, but such an argument is subject to logical refutation. Sometimes, indeed, the apparent non-difference of a cause and its effect fails to prove true, and at other times the product of something real is illusory. Furthermore, this world cannot be permanently real, for it partakes of the natures of not only the absolute reality but also the illusion disguising that reality. Actually, the visible forms of this world are just an imaginary arrangement resorted to by a succession of ignorant persons in order to facilitate their material affairs. With their various meanings and implications, the learned words of your Vedas bewilder all persons whose minds have been dulled by hearing the incantations of sacrificial rituals. 6. 4. 31 Prajapati Daksita Sri Vishnu. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses unlimited transcendental qualities. Acting within the cores of the hearts of all philosophers, who propagate various views, he causes them to forget their own souls while sometimes agreeing and sometimes disagreeing among themselves. Thus he creates within this material world a situation in which they are unable to come to a conclusion. I offer my obeisances unto him. 4. 11. 22 Svayambhuvamanutta Dhruva Maharaja. The differentiation among varieties of life and their suffering and enjoyment is explained by some to be the result of karma. Others say it is due to nature, others due to time, others due to fate, and still others say it is due to desire. 4. 29. Those who are less intelligent accept the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies as all in all. They do not know that the purpose of the Vedas is to understand one's own home, where the Supreme Personality of Godhead lives. Not being interested in their real home, they are illusioned and search after other homes. 4. 11. 23 Svayambhuvamanutta Dhruva Maharaja. 48 Narada Muni to King Prasannabrahi. The absolute truth, transcendence, is never subject to the understanding of imperfect sensory endeavor, nor is he subject to direct experience. He is the master of varieties of energies, like the full material energy, and no one can understand his plans or actions. Therefore it should be concluded that although he is the original cause of all causes, no one can know him by mental speculation. 6. 4. 32 Prajapati Daksita Sri Vishnu. There are two parties, namely, the theists and the atheists. The theist, who accepts the supersoul, finds the spiritual cause through mystic yoga. The Sankhyaite, however, who merely analyzes the material elements, comes to a conclusion of impersonalism and does not accept a supreme cause, whether Bhagavan, Paramatma or even Brahman. Instead, he is preoccupied with the superfluous, external activities of material nature. Ultimately, however, both parties demonstrate the absolute truth because although they offer opposing statements, their object is the same ultimate cause. They are both approaching the same Supreme Brahman, to whom I offer my respectful obeisances. 11.22.4-5 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Lord Krishna replied, because all material elements are present everywhere, it is reasonable that different learned brahmanas have analyzed them in different ways. All such philosophers spoke under the shelter of my mystic potency, and thus they could say anything without contradicting the truth. When philosophers argue, I don't choose to analyze this particular case in the same way that you have, it is simply my own insurmountable energies that are motivating their analytic disagreements. 11. 3. 43-46 Avarotra to Maharaja Nemi Sri Avarotra replied, prescribed duties, non-performance of such duties, and forbidden activities are topics one can properly understand through authorized study of the Vedic literature. This difficult subject matter can never be understood by mundane speculation. The authorized Vedic literature is the sound incarnation of the personality of Godhead himself, and thus Vedic knowledge is perfect. Even the greatest learned scholars are bewildered in their attempts to understand the science of action if they neglect the authority of Vedic knowledge. Childish and foolish people are attached to materialistic, fruitive activities, although the actual goal of life is to become free from such activities. Therefore, the Vedic injunctions indirectly lead one to the path of ultimate liberation by first prescribing fruitive religious activities, just as a father promises his child candy so that the child will take his medicine. If an ignorant person who has not conquered the material senses does not adhere to the Vedic injunctions, certainly he will engage in sinful and irreligious activities. Thus his reward will be repeated birth and death. By executing without attachment the regulated activities prescribed in the Vedas, offering the results of such work to the Supreme Lord, one attains the perfection of freedom from the bondage of material work. The material fruitive results offered in the revealed scriptures are not the actual goal of Vedic knowledge, but are meant for stimulating the interest of the performer. 11. 5. 5 Kamasa to Maharajanimi. On the other hand, Brahmanas, members of the royal order and Vaisyas, even after being allowed to approach the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, Hari, by receiving the second birth of Vedic initiation, can become bewildered and adopt various materialistic philosophies. 11. 5. 11 Kamasa to Maharajanimi is the desired end. In this material world the conditioned soul is always inclined to sex, meat-eating and intoxication. Therefore religious scriptures never actually encourage such activities. Although the scriptural injunctions provide for sex through sacred matriarch, for meat-eating through sacrificial offerings and for intoxication through the acceptance of ritual cups of wine, such ceremonies are meant for the ultimate purpose of renunciation. 11. 5. 13-14 Kamasa to Maharajanimi. According to the Vedic injunctions, when wine is offered in sacrificial ceremonies it is later to be consumed by smelling, and not by drinking. Similarly, the sacrificial offering of animals is permitted, but there is no provision for wide-scale animal slaughter. Religious sex life is also permitted, but only in marriage for begetting children, and not for sensuous exploitation of the body. Unfortunately, however, the less intelligent materialists cannot understand that their duties in life should be performed purely on the spiritual platform. Those sinful persons who are ignorant of actual religious principles, yet consider themselves to be completely pious, without compunction commit violence against innocent animals who are fully trusting in them. In their next lives, such sinful persons will be eaten by the same creatures they have killed in this world. 11. 5. 15 Kamasa to Maharajanimi. The conditioned souls become completely bound in affection to their own corpse-like material bodies and their relatives and paraphernalia. In such a proud and foolish condition, the conditioned souls envy other living entities as well as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, who resides in the heart of all beings. Thus enviously offending others, the conditioned souls gradually fall down into hell. 11. 11. 18-19 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Through meticulous study one becomes expert in reading Vedic literature but makes no endeavor to fix one's mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then one's endeavor is certainly like that of a man who works very hard to take care of a cow that gives no milk. In other words, the fruit of one's laborious study of Vedic knowledge will simply be the labor itself. There will be no other tangible result. My dear Uddhava, that man is certainly most miserable who takes care of a cow that gives no milk, an unchaste wife, a body totally dependent on others, useless children or wealth not utilized for the right purpose. Similarly, one who studies Vedic knowledge devoid of my glories is also most miserable. 11. 21. 35-36 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The Vedas, divided into three divisions, ultimately reveal the living entity as pure spirit soul. The Vedic seers and mantras, however, deal in esoteric terms, and I also am pleased by such confidential descriptions. The transcendental sound of the Vedas is very difficult to comprehend and manifests on different levels within the prana, senses and mind. This Vedic sound is unlimited, very deep and unfathomable, just like the ocean. 11. 21. 40-42 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The Veda is then elaborated by many verbal varieties, expressed in different meters, each having 4 more syllables than the previous one. Ultimately the Lord again withdraws his manifestation of Vedic sound within himself. The Vedic meters are Gayatri, Usnik, Anustup, Brahati, Pankti, Tristup, Jagati, Atikanda, Atyasti, Atai Jagati, and Atavirat. In the entire world no one but me actually understands the confidential purpose of Vedic knowledge. Thus people do not know what the Vedas are actually prescribing in the ritualistic injunctions of Karmakanda, or what object is actually being indicated in the formulas of worship found in the Upsa and Kanda, or that which is elaborately discussed through various hypotheses in the Jnana Kanda section of the Vedas. 11. 19. 33-39 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, non-violence, truthfulness, not coveting or stealing the property of others, detachment, humility, freedom from possessiveness, trust in the principles of religion, celibacy, silence, steadiness, forgiveness and fearlessness are the 12 primary disciplinary principles. Internal cleanliness, external cleanliness, chanting the holy names of the Lord, austerity, sacrifice, faith, hospitality, worship of me, visiting holy places, acting and desiring only for the supreme interest, satisfaction, and service to the spiritual master are the 12 elements of regular prescribed duties. These 24 elements bestow all desired benedictions upon those persons who devotedly cultivate them. Absorbing the intelligence in me constitutes mental equilibrium, and complete discipline of the senses is self-control. Tolerance means patiently enduring unhappiness, and steadfastness occurs when one conquers the tongue and genitals. The greatest charity is to give up all aggression toward others, and renunciation of lust is understood to be real austerity. Real heroism is to conquer one's natural tendency to enjoy material life, and reality is seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead everywhere. Truthfulness means to speak the truth in a pleasing way, as declared by great sages. Cleanliness is detachment and fruit of activities, whereas renunciation is the Sannyasa order of life. The true desirable wealth for human beings is religiousness, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, sacrifice. Religious remuneration is devotion to the Acharya with the purpose of acquiring spiritual instruction, and the greatest strength is the pranayama system of breath control. 11. 19. 40-44 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Actual opulence is my own nature as the personality of Godhead, through which I exhibit the 6 unlimited opulences. The supreme gain in life is devotional service to me, and actual education is nullifying the false perception of duality within the soul. Real modesty is to be disgusted with improper activities, and beauty is to possess good qualities such as detachment. Real happiness is to transcend material happiness and unhappiness, and real misery is to be implicated in searching for sex pleasure. A wise man is one who knows the process of freedom from bondage, and a fool is one who identifies with his material body and mind. The real path in life is that which leads to me, and the wrong path is sense gratification, by which consciousness is bewildered. Actual heaven is the predominance of the mode of goodness, whereas hell is the predominance of ignorance. I am everyone's true friend, acting as the spiritual master of the entire universe, and one's home is the human body. My dear friend Uddhava, one who is enriched with good qualities is actually said to be rich, and one who is unsatisfied in life is actually poor. A wretched person is one who cannot control his senses, whereas one who is not attached to sense gratification is a real controller. One who attaches himself to sense gratification is the opposite, a slave. 12. 4. 41-43 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Long ago this essential anthology of all the Puranas was spoken by the infallible Lord Narayana Rsi to Narada, who then repeated it to Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa. My dear Maharaja Pariksit, that great personality Srila Vyasadeva taught me this same scripture, which is equal in stature to the 4 Vedas. Our best of the Kurus, the same Stita Goswami who is sitting before us will speak this Bhagavatam to the sages assembled in the great sacrifice at Namasaranya. This he will do when questioned by the members of the assembly, headed by Sanaka. 12. 5. 1 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, this Srimad Bhagavatam has elaborately described in various narrations the supreme soul of all that be, the personality of Godhead, Hari, from whose satisfaction Brahma is born and from whose anger Rudra takes birth. 1. 3. 41 Sutta Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Sri Vyasadeva delivered it to his son, who is the most respected among the self-realized, after extracting the cream of all Vedic literatures and histories of the universe. 1. 3. 43 Sutta Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. This Bhagavata Purana is as brilliant as the sun, and it has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in the age of Kali shall get light from this Purana. 12. 13. 14 Sutta Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. All other Puranic scriptures shine forth in the assembly of saintly devotees only as long as that great ocean of nectar, Srimad Bhagavatam, is not heard. Chapter 2 The Rising Sun of Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavatarkodaya, January 4, 2014 to 16 Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Sita Goswami said, when the second millennium overlapped the third, the great sage, Vyasadeva, was born to Paradzara in the womb of Satyavati, the daughter of Vasu. 14. Once upon a time he, Vyasadeva, as the sun rose, took his morning ablution in the waters of the Sarasvati and sat alone to concentrate. 15. The great sage Vyasadeva saw anomalies in the duties of the millennium. This happens on the earth in different ages, due to unseen forces in the course of time. 16. 1. 4. The great sage, who was fully equipped in knowledge, could see, Through his transcendental vision, the deterioration of everything material, due to the influence of the age. He could also see that the faithless people in general would be reduced in duration of life and would be impatient due to lack of goodness. Thus he contemplated for the welfare of men in all statuses and orders of life. 17 to 18, 17 to 22 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka Rsi. He saw that the sacrifices mentioned in the Vedas were means by which the people's occupations could be purified. And to simplify the process he divided the one Veda into four, in order to expand them among men. 19. The four divisions of the original sources of knowledge, the Vedas, were made separately. But the historical facts and authentic stories mentioned in the Puranas are called the fifth Veda. 20. After the Vedas were divided into four divisions, Pila Rsi became the professor of the RG Veda, Jaimini the professor of the Sama Veda, and Vasampayana alone became glorified by the Yajur Veda. 21. The Sumantu Muniamgira, who was very devotedly engaged, was entrusted with the Atharva Veda. And my father, Ramaharsana, was entrusted with the Puranas and historical records. 22, 1. 4. 25,27 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka Rsi. Out of compassion, the great sage thought it wise that this would enable men to achieve the ultimate goal of life. Thus he compiled the great historical narration called the Mahabharata for women, laborers and friends of the twice-born. 25. Thus the sage, being dissatisfied at heart, at once began to reflect, because he knew the essence of religion, and he said within himself, 27, 1. 4. 30 Vyasadeva to himself 1 I am feeling incomplete, though I myself am fully equipped with everything required by the Vedas. 1. 4. 32 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka Rsi. As mentioned before, Narada reached the cottage of Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa on the banks of the Saraswati just as Vyasadeva was regretting his defects. 1. 5. 4 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. You have fully delineated the subject of impersonal Brahman as well as the knowledge derived therefrom. Why should you be despondent in spite of all this, thinking that you are undone, my dear Prabhu? 1. 5. 5 Vyasadeva to Narada Muni. Sri Vyasadeva said, all you have said about me is perfectly correct. Despite all this, I am not pacified. I therefore question you about the root cause of my dissatisfaction, for you are a man of unlimited knowledge due to your being the offspring of one, Brahma, who is self-born, without mundane father and mother. 1. 5. 8 to 9 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Sri Narada said, you have not actually broadcast the sublime and spotless glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That philosophy which does not satisfy the transcendental senses of the Lord is considered worthless. 8. Although, great sage, you have very broadly described the four principles beginning with religious performances, you have not described the glories of the Supreme Personality, Vasudeva. 9, 1. 5. 12 to 14 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Knowledge of self-realization, even though free from all material affinity, does not look well if devoid of a conception of the infallible, God. What, then, is the use of fruitive activities, which are naturally painful from the very beginning and transient by nature, if they are not utilized for the devotional service of the Lord? 12. O Vyasadeva, your vision is completely perfect. Your good fame is spotless. You are firm in vow and situated in truthfulness. And thus you can think of the pastimes of the Lord in trance for the liberation of the people in general from all material bondage. 13. Whatever you desire to describe that is separate in vision from the Lord simply reacts, with different forms, names and results, to agitate the mind as the wind agitates a boat which has no resting place. 14, 1. 5. 15 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. The people in general are naturally inclined to enjoy, and you have encouraged them in that way in the name of religion. This is verily condemned and is quite unreasonable. Because they are guided under your instructions, they will accept such activities in the name of religion and will hardly care for prohibitions. The Supreme Lord is unlimited. Only a very expert personality, retired from the activities of material happiness, deserves to understand this knowledge of spiritual values. Therefore those who are not so well situated, due to material attachment, should be shown the ways of transcendental realization, by your goodness, through descriptions of the transcendental activities of the Supreme Lord. 16. One who has forsaken his material occupations to engage in the devotional service of the Lord may sometimes fall down while in an immature stage, yet there is no danger of his being unsuccessful. On the other hand, a non-devotee, fully engaged in occupational duties, does not gain anything. 17. Persons who are actually intelligent and philosophically inclined should endeavor only for that purposeful end which is not obtainable even by wandering from the topmost planet, Brahmaloka, down to the lowest planet, Patala. As far as happiness derived from sense enjoyment is concerned, it can be obtained automatically in course of time, just as in course of time we obtain miseries even though we do not desire them. 18. My dear Vyasa, even though a devotee of Lord Krishna sometimes falls down somehow or other, he certainly does not undergo material existence like others, fruitive workers, etc., because a person who has once relished the taste of the lotus feet of the Lord can do nothing but remember that ecstasy again and again. 19. 1. 5. 20 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. The Supreme Lord Personality of Godhead is himself this cosmos, and still he is aloof from it. From him only has this cosmic manifestation emanated, in him it rests, and unto him it enters after annihilation. Your good self knows all about this. I have given only a synopsis. 1. 5. 22-23 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Learned circles have positively concluded that the infallible purpose of the advancement of knowledge, namely austerities, study of the Vedas, sacrifice, chanting of hymns and charity, culminates in the transcendental descriptions of the Lord, who is defined in choice poetry. 22. O Muni, in the last millennium I was born as the son of a certain maidservant engaged in the service of Brahmanas who were following the principles of the Vedanta. When they were living together during the 4 months of the rainy season, I was engaged in their personal service. 23. 1. 5. 25-26 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Once only, by their permission, I took the remnants of their food, and by so doing all my sins were at once eradicated. Thus being engaged, I became purified in heart, and at that time the very nature of the transcendentalist became attractive to me. 25. O Vyasadeva, in that association and by the mercy of those great Vedantists, could hear them describe the attractive activities of Lord Krishna. And thus listening attentively, my taste for hearing of the personality of Godhead increased at every step. 26. 1. 5. 28 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Thus during 2 seasons, the rainy season and autumn, had the opportunity to hear these great-souled sages constantly chant the unadulterated glories of the Lord Hari. As the flow of my devotional service began, the coverings of the modes of passion and ignorance vanished. 1. 5. 30 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. As they were leaving, those Bhaktivedantas, who were very kind to poor-hearted souls, instructed me in that most confidential subject which is instructed by the personality of Godhead himself. 1. 5. 32 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. O Brahmana Vyasadeva, it is decided by the learned that the best remedial measure for removing all troubles and miseries is to dedicate one's activities to the service of the Supreme Lord Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. 1. 5. 34-36 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Thus when all a man's activities are dedicated to the service of the Lord, those very activities which caused his perpetual bondage become the destroyer of the tree of work. 34. Whatever work is done here in this life for the satisfaction of the mission of the Lord is called Bhakti Yoga, or transcendental loving service to the Lord, and what is called knowledge becomes a concomitant factor. 35. While performing duties according to the order of Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one constantly remembers him, his names and his qualities. 36. 1. 6. 35-36 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. It is true that by practicing restraint of the senses by the yoga system one can get relief from the disturbances of desire and lust, but this is not sufficient to give satisfaction to the soul, for this satisfaction is derived from devotional service to the personality of Godhead. 35. O Vyasadeva, you are freed from all sins. Thus, have explained my birth and activities for self-realization, as you asked. All this will be conducive for your personal satisfaction also. 36. 1. 7. 2-8 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka Rsi. Sri Suta said, on the western bank of the river Sarasvati, which is intimately related with the Vedas, there is a cottage for meditation at Samyaprasa which enlivens the transcendental activities of the sages. 2. In that place, Srila Vyasadeva, in his own asrama, which was surrounded by berry trees, sat down to meditate after touching water for purification. 3. Thus he fixed his mind, perfectly engaging it by linking it in devotional service, Bhakti Yoga, without any tinge of materialism, and thus he saw the absolute personality of Godhead along with his external energy, which was under full control. 4. Undergoes thereof. Due to this external energy, the living entity, although transcendental to the 3 modes of material nature, thinks of himself as a material product and thus undergoes the reactions of material miseries. 5. The material miseries of the living entity, which are superfluous to him, can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. But the mass of people do not know this, and therefore the learned Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature, which is in relation to the supreme truth. 6. Simply by giving oral reception to this Vedic literature, the feeling for loving devotional service to Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, sprouts up at once to extinguish the fire of lamentation, illusion and fearfulness. 7. The great sage Vyasadeva, after compiling the Srimad Bhagavatam and revising it, taught it to his own son, Sri Sukadeva Goswami, who was already engaged in self-realization. 8. 1. 7. 9. Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. Sri Sanaka asked Sita Goswami, Sri Sukadeva Goswami was already on the path of self-realization, and thus he was pleased with his own self. So why did he take the trouble to undergo the study of such a vast literature? 1. 7. 10 to 11. Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. All different varieties of Atmarmas, those who take pleasure in Atma, or spirit self, especially those established on the path of self-realization, though freed from all kinds of material bondage, desire to render unalloyed devotional service unto the personality of Godhead. This means that the Lord possesses transcendental qualities and therefore can attract everyone, including liberated souls. 10. Srila Sukadeva Goswami, son of Srila Vyasadeva, was not only transcendentally powerful, he was also very dear to the devotees of the Lord. Thus he underwent the study of this great narration, Srimad Bhagavatam. 11. 1. 2. 3. Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him, Suka, the spiritual master of all sages, the son of Vyasadeva, who, out of his great compassion for those gross materialists who struggle to cross over the darkest regions of material existence, spoke this most confidential supplement to the cream of Vedic knowledge, after having personally assimilated it by experience. Chapter 3. The exposition of Bhagavata Bhagavad 01. 01. 03. O expert and thoughtful man, relish Srimad Bhagavatam, the mature fruit of the desire tree of Vedic literatures. It emanated from the lips of Sri Sukadeva Goswami. Therefore, this fruit has become even more tasteful, although its nectarian juice was already relishable for all, including liberated souls. 12. 13. 18. Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Srimad Bhagavatam is the spotless Purana. It is most dear to the Vaisnavas because it describes the pure and supreme knowledge of the Paramatisas. This Bhagavatam reveals the means for becoming free from all material work, together with the processes of transcendental knowledge, renunciation and devotion. Anyone who seriously tries to understand Srimad Bhagavatam, who properly hears and chants it with devotion, becomes completely liberated. 12. 13. 19. Sata Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. I meditate upon that pure and spotless supreme absolute truth, who is free from suffering and death and who in the beginning personally revealed this incomparable torchlight of knowledge to Brahma. Brahma then spoke it to the sage Narada, who narrated it to Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa. Srila Vyasa revealed this Bhagavatam to the greatest of sages, Sukadeva Goswami, and Sukadeva Goswami mercifully spoke it to Maharaja Pariksit. 12. 13. 15. Srimad Bhagavatam is declared to be the essence of all Vedanta philosophy. One who has felt satisfaction from its nectarian mellow will never be attracted to any other literature. 12. 13. 11. Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. From beginning to end, the Srimad Bhagavatam is full of narrations that encourage renunciation of material life, as well as nectarian accounts of Lord Hari's transcendental pastimes, which give ecstasy to the saintly devotees and demigods. 12-13. 12. Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. This Bhagavatam is the essence of all Vedanta philosophy because its subject matter is the absolute truth, which, while non-different from the spirit soul, is the ultimate reality, one without a second. The goal of this literature is exclusive devotional service unto that supreme truth. 12. 12. 06-11. Sata Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Also described our saintly king Pariksit sitting down to fast until death in response to the curse of a Brahmana's son, and the conversations between Pariksit and Sukadeva Goswami, who the best of all Brahmanas. 6. The Bhagavatam explains how one can attain liberation at the time of death by practicing fixed meditation in yoga. It also contains a discussion between Narada and Brahma, an enumeration of the incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and a description of how the universe was created in progressive sequence, beginning from the unmanifest stage of material nature. 7. This scripture also relates the discussions Vidura had with Uddhava and with Maitreya, Inquiries about the subject matter of this Purana, and the winding up of creation within the body of the Supreme Lord at the time of annihilation. 8. The creation effected by the agitation of the modes of material nature, the 7 stages of evolution by elemental transformation, and the construction of the universal egg, from which arises the universal form of the Supreme Lord, all these are thoroughly described. 9. Other topics include the subtle and gross movements of time, the generation of the lotus from the navel of Garbhodakasaya Vishnu, and the killing of the demon Hiranyaksa when the earth was delivered from the Garbhodak ocean. 10. The Bhagavatam also describes the creation of demigods, animals and demoniac species of life, the birth of Lord Rudra, and the appearance of Svayambhuva Manu from the half-man, half-woman Asvara. 11, 12, 12 to 27 Sadhakasvami Sanaka RSI also related are the appearance of the first woman, Satartipa, who was the excellent consort of Manu, and the offspring of the pious wives of Prajapati Kardama. 12. The Bhagavatam describes the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the exalted sage Kapila and records the conversation between the greatly learned soul and his mother, Devahati. 13. Also described are the progeny of the 9 great Brahmanas, the destruction of Daksa's sacrifice, and the history of Dhruva Maharaja, followed by the histories of King Prithu and King Prasanabarhi, the discussion between Prasanabarhi and Narada, and the life of Maharaja Priyavrata. Then, O Brahmanas, the Bhagavatam tells of the character and activities of King Nabhi, Lord Risabha, and King Birda. 14 to 15. The Bhagavatam gives an elaborate description of the earth's continents, regions, oceans, mountains and rivers. Also described are the arrangement of the celestial sphere and the conditions found in the subterranean regions and in hell. 16. The rebirth of Prajapati Daksa as the son of the Prasetas, and the progeny of Daksa's daughters, who initiated the races of demigods, demons, human beings, animals, serpents, birds and so on, all this is described. 17. O Brahmanas, also recounted are the births and deaths of Vritrasura and of deities' sons Hiranyaksa and Hiranyakasipu, as well as the history of the greatest of deities' descendants, the exalted soul Prahlada. 18. The reign of each Manu, the liberation of Gajendra, and the special incarnations of Lord Vishnu in each Manvantara, such as Lord Hyasarsa, are described as well. 19. The Bhagavatam also tells of the appearances of the Lord of the Universe as Karma, Matsya, Narasimha, and Vamana, and of the demigods churning of the milk ocean to obtain nectar. 20. An account of the great battle fought between the demigods and the demons, a systematic description of the dynasties of various kings, and narrations concerning Ikshvaku's birth, his dynasty and the dynasty of the pious Sudyamna, all are presented within this literature. 21. Also related are the histories of Ela and Tara, and the description of the descendants of the sun god, including such kings as Sasata and Nrga. 22. The histories of Sukanya, Saryati, the intelligent Kakatstha, Katvanga, Mandhana, Saubari and Sagara are narrated. 23. The Bhagavatam narrates the sanctifying pastimes of Lord Ramakandira, the king of Kosala, and also explains how King Nemi abandoned his material body. The appearance of the descendants of King Janaka is also mentioned. 24. The Srimad Bhagavatam describes how Lord Parasurama, the greatest descendant of Bhrigu, annihilated all the Kshatriyas on the face of the earth. It further recounts the lives of glorious kings who appeared in the dynasty of the moon god, kings such as Ila, Yayati, Nausa, Dusmanda's son Bharata, Santanu and Santanu's son Bhisma. Also described is the great dynasty founded by King Yadu, the eldest son of Yayati. 25 to 26. How Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and Lord of the Universe, descended into this Yadu dynasty, how he took birth in the home of Vasudeva, and how he then grew up in Gokula, all this is described in detail. 27, 12.12. 28 to 44 Sadhakasvami Sanaka RSI also glorified are the innumerable pastimes of Sri Krishna, the enemy of the demons, including his childhood pastimes of sucking out Paitanda's life air along with her breast milk, breaking the cart, trampling down Trinavarta, killing Bhaktisura, Vetsasura, and Agasura, and the pastimes he enacted when Lord Brahma hid his calves and cowherd boyfriends in a cave. 28 to 29. The Srimad Bhagavatam tells how Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama killed the demon Dhanukasura and his companions, how Lord Balarama destroyed Pralambasura, and also how Krishna saved the cowherd boys from a raging forest fire that had encircled them. 30. The chastisement of the serpent Kaliya, the rescue of Nanda Maharaja from a great snake, the severe vows performed by the young Gopas, who thus satisfied Lord Krishna, the mercy he showed the wives of the Vedic Brahmanas, who felt remorse, The lifting of Govardhana hill followed by the worship and bathing ceremony performed by Indra and the Surabhi cow, Lord Krishna's nocturnal pastimes with the cowherd girls, and the killing of the foolish demons Sankasita, Arista and Kesi, all these pastimes are elaborately recounted. 31-33, the Bhagavatam describes the arrival of Akriyara, the subsequent departure of Krishna and Balarama, the lamentation of the Gopas and the touring of Mathura. 34. Also narrated are how Krishna and Balarama killed the elephant Kuvalayapita, the wrestlers Mustika and Kinira, and Katansa and other demons, as well as how Krishna brought back the dead son of his spiritual master, Sandipani Muni. 35. Then, O Brahmanas, this scripture recounts how Lord Hari, while residing in Mathura in the company of Uddhava and Balarama, performed pastimes for the satisfaction of the Yadu dynasty. 36. Also described are the annihilation of each of the many armies brought by Jarasandha, the killing of the barbarian king Kalayavana and the establishment of Dwaraka city. 37. This work also describes how Lord Krishna brought from heaven the Parijata tree and the Sudharma assembly hall, and how he kidnapped Rukmini by defeating all his rivals in battle. 38. Also narrated are how Lord Krishna, in the battle with Banasura, defeated Lord Shiva by making him Yuan, how the Lord cut off Banasura's arms, and how he killed the master of Pragyotisapura and then rescued the young princesses held captive in that city. 39. There are descriptions of the powers and the deaths of the king of Sati, Pandraka, Salva, the foolish Danavakra, Sambara, Devavada, Pita, Mora, Pafikajana and other demons, along with a description of how Varanasi was burned to the ground. The Bhagavatam also recounts how Lord Krishna relieved the earth's burden by engaging the Pandavas in the battle of Kurukshetra. 40-41, how the Lord withdrew his own dynasty on the pretext of the Brahmana's curse, Vasudeva's conversation with Narada, the extraordinary conversation between Uddhava and Krishna, which reveals the science of the self in complete detail and elucidates the religious principles of human society, and then how Lord Krishna gave up this mortal world by his own mystic power. The Bhagavatam narrates all these events. 42-43, this work also describes people's characteristics and behavior in the different ages, the chaos men experience in the age of Kali, the 4 kinds of annihilation and the 3 kinds of creation. 44, 12.12. 45 Sitagasvamita Sanaka Rsi. There are also an account of the passing away of the wise and saintly King Visnarada, Pariksit, an explanation of how Srila Vyasadeva disseminated the branches of the Vedas, a pious narration concerning Markandeya Rsi, and a description of the detailed arrangement of the Lord's universal form in his form as the sun, the soul of the universe. 12.12. 47 Satagasvamita Sanaka Rsi. If when falling, slipping, feeling pain or sneezing one involuntarily cries out in a loud voice, obeisances to Lord Hari, one will be automatically freed from all his sinful reactions. 12.12. 50-52 Satagasvamita Sanaka Rsi. Those words describing the glories of the all-famous personality of Godhead are attractive, relishable and ever fresh. Indeed, such words are a perpetual festival for the mind, and they dry up the ocean of misery. 50. Those words that do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered to be like unto a place of pilgrimage for crows, and are never resorted to by those situated in transcendental knowledge. The pure and saintly devotees take interest only in topics glorifying the infallible Supreme Lord. 51. On the other hand, that literature which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, forms, pastimes and so on of the unlimited Supreme Lord is a different creation, full of transcendental words directed toward bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misdirected civilization. Such transcendental literatures, even though imperfectly composed, are heard, sung and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. 52, 12. 55 Sitagasvamita Sanaka Rsi. Remembrance of Lord Krishna's lotus feet destroys everything inauspicious and awards the greatest good fortune. It purifies the heart and bestows devotion for the Supreme Soul, along with knowledge enriched with realization and renunciation. 12.12. 59 Satagasvamita Sanaka Rsi. One who with undeviating attention constantly recites this literature at every moment of every hour, as well as one who faithfully hears even one verse or half a verse or a single line or even half a line, certainly purifies his very self. 12.12. 65 Sitagasvamita Sanaka Rsi. A Brahmana who studies the Srimad Bhagavatam achieves firm intelligence in devotional service, a king who studies it gains sovereignty over the earth, a Vaisya acquires great treasure and a Sudra is freed from sinful reactions. 12.12. 68 Sita Gosvamita Sanaka RSI 1 Offer my obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the eternal Lord and leader of all other deities, who by evolving his 9 material energies has arranged within himself the abode of all moving and non-moving creatures, and who is always situated in pure, transcendental consciousness. 12.12. 69 Sita Gosvamita Sanaka RSI. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, the son of Vyasadeva, Sukadeva Gosvami. It is he who defeats all inauspicious things within this universe. Although in the beginning he was absorbed in the happiness of Brahman realization and was living in a secluded place, giving up all other types of consciousness, he became attracted by the pleasing, most melodious pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna. He therefore mercifully spoke this supreme Purana, Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the bright light of the absolute truth and which describes the activities of the Lord. 69. 12. 03. 14 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Gosvami said, O mighty Pariksit, I have related to you the narrations of all these great kings, who spread their fame throughout the world and then departed. My real purpose was to teach transcendental knowledge and renunciation. Stories of kings lend power and opulence to these narrations but do not in themselves constitute the ultimate aspect of knowledge. 12. 03. 15 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. The person who desires pure devotional service to Lord Krishna should hear the narrations of Lord Uttama's glorious qualities, the constant chanting of which destroys everything inauspicious. The devotee should engage in such listening in regular daily assemblies and should also continue his hearing throughout the day. Chapter 4 The Factual Truth of Krishna Bhagavatsvarya Patattvam 12. 13. 01 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka RSI. Sita Gosvami said, Unto that personality whom Brahma, Varuna, Indra, Rudra and the Maruts praise by chanting transcendental hymns and reciting the Vedas with all their corollaries, Padakramas and Upanishads, to whom the chanters of the Samaveda always sing, whom the perfected yogis see within their minds after fixing themselves in trance and absorbing themselves within him, and whose limit can never be found by any demigod or demon, unto that Supreme Personality of Godhead I offer my humble obeisances. 01. 02. 11 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka RSI. Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman, Paramatma or Bhagavan. 02. 06. 40 Brahma to Narada Muni. The personality of Godhead is pure, being free from all contaminations of material tinges. He is the absolute truth and the embodiment of full and perfect knowledge. He is all-pervading, without beginning or end, and without rival. 03. 32. 26 Kapiladeva to Devahuti. The Supreme Personality of Godhead alone is complete transcendental knowledge, but according to the different processes of understanding he appears differently, either as impersonal Brahman, as Paramatma, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead or as the Purusa Avatara. 05. 12. 11 Jada Burda to King Radhagana. What, then, is the ultimate truth? The answer is that non-dual knowledge is the ultimate truth. It is devoid of the contamination of material qualities. It gives us liberation. It is the one without a second, all-pervading and beyond imagination. The first realization of that knowledge is Brahman. Then Paramatma, the Supersoul, is realized by the yogis who try to see him without grievance. This is the second stage of realization. Finally, full realization of the same supreme knowledge is realized in the Supreme Person. All learned scholars describe the Supreme Person as Vasudeva, the cause of Brahman, Paramatma and others. 10. 03.13 Vasudeva to child Vishnu. Vasudeva said, My Lord, you are the Supreme Person, beyond material existence, and you are the Supersoul. Your form can be perceived by transcendental knowledge, by which you can be understood as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I now understand your position perfectly. 02. 07. 47 Brahma to Narada Muni. What is realized as the absolute Brahman is full of unlimited bliss without grief. That is certainly the ultimate phase of the Supreme Enjoyer, the Personality of Godhead. He is eternally void of all disturbances and fearless. He is completely conscious as opposed to matter. Uncontaminated and without distinctions, he is the principal primeval cause of all causes and effects, in whom there is no sacrifice for fruitive activities and in whom the illusory energy does not stand. 03. 09. 11 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O my Lord, your devotees can see you through the ears by the process of bona fide hearing, and thus their hearts become cleansed, and you take your seat there. You are so merciful to your devotees that you manifest yourself in the particular eternal form of transcendence in which they always think of you. 08. 01. 15 Svayambhuva Manu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is full in opulence by his own gain, yet he acts as the creator, maintainer and annihilator of this material world. In spite of acting in that way, he is never entangled. Hence devotees who follow in his footsteps are also never entangled. 10.02. 39 Demigods to Sri Krishna. O Supreme Lord, you are not an ordinary living entity appearing in this material world as a result of fruitive activities. Therefore your appearance or birth in this world has no other cause than your pleasure potency. Similarly, the living entities, who are part of you, have no cause for miseries like birth, death and old age, except when these living entities are conducted by your external energy. 11.03. 36 Pipalayana to Maharaja Nemi. Neither the mind nor the faculties of speech, sight, intelligence, the life air or any of the senses are capable of penetrating that supreme truth, any more than small sparks can affect the original fire from which they are generated. Not even the authoritative language of the Vedas can perfectly describe the supreme truth, since the Vedas themselves disclaim the possibility that the truth can be expressed by words. But through indirect reference the Vedic sound does serve as evidence of the supreme truth, since without the existence of that supreme truth the various restrictions found in the Vedas would have no ultimate purpose. 11.03. 37 Pipalayana to Maharaja Nemi. Originally one, the Absolute, Brahman, comes to be known as threefold, manifesting itself as the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion and ignorance. Brahman further expands its potency, and thus the power to act and the power of consciousness become manifest, along with the false ego, which covers the identity of the conditioned living being. Thus, by the expansion of the multipotencies of the Absolute, the demigods, as the embodiment of knowledge, become manifest, along with the material senses, their objects, and the results of material activity, namely happiness and distress. In this way, the manifestation of the material world takes place as the subtle cause and as the material effect visible in the appearance of gross material objects. Brahman, which is the source of all subtle and gross manifestations, is simultaneously transcendental to them, being absolute. 37. 11.03. 35 Pipalayana to Maharaja Nemi. Sri Pipalayana said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of the creation, maintenance and destruction of this universe, yet he has no prior cause. He pervades the various states of wakefulness, dreaming and unconscious deep sleep and also exists beyond them. By entering the body of every living being as the supersoul, he enlivens the body, senses, life airs and mental activities, and thus all the subtle and gross organs of the body begin their functions. My dear King, know that personality of Godhead to be the Supreme. 01.03. 37-38 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka Rsi. The foolish with a poor fund of knowledge cannot know the transcendental nature of the forms, names and activities of the Lord, who is playing like an actor in a drama. Nor can they express such things, neither in their speculations nor in their words. 37. Only those who render unreserved, uninterrupted, favorable service unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who carries the wheel of the chariot in his hand, can know the Creator of the universe in his full glory, power and transcendence. 38.01.08. 26 Bhaktivedanta Sri Krishna. My Lord, your lordship can easily be approached, but only by those who are materially exhausted. One who is on the path of material progress, trying to improve himself with respectable parentage, great opulence, high education and bodily beauty, cannot approach you with sincere feeling. 02.02. 17 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. In that transcendental state of labdhapasanti, there is no supremacy of devastating time, which controls even the celestial demigods who are empowered to rule over mundane creatures. And what to speak of the demigods themselves, nor is there the mode of material goodness, nor passion, nor ignorance, nor even the false ego, nor the material causal GCEN, nor the material nature. 02.02. 18 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. The transcendentalists desire to avoid everything godless, for they know that supreme situation in which everything is related with the Supreme Lord Vishnu. Therefore a pure devotee who is in absolute harmony with the Lord does not create perplexities, but worships the lotus feet of the Lord at every moment, taking them into his heart. 10.38. 22 Akrura. To himself the Supreme Lord has no favorite and no dearmost friend, nor does he consider anyone undesirable, despicable or fit to be neglected. All the same, he lovingly reciprocates with his devotees in whatever manner they worship him, just as the trees of heaven fulfill the desires of whoever approaches them. 10.87. 28 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. Though you have no material senses, you are the self-effulgent sustainer of everyone's sensory powers. The demigods and material nature herself offer you tribute, while also enjoying the tribute offered them by their worshippers, Just as subordinate rulers of various districts in a kingdom offer tribute to their lord, the ultimate proprietor of the land, while also enjoying the tribute paid them by their own subjects. In this way the universal creators faithfully execute their assigned services out of fear of you. 10. 85. 06 Vasudeva Krishna and Balarama. Whatever potencies the life, air and other elements of universal creation exhibit are actually all personal energies of the Supreme Lord, for both life and matter are subordinate to Him and dependent on Him, and also different from one another. Thus everything active in the material world is set into motion by the Supreme Lord. 10. 85. 10 Vasudeva Krishna and Balarama. You are the power of the senses to reveal their objects, the senses presiding demigods, and the sanction these demigods give for sensory activity. You are the capacity of the intelligence for decision-making, and the living being's ability to remember things accurately. 10. 85. 13 Vasudeva Krishna and Balarama. The modes of material nature, namely goodness, passion and ignorance, together with all their functions, become directly manifest within you, the absolute truth, by the arrangement of your Yogamaya. 08. 01. 13 Svayambhuva Manu. The entire cosmic manifestation is the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Absolute Truth, who is millions of names and unlimited potencies. He is self-effulgent, unborn and changeless. He is the beginning of everything, but He is no beginning. Because He has created this cosmic manifestation by His external energy, the universe appears to be created, maintained and annihilated by Him. Nonetheless, He remains inactive in His spiritual energy and is untouched by the activities of the material energy. 06. 09. 33 Demigods to Sri Krishna. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Narayana, O Vasudeva, Original Person. O Most Exalted Person, Supreme Experience, Welfare Personified. O Supreme Benediction, Supremely Merciful and Changeless. O Support of the Cosmic Manifestation, Sole Proprietor of all planetary systems, Master of everything and Husband of the Goddess of Fortune. Your Lordship is realized by the topmost sannyasis, who wander about the world to preach Krishna consciousness, fully absorbed in samadhi through bhakti yoga. Because their minds are concentrated upon you, they can receive the conception of your personality in their fully purified hearts. When the darkness in their hearts is completely eradicated and you are revealed to them, the transcendental bliss they enjoy is the transcendental form of your Lordship. No one but such persons can realize you. Therefore we simply offer you our respectful obeisances. 01.16. 26-30 Mother Earth to Dharma. In Him reside 1. Truthfulness, 2. Cleanliness, 3. Intolerance of another's unhappiness, 4. The power to control anger, 5. Self-satisfaction, 6. Straightforwardness, 7. Steadiness of mind, 8. Control of the sense organs, 9. Responsibility, 10. Equality, 11. Tolerance, 12. Equanimity, 13. Faithfulness, 14. Knowledge, 15. Absence of sense enjoyment, 16. Leadership, 17. Chivalry, 18. Influence, 19. The power to make everything possible, 20. The discharge of proper duty, 21. Complete independence, 22. Dexterity, 23. Fullness of all beauty, 24. Serenity, 25. Kind-heartedness, 26. Ingenuity, 27. Gentility, 28. Magnanimity, 29. Determination, 30. Perfection in all knowledge, 31. Proper execution, 32. Possession of all objects of enjoyment, 33. Joyfulness, 34. Immovability, 35. Fidelity, 360. Fame, 37. Worship, 38. Pridelessness, 39. Being, as the personality of Godhead, 40. Eternity, and many other transcendental qualities which are eternally present and never to be separated from Him. That personality of Godhead, the reservoir of all goodness and beauty, Lord Sri Krishna, has now closed His transcendental pastimes on the face of the earth. In His absence the age of Kali has spread its influence everywhere, so I am sorry to see this condition of existence. 02. 06. 31 Brahma to Narada Muni. All the material manifestations of the universes are therefore situated in His powerful material energies, which He accepts self-sufficiently, although He is eternally without affinity for the material modes. 02. 05. 18 Brahma to Narada Muni. The Supreme Lord is pure spiritual form, transcendental to all material qualities, yet for the sake of the creation of the material world and its maintenance and annihilation, He accepts through His external energy the material modes of nature called goodness, passion and ignorance. 02. 06. 16 Brahma to Narada Muni, not included in Gien Beng. This is not first. The impersonal feature of the Lord is the abode of great oceans, and his belly is the resting place for the materially annihilated living entities. His heart is the 16 but 11, abode of the subtle material bodies of living beings. Thus it is known by the intelligent class of men. 02. 06. 19 Brahma to Narada Muni, not including in GM English. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is to be known as the supreme reservoir of all material opulences by the 1/4 of his energy in which all the living entities exist. Deathlessness, fearlessness and freedom from the anxieties of old age and disease exist in the kingdom of God, which is beyond the 3 higher planetary systems and beyond the material coverings. 02. 05. 14 Brahma to Narada Muni. The 5 elementary ingredients of creation, the interaction thereof set up by eternal time, and the intuition or nature of the individual living beings are all differentiated parts and parcels of the personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, and in truth there is no other value in them. 01. 11. 37-38 Sita Gosvamita Sanaka RSI. The common materialistic conditioned souls speculate that the Lord is one of them. Out of their ignorance they think that the Lord is affected by matter, although he is unattached. 37. This is the divinity of the personality of Godhead. He is not affected by the qualities of material nature, even though he is in contact with them. Similarly, the devotees who have taken shelter of the Lord do not become influenced by the material qualities. G8, 04.03. 23 Shiva to Sati. I am always engaged in offering obeisances to Lord Vasudeva in pure Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is always pure consciousness, in which the Supreme Personality of Godhead, known as Vasudeva, is revealed without any covering. 03. 15. 14-16 Brahma to demigods. In the Vaikuntha planets all the residents are similar in form to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They all engage in devotional service to the Lord without desires for sense gratification. 14. In the Vaikuntha planets is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the original person and who can be understood through the Vedic literature. He is full of the uncontaminated mode of goodness, with no place for passion or ignorance. He contributes religious progress for the devotees. 15. In those Vaikuntha planets there are many forests which are very auspicious. In those forests the trees are desire trees, and in all seasons they are filled with flowers and fruits because everything in the Vaikuntha planets is spiritual and personal. 16. 02. 09. 16 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. The personality of Godhead, seen leaning favorably towards his loving servitors, his very sight intoxicating and attractive, appeared to be very much satisfied. He had a smiling face decorated with an enchanting reddish hue. He was dressed in yellow robes and warrior rings and a helmet on his head. He had 4 hands, and his chest was marked with the lines of the goddess of fortune. 11. 31. 06 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. Without employing the mystic Agni meditation to burn up his transcendental body, which is the all-attractive resting place of all the worlds and the object of all contemplation and meditation, Lord Krishna entered into his own abode. 11. 31. 09-10 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. Just as ordinary men cannot ascertain the path of a lightning bolt as it leaves a cloud, the demigods could not trace out the movements of Lord Krishna as he returned to his abode. 9. A few of the demigods, however, notably Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, could ascertain how the Lord's mystic power was working, and thus they became astonished. All the demigods praised the Lord's mystic power and then returned to their own planets. 10. 28. 13-15, 17, missing from English version. Included in Bengali, Lord Krishna thought, certainly people in this world are wandering among higher and lower destinations, which they achieve through activities performed according to their desires and without full knowledge. Thus people do not know their real destination. Thus deeply considering the situation, the all-merciful Supreme Personality of Godhead Hari revealed to the cowherd men his abode, which is beyond material darkness. Lord Krishna revealed the indestructible spiritual effulgence, which is unlimited, conscious and eternal. Sages see that spiritual existence in trance, when their consciousness is free of the modes of material nature. Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherd men felt the greatest happiness when they saw that transcendental abode. They were especially amazed to see Krishna himself there, surrounded by the personified Vedas, who were offering him prayers. 01. 03. 01 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka RSI Suitas said, in the beginning of the creation, the Lord first expanded himself in the universal form of the Purusa incarnation and manifested all the ingredients for the material creation. And thus at first there was the creation of the 16 principles of material action. This was for the purpose of creating the material universe. 01, 03, 05 to 14 Bhaktivinoda Thakura RSI. This form, the second manifestation of the Purusa, is the source and indestructible seed of multifarious incarnations within the universe. From the particles and portions of this form, different living entities, like demigods, men and others, are created. 5. First of all, in the beginning of creation, there were the 4 unmarried sons of Brahma, the Kumaras, who, being situated in a vow of celibacy, underwent severe austerities for realization of the absolute truth. 6. The supreme enjoyer of all sacrifices accepted the incarnation of a boar, the second incarnation, and for the welfare of the earth he lifted the earth from the nether regions of the universe. 7. In the millennium of the Risis, the personality of Godhead accepted the third empowered incarnation in the form of Tavarsi Narada, who is a great sage among the demigods. He collected expositions of the Vedas which deal with devotional service and which inspire non-fruitive action. 8. In the fourth incarnation, the Lord became Nara and Narayana, the twin sons of the wife of King Dharma. Thus he undertook severe and exemplary penances to control the senses. 9. The fifth incarnation, named Lord Kapila, is foremost among perfected beings. He gave an exposition of the creative elements and metaphysics to Asuri Brahmana, for in course of time this knowledge had been lost. 10. The sixth incarnation of the Purusa was the son of the sage Atri. He was born from the womb of Anasuya, who prayed for an incarnation. He spoke on the subject of transcendence to Arka, Prahlada and others, Yadu, Haha, etc. 11. The seventh incarnation was Yajiya, the son of Prajapati Rusi and his wife Akuti. He controlled the period during the change of the Svayambhuva Manu and was assisted by demigods such as his son Yama. 12. The eighth incarnation was King Rishabha, son of King Nabha and his wife Marici. In this incarnation the Lord showed the path of perfection, which is followed by those who have fully controlled their senses and who are honored by all orders of life. 13. O Brahmanas, in the ninth incarnation, the Lord, prayed for by sages, accepted the body of the king, Prithu, who cultivated the land to yield various products, and for that reason the earth was beautiful and attractive. 14. 01, 03, 15 to 28 Bhaktivinoda Thakura RSI. When there was a complete inundation after the period of the Kaksusa Manu and the whole world was deep into water, the Lord accepted the form of a fish and protected Vaivasvata Manu, keeping him up on a boat. 15. The 11th incarnation of the Lord took the form of a tortoise whose shell served as a pivot for the Mandarakala hill, which was being used as a turning rod by the theists and the atheists of the universe. 16. In the 12th incarnation, the Lord appeared as Dhanvantari, and in the 13th he allured the atheists by the charming beauty of a woman and gave nectar to the demigods to drink. 17. In the 14th incarnation, the Lord appeared as Nrsimha and bifurcated the strong body of the atheist Hiranyakasipu with his nails, just as a carpenter pierces cane. 18. In the 15th incarnation, the Lord assumed the form of a dwarf Brahmana, Vamana, and visited the arena of sacrifice arranged by Maharaja Bali. Although at heart he was willing to regain the kingdom of the 3 planetary systems, he simply asked for a donation of 3 steps of land. 19. In the 16th incarnation of the Godhead, the Lord, as Bhagavati, annihilated the administrative class, Kshatriyas, 21 times, being angry with them because of their rebellion against the Brahmanas, the intelligent class. 20. Thereafter, in the 17th incarnation of Godhead, Sri Vyasadeva appeared in the womb of Satyavati through Parasara Muni, and he divided the one Veda into several branches and sub-branches, seeing that the people in general were less intelligent. 21. In the 18th incarnation, the Lord appeared as King Rama. In order to perform some pleasing work for the demigods, he exhibited superhuman powers by controlling the Indian Ocean and then killing the atheist King Ravana, who was on the other side of the sea. 22. In the 19th and 20th incarnations, the Lord advented himself as Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna in the family of Varsni, the Yadu dynasty, and by so doing he removed the burden of the world. 23. Then, in the beginning of Kali Yuga, the Lord will appear as Lord Buddha, the son of Anjana, in the province of Gaya, just for the purpose of deluding those who are envious of the faithful theist. 24. Thereafter, at the conjunction of 2 yugas, the Lord of the creation will take his birth as the Kalki incarnation and become the son of Visnuyasa. At this time the rulers of the earth will have degenerated into plunderers. 25. O Brahmanas, the incarnations of the Lord are innumerable, like rivulets flowing from inexhaustible sources of water. 26. All the Risis, Manas, demigods and descendants of Manu, who are especially powerful, are plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord. This also includes the Prajapatis. 27. Not in GM Bengali version. All of the above-mentioned incarnations are either plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord, but Lord Sri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead. All of them appear on planets whenever there is a disturbance created by the atheists. The Lord incarnates to protect the theists. 28, 07, 09. 38 Prahlada Maharaja to Lord Nrsinyadeva. In this way, my Lord, you appear in various incarnations as a human being, an animal, a great saint, a demigod, a fish or a tortoise, thus maintaining the entire creation in different planetary systems and killing the demoniac principles. According to the age, O my Lord, you protect the principles of religion. In the age of Kali, however, you do not assert yourself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore you are known as Triyuga, or the Lord who appears in 3 yugas. Chapter 5 The Essential Nature of the Energies of the Lord Bhagavata Sakti Tattvam 10. 87.14 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. The Srutas said, Victory, victory to you, O unconquerable one. By your very nature you are perfectly full in all opulences, therefore please defeat the eternal power of illusion, who assumes control over the modes of nature to create difficulties for conditioned souls. O you who awaken all the energies of the moving and non-moving embodied beings, sometimes the Vedas can recognize you as you sport with your material and spiritual potencies. O2. O9. 26 Brahma to Sri Krishna. In spite of that, my Lord, I am praying to you to kindly fulfill my desire. May I please be informed how, in spite of your transcendental form, you assume the mundane form, although you have no such form at all. O1. 18. 19 Sadagasvami to Sanaka Rsi. And what to speak of those who are under the direction of the great devotees, chanting the holy name of the Unlimited, who is unlimited potency. The personality of Godhead, unlimited in potency and transcendental by attributes, is called the Ananta, unlimited. 10. 14. 21 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O Supreme Great One. O Supreme Personality of Godhead. O Supersoul, Master of all mystic power. Your pastimes are taking place continuously in these 3 worlds, but who can estimate where, how and when you are employing your spiritual energy and performing these innumerable pastimes? No one can understand the mystery of how your spiritual energy acts. O4. O9. 15 Dhruva Maharaja to Prasnagarbha. My Lord, by your unbroken transcendental glance you are the supreme witness of all stages of intellectual activities. You are eternally liberated, your existence is situated in pure goodness, and you are existent in the Supersoul without change. You are the original personality of Godhead, full with 6 opulences, and you are eternally the master of the 3 modes of material nature. Thus, you are always different from the ordinary living entities. O Lord Vishnu, you maintain all the affairs of the entire universe, and yet you stand aloof and are the enjoyer of the results of all sacrifices. O1. 16. 33 Mother Earth to Dharma. I was endowed with specific powers to supersede the fortune of all the 3 planetary systems by being decorated with the impressions of the flag, thunderbolt, elephant driving rod and lotus flower, which are the signs of the lotus feet of the Lord. But at the end, when I felt I was so fortunate, the Lord left me. 10. 39. 55 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Also in attendance were the Lord's principal internal potencies, Sri, Puschi, Gir, Kandi, Kirti, Tuschi, Ila and Urya, as were his material potencies Vidya, Avidya, and Maya, and his internal pleasure potency, Sakti. 10. 16. 46 Nagapatnas to Sri Krishna. Obeisances to you, O Lord, who manifest varieties of material and spiritual qualities. You disguise yourself with the material qualities, and yet the functioning of those same material qualities ultimately reveals your existence. You stand apart from the material qualities as a witness and can be fully known only by your devotees. O8. O3. 28 Gajendra's prayers of surrender. My Lord, you are the controller of formidable strength and 3 kinds of energy. You appear as the reservoir of all sense pleasure and the protector of the surrendered souls. You possess unlimited energy, but you are unapproachable by those who are unable to control their senses. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again. O4. O9. 16 Dhruva Maharaja to Prasnagarbha. My dear Lord, in your impersonal manifestation of Brahman there are always 2 opposing elements, knowledge and ignorance. Your multi-energies are continually manifest, but the impersonal Brahman, which is undivided, original, changeless, unlimited and blissful, is the cause of the material manifestation. Because you are the same impersonal Brahman, offer my respectful obeisances unto you. O4. 11. 18 Svayambhuva Manu Dhruva Maharaja. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, by his inconceivable supreme energy, time, causes the interaction of the three modes of material nature, and thus varieties of energy become manifest. It appears that he is acting, but he is not the actor. He is killing, but he is not the killer. Thus it is understood that only by his inconceivable power is everything happening. 11. 04. 02 Dramila Rsi to Maharaja Nemi Sri Dramila said, anyone trying to enumerate or describe fully the unlimited qualities of the unlimited Supreme Lord has the intelligence of a foolish child. Even if a great genius could somehow or other, after a time-consuming endeavor, count all the particles of dust on the surface of the earth, such a genius could never count the attractive qualities of the personality of Godhead, who is the reservoir of all potencies. 02. 05. 13 Brahmata Narada Muni. The illusory energy of the Lord cannot take precedence, being ashamed of her position, but those who are bewildered by her always talk nonsense, being absorbed in thoughts of it as I and it as mine. 02. 06. 32 Brahmata Narada Muni. By his will, I create, Lord Shiva destroys, and he himself, in his eternal form as the personality of Godhead, maintains everything. He is the powerful controller of these three energies. 02. 07. 41 Brahmata Narada Muni. Neither I nor all the sages born before you know fully the omnipotent personality of Godhead. So what can others, who are born after us, know about him? Even the first incarnation of the Lord, namely Sia, has not been able to reach the limit of such knowledge, although he is describing the qualities of the Lord with 100 faces. 02. 09. 01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, unless one is influenced by the energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there is no meaning to the relationship of the pure soul and pure consciousness with the material body. That relationship is just like a dreamer seeing his own body working. 03. 06. 39 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. The wonderful potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is bewildering even to the jugglers. That potential power is unknown even to the self-sufficient Lord, so it is certainly unknown to others. 03. 06. 02 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. The Supreme Powerful Lord then simultaneously entered into the 23 elements with the goddess Kali, his external energy, who alone amalgamates all the different elements. 03. 06. 40 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. Words, mind and ego, with their respective controlling demigods, have failed to achieve success in knowing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, we simply have to offer our respectful obeisances unto him as a matter of sanity. 03. 07. 02 to 3,5 Vidura to Maitreya Rsi. Sri Vidura said, O great Brahmana, since the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the complete spiritual whole and is unchangeable, how is he connected with the material modes of nature and their activities? If this is his pastime, how do the activities of the unchangeable take place and exhibit qualities without the modes of nature? 2. Boys are enthusiastic to play with other boys or with various diversions because they are encouraged by desire. But there is no possibility of such desire for the Lord because he is self-satisfied and detached from everything at all times. 3. The pure soul is pure consciousness and is never out of consciousness, either due to circumstances, time, situations, dreams or other causes. How then does he become engaged in nescience? 5. 03. 07. 09 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. Sri Maitreya said, certain conditioned souls put forward the theory that the Supreme Brahman, or the Personality of Godhead, is overcome by illusion, or maya, and at the same time they maintain that he is unconditioned. This is against all logic. 10. 14. 57 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The original, unmanifested form of material nature is the source of all material things, and the source of even that subtle material nature is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. What, then, could one ascertain to be separate from him? 03. 02. 12 Vidura. The Lord appeared in the mortal world by his internal potency, Yogamaya. He came in his eternal form, which is just suitable for his pastimes. These pastimes were wonderful for everyone, even for those proud of their own opulence, including the Lord himself in his form as the Lord of Vaikuntha. Thus his, Sri Krishna's, transcendental body is the ornament of all ornaments. 10. 08. 46 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. Having heard of the great fortune of Mother Yasoda, Pariksit Maharaj inquired from Sukadeva Goswami, O learned Brahmana, Mother Yasoda's breast milk was sucked by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What past auspicious activities did she and Nanda Maharaja perform to achieve such perfection in ecstatic love? 10. 09. 13 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has no beginning and no end, no exterior and no interior, no front and no rear. In other words, he is all-pervading. Because he is not under the influence of the element of time, for him there is no difference between past, present and future, he exists in his own transcendental form at all times. Being absolute, beyond relativity, he is free from distinctions between cause and effect, although he is the cause of everything. 10. 09. 20-21 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Neither Lord Brahma, nor Lord Shiva, nor even the goddess of fortune, who is always the better half of the Supreme Lord, can obtain from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the deliverer from this material world, such mercy as received by Mother Yasoda. 20. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the son of Mother Yasoda, is accessible to devotees engaged in spontaneous loving service, but he is not easily accessible to mental speculators, to those striving for self-realization by severe austerities and penances, or to those who consider the body the same as the self. 21. 21. Then 20 in GN Beng version, 10. 14. O to Brahma to Sri Krishna. My dear Lord, neither I nor anyone else can estimate the potency of this transcendental body of yours, which has shown such mercy to me and which appears just to fulfill the desires of your pure devotees. Although my mind is completely withdrawn from material affairs, cannot understand your personal form. How, then, could I possibly understand the happiness you experience within yourself? 10. 14. 14 Brahma to Sri Krishna. Are you not the original Narayana, O Supreme Controller, since you are the soul of every embodied being and the eternal witness of all created realms? Indeed, Lord Narayana is your expansion, and he is called Narayana because he is the generating source of the primeval water of the universe. He is real, not a product of your illusory Maya. 10. 14. 29 Brahma to Sri Krishna. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. 03. 09. 23 Brahma to Narada Muni. The Supreme Lord, the Personality of Godhead, is always the benefactor of the surrendered souls. His activities are always enacted through his internal potency, Rama, or the goddess of fortune. Pray only to engage in his service in the creation of the material world, and, pray that, may not be materially affected by my works, for thus I may be able to give up the false prestige of being the creator. 07. 15. 75 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. My dear Maharaja Yudhishthira, you Pandavas are so very fortunate in this world that many great saints, who can purify all the planets of the universe, come to your house just like ordinary visitors. Furthermore, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is living confidentially with you in your house, just like your brother. 10. 02. 34-36 Demigods to Sri Krishna. O Lord, during the time of maintenance you manifest several incarnations, all with transcendental bodies, beyond the material modes of nature. When you appear in this way, you bestow all good fortune upon the living entities by teaching them to perform Vedic activities such as ritualistic ceremonies, mystic yoga, austerities, penances, and ultimately samadhi, ecstatic absorption in thoughts of you. Thus you are worshipped by the Vedic principles. 34. O Lord, cause of all causes, if your transcendental body were not beyond the modes of material nature, one could not understand the difference between matter and transcendence. Only by your presence can one understand the transcendental nature of your lordship, who are the controller of material nature. Your transcendental nature is very difficult to understand unless one is influenced by the presence of your transcendental form. 35. O Lord, your transcendental name and form are not ascertained by those who merely speculate on the path of imagination. Your name, form and attributes can be ascertained only through devotional service. 36. 10. 02. 37 Demigods to Sri Krishna. Even while engaged in various activities, devotees whose minds are completely absorbed at your lotus feet, and who constantly hear, chant, contemplate and cause others to remember your transcendental names and forms, are always on the transcendental platform, and thus they can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 09. 24. 65 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Krishna's face is decorated with ornaments, such as earrings resembling sharks. His ears are beautiful, his cheeks brilliant, and his smiling attractive to everyone. Whoever sees Lord Krishna sees a festival. His face and body are fully satisfying for everyone to see, but the devotees are angry at the Creator for the disturbance caused by the momentary blinking of their eyes. 03. 02.11 Bhaktivedanta Lord Sri Krishna, who manifested his eternal form before the vision of all on the earth, performed his disappearance by removing his form from the sight of those who were unable to see him, as he is, due to not executing required penance. 03. 02. 13-14 Bhaktivedanta. All the demigods from the upper, lower and middle universal planetary systems assembled at the altar of the Rajasuya sacrifice performed by Maharaja Yudhishthira. After seeing the beautiful bodily features of Lord Krishna, they all contemplated that he was the ultimate dexterous creation of Brahma, the creator of human beings. 3. The damsels of Raya, after pastimes of laughter, humor and exchanges of glances, were anguished when Krishna left them. They used to follow him with their eyes, and thus they sat down with stunned intelligence and could not finish their household duties. 14. 03. 02. 21 Bhaktivedanta Lord Sri Krishna is the Lord of all kinds of threes and is independently supreme by achievement of all kinds of fortune. He is worshipped by the eternal maintainers of the creation, who offer him the paraphernalia of worship by touching their millions of helmets to his feet. 03. 02. 23 Bhaktivedanta. Alas, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than he who granted the position of mother to Ashidima, Pitana, although she was unfaithful and she prepared deadly poison to be sucked from her breast. 03. 02. 27,29,34 Bhaktivedanta. In his childhood, the Almighty Lord was surrounded by cowherd boys and calves, and thus he traveled on the shore of the Yamuna River, through gardens densely covered with trees and filled with vibrations of chirping birds. 27. While herding the very beautiful bulls, the Lord, who was the reservoir of all opulence and fortune, used to blow his flute, and thus he enlivened his faithful followers, the cowherd boys. 29. In the third season of the year, the Lord enjoyed as the central beauty of the assembly of women by attracting them with his pleasing songs in an autumn night brightened by moonshine. 34. 10. 08. 13 Gargamuni to Nanda Maharaja. Your son Krishna appears in an incarnation in every millennium. In the past, he assumed 3 different colors, white, red and yellow, and now he has appeared in a blackish color. In another Dvapara Yuga, he appeared, as Lord Ramachandra, in the color of Sukha, a parrot. All such incarnations have now assembled in Krishna. 10. 08.15 Gargamuni to Nanda Maharaja. For this son of yours there are many forms and names according to his transcendental qualities and activities. These are known to me, but people in general do not understand them. 10. 52. 37 Rukmini to Krishna. Sri Rukmini said, in her letter, as read by the Brahmana, O beauty of the worlds, having heard of your qualities, which enter the ears of those who hear and remove their bodily distress, and having also heard of your beauty, which fulfills all of the visual desires of those who see, I have fixed my shameless mind upon you, O Krishna. 01. 18. 14 Sanaka Rsi to Siddhagosvami. The personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, Govinda, is the exclusive shelter for all great living beings, and his transcendental attributes cannot even be measured by such masters of mystic powers as Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma. Can anyone who is expert in relishing nectar, rasa, ever be fully satiated by hearing topics about him? Chapter 6 Tasting the Sublime Nature of Relationships with the Lord Bhagavad Rasa Tattvam 10. 43. 17 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The various groups of people in the arena regarded Krishna in different ways when he entered it with his elder brother. The wrestlers saw Krishna as a lightning bolt, the men of Mathura as the best of males, the women as Cupid in person, the cowherd men as their relative, the impious rulers as a chastiser, his parents as their child, the king of the Bhojas as death, the unintelligent as the Supreme Lord's universal form, the yogis as the absolute truth and the Vaishnavas as their supreme worshipable deity. 01. 01.19 Sanaka Rsi to Siddhagosvami. We never tire of hearing the transcendental pastimes of the personality of Godhead, who is glorified by hymns and prayers. Those who have developed a taste for transcendental relationships with him relish hearing of his pastimes at every moment. 03. 25. 42 Kapila Deva to Devahiti. It is because of my supremacy that the wind blows, out of fear of me, the sun shines out of fear of me, and the Lord of the clouds, Indra, sends forth showers out of fear of me. Fire burns out of fear of me, and death goes about taking its toll out of fear of me. 10. 09.18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Because of Mother Yasoda's hard labor, her whole body became covered with perspiration, and the flowers and comb were falling from her hair. When child Krishna saw his mother thus fatigued, he became merciful to her and agreed to be bound. 02. 03.18 Sanaka Rsi to Sitagasvami. Do the trees not live? Do the bellows of the blacksmith not breath? All around us, do the beasts not eat and discharge semen? 4. 11. 30, listed in GN Bengali, not in GN English, but in ENG. 4. 11. 29 is included, thus regaining your natural position and rendering service unto the Supreme Lord, who is the all-powerful reservoir of all pleasure and who lives in all living entities as the Supersoul. You will very soon forget the illusory understanding of why and my. 04. 11. 29 Svayambhuva Manu to Dhruva Maharaja. My dear Dhruva, please, therefore, turn your attention to the Supreme Person, who is the infallible Brahman. Face the Supreme Personality of Godhead in your original position, and thus, by self-realization, you will find this material differentiation to be merely flickering. 10. 12. 11 Pariksit Maharaja to Sukadeva Goswami. In this way, all the cowherd boys used to play with Krishna, who is the source of the Brahma effulgence for Janas desiring to merge into that effulgence, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead for devotees who have accepted eternal servitorship, and who for ordinary persons is but another ordinary child. The cowherd boys, having accumulated the results of pious activities for many lives, were able to associate in this way with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How can one explain their great fortune? 10. 14. 32 Brahma to Sri Krishna. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaja, the cowherd man and all the other inhabitants of Rajabhumi. There is no limit to their good fortune, because the absolute truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal Supreme Brahman, has become their friend. 10. 18. 24 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit defeated, the Supreme Lord Krishna carried Sridhama. Bhadrasenya carried Vrisabha, and Pralamba carried Balarama, the son of Rohini. 10. 14. 34 Brahma to Sri Krishna. My greatest possible good fortune would be to take any birth whatever in this forest of Gokula and have my head bathed by the dust falling from the lotus feet of any of its residents. Their entire life and soul is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Mukunda, the dust of his lotus feet is still being searched for in the Vedic mantras. 10. 14. 35 Brahma to Sri Krishna. My mind becomes bewildered just trying to think of what reward other than you could be found anywhere. You are the embodiment of all benedictions, which you bestow upon these residents of the cowherd community of Vrindavana. You have already arranged to give yourself to Patana and her family members in exchange for her disguising herself as a devotee. So what is left for you to give these devotees of Vrindavana, whose homes, wealth, friends, dear relations, bodies, children and very lives and hearts are all dedicated only to you? 04. 09.17 Dhruva Maharaja to Prasnagarbha. My Lord, O Supreme Lord, you are the supreme personified form of all benediction. Therefore, for one who abides in your devotional service with no other desire, worshipping your lotus feet is better than becoming king and lording it over a kingdom. That is the benediction of worshipping your lotus feet. To ignorant devotees like me, you are the causelessly merciful maintainer, just like a cow, who takes care of the newly born calf by supplying milk and giving it protection from attack. 10. 06. 39-40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the bestower of many benedictions, including liberation vertical bar Kaivalya, or oneness with the Brahma effulgence. For that Personality of Godhead, the Gopas always felt maternal love, and Krishna sucked their breasts with full satisfaction. Therefore, because of their relationship as mother and son, although the Gopas were engaged in various family activities, one should never think that they returned to this material world after leaving their bodies. 39-40, 10. 11. 58 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. In this way all the cowherd men, headed by Nanda Maharaja, enjoyed topics about the pastimes of Krishna and Balarama with great transcendental pleasure, and they could not even perceive material tribulations. 01. 08. 31 Kunti Devaya to Sri Krishna. My dear Krishna, Yasoda took up a rope to bind you when you committed an offense, and your perturbed eyes overflooded with tears, which washed the mascara from your eyes. And you were afraid, though fear personified is afraid of you. This sight is bewildering to me. 10. 46. 18 Gopas to Uddhava. Does Krishna remember us? Does he remember his mother and his friends and well-wishers? Does he remember the cowherds in their village of Raya, of which he is the master? Does he remember the cows, Vrindavana forest and Govardhana hill? 10. 46. 29 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Uddhava then joyfully addressed Nanda Maharaja, having clearly seen the supreme loving attraction he and Yasoda felt for Krishna, The Supreme Personality of Godhead. 10. 69. O2 Narada Muni thought, it is quite amazing that in a single body Lord Krishna simultaneously married 16,000 women, each in a separate palace. 10. 16. 36 Nagapatnas to Sri Krishna. O Lord, we do not know how the serpent Kaliya has attained this great opportunity of being touched by the dust of your lotus feet. For this end, the goddess of fortune performed austerities for centuries, giving up all other desires and taking austere vows. 10. 47. 60 Uddhava's song to the Gopas. When Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the Gopas in the Rasa Lila, the Gopas were embraced by the arms of the Lord. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the goddess of fortune or other consorts in the spiritual world. Indeed, never was such a thing even imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the lotus flower. And what to speak of worldly women who are very beautiful according to material estimation. 10. 47. 61 Uddhava's song to the Gopas. The Gopas of Vrindavana have given up the association of their husbands, sons and other family members, who are very difficult to give up, and they have forsaken the path of chastity to take shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, Krishna, which one should search for by Vedic knowledge. Oh, let me be fortunate enough to be one of the bushes, creepers or herbs in Vrindavana, because the Gopas trample them and bless them with the dust of their lotus feet. 10. 47. 63 Uddhava's song to the Gopas. One repeatedly offer my respects to the dust from the feet of the women of Nanda Maharaja's cowherd village. When these Gopas loudly chant the glories of Sri Krishna, the vibration purifies the three worlds. 10. 47. 66 Cowherd men of Raya to Uddhava, Nanda and the other cowherds said, may our mental functions always take shelter of Krishna's lotus feet, may our words always chant his names, and may our bodies always bow down to him and serve him. 10. 47. 58 Uddhava to the Gopas, listed here in GN Beng, not including ENG, among all persons on earth, these cowherd women alone have actually perfected their embodied lives, for they have achieved the perfection of unalloyed love for Lord Govinda. Their pure love is hankered after by those who fear material existence, by great sages, and by ourselves as well. For one who has tasted the narrations of the infinite Lord, what is the use of taking birth as a high-class Brahmana, or even as Lord Brahma himself? 10. 14. 31 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O Almighty Lord, how greatly fortunate are the cows and ladies of Vrindavana, the nectar of whose breast milk you have happily drunk to your full satisfaction, taking the form of their calves and children. All the Vedic sacrifices performed from time immemorial up to the present day have not given you as much satisfaction. 10. 44.14 Ladies of Mathura, what austerities must the Gopas have performed? With their eyes they always drink the nectar of Lord Krishna's form, which is the essence of loveliness and is not to be equaled or surpassed. That loveliness is the only abode of beauty, fame and opulence. It is self-perfect, ever fresh and extremely rare. 10. 44.15 Ladies of Mathura. The ladies of Raya are the most fortunate women because, with their minds fully attached to Krishna and their throats always choked up with tears, they constantly sing about him while milking the cows, winnowing grain, churning butter, gathering cow dung for fuel, riding on swings, taking care of their crying babies, sprinkling the ground with water, cleaning their houses, and so on. By their exalted Krishna consciousness they automatically acquire all desirable things. 10. 44. 16 Ladies of Mathura. When the Gopas hear Krishna playing his flute as he leaves Raya in the morning with his cows or returns with them at sunset, the young girls quickly come out of their houses to see him. They must have performed many pious activities to be able to see him as he walks on the road, his smiling face mercifully glancing upon them. 01. 11. 35-36 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka Rsi. That Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna, out of his causeless mercy, appeared on this planet by his internal potency and enjoyed himself amongst competent women as if he were engaging in mundane affairs. 35. Although the Queen's beautiful smiles and furtive glances were all spotless and exciting, and although they could conquer Cupid himself by making him give up his bow in frustration, and although even the tolerant Shiva could fall victim to them, still, despite all their magical feats and attractions, they could not agitate the senses of the Lord. 36, 10. 19. 15 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. It was now late in the afternoon, and Lord Krishna, accompanied by Balarama, turned the cows back toward home. Playing his flute in a special way, Krishna returned to the cowherd village in the company of his cowherd friends, who chanted his glories. 10. 19. 16 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit, listed in Beng, not in Engel, The young Gopas took the greatest pleasure in seeing Govinda come home, since for them even a moment without his association seemed like 100 ages. 10. 21. 07 The Gopas glorify Krishna's flute. The cowherd girl said, "O friends, those eyes that see the beautiful faces of the sons of Maharaja Nanda are certainly fortunate." As these two sons enter the forest, surrounded by their friends, driving the cows before them, they hold their flutes to their mouths and glance lovingly upon the residents of Vrindavana. For those who have eyes, we think there is no greater object of vision. 10. 21. 09 The Gopas glorify Krishna's flute. My dear Gopas, what auspicious activities must the flute have performed to enjoy the nectar of Krishna's lips independently and leave only a taste for us Gopas, for whom that nectar is actually meant. The forefathers of the flute, the bamboo tree, shed tears of pleasure. His mother, the river on whose bank the bamboo was born, feels jubilation, and therefore her blooming lotus flowers are standing like hair on her body. 10. 21. 12 The Gopas glorify Krishna's flute. Krishna's beauty and character create a festival for all women. Indeed, when the demigods' wives flying in airplanes with their husbands catch a sight of him and hear his resonant flute song, their hearts are shaken by Cupid, and they become so bewildered that flowers fall out of their hair and their belts loosen. 10. 21. 15 The Gopas glorify Krishna's flute. When the rivers hear the flute song of Krishna, their minds begin to desire him, and thus the flow of their currents is broken and their waters are agitated, moving around in whirlpools. Then with the arms of their waves the rivers embrace Murari's lotus feet and, holding on to them, present offerings of lotus flowers. 10. 21. 18 The Gopas glorify Krishna's flute. Of all the devotees, this Govardhana hill is the best. O my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balarama, along with their calves, cows and cowherd friends, with all kinds of necessities, water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers and vegetables. In this way the hill offers respect to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama, Govardhana hill appears very jubilant. 10. 21. 19 The Gopas glorify Krishna's flute. My dear friends, as Krishna and Balarama pass through the forest with their cowherd friends, leading their cows, they carry ropes to bind the cows' rear legs at the time of milking. When Lord Krishna plays on his flute, the sweet music causes the moving living entities to become stunned and the non-moving trees to tremble with ecstasy. These things are certainly very wonderful. 10. 39. 19 Gopas speak to one another. The Gopas said, "O Providence, you have no mercy. You bring embodied creatures together in friendship and love and then senselessly separate them before they fulfill their desires. This whimsical play of yours is like a child's game." 10. 39. 29 Gopas speak to one another. When he brought us to the assembly of the Rasa dance, where we enjoyed his affectionate and charming smiles, his delightful secret talks, his playful glances and his embraces, we passed many nights as if they were a single moment. O Gopas, how can we possibly cross over the insurmountable darkness of his absence? 10. 39. 37 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Gopas then turned back without hope that Govinda would ever return to them. Full of sorrow, they began to spend their days and nights chanting about the pastimes of their beloved. 10. 47. 21 Srimati Radharani to Uddhava. It is indeed regrettable that Krishna resides in Mathura. Does he remember his father's household affairs and his friends, the cowherd boys? O great soul! Does he ever talk about us, his maidservants? When will he lay on our heads his guru-scented hand? 10. 47. 34-35 Krishna in his letter to the Gopas. But the actual reason why I, the beloved object of your sight, have stayed far away from you is that I wanted to intensify your meditation upon me and thus draw your minds closer to me. 34. When her lover is far away, a woman thinks of him more than when he is present before her. 35. 10. 47. 37. Listed in G. N. Beng, not in Engel, although some Gopas had to remain in the cowherd village and so could not join the Rasa dance to sport with me at night in the forest, they were none the less fortunate. Indeed, they attained me by thinking of my potent pastimes. 10. 47. 47 Gopas to Uddhava. Indeed, the greatest happiness is to renounce all material desires, as even the prostitute Pingala has declared. Yet even though we know this, we cannot give up our hopes of attaining Krishna. 10. 47. 58 Uddhava's song to the Gopas, not including in G. N. Beng, but including in G. M. Engel, vertical bar Uddhava sang, among all persons on earth, these cowherd women alone have actually perfected their embodied lives, for they have achieved the perfection of unalloyed love for Lord Govinda. Their pure love is hankered after by those who fear material existence, by great sages, and by ourselves as well. For one who has tasted the narrations of the infinite Lord, what is the use of taking birth as a high-class Brahmana, or even as Lord Brahma himself? 10. 47. 59 Uddhava's song to the Gopas. How amazing it is that these simple women who wander about the forest, seemingly spoiled in improper behavior, have achieved the perfection of unalloyed love for Krishna, the Supreme Soul. Still it is true that the Supreme Lord himself awards his blessings even to an ignorant worshipper, just as the best medicine works even when taken by a person ignorant of its ingredients. 10. 22. 04 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Each of the young unmarried girls performed her worship while chanting the following mantra: O Goddess Katyayani, O great potency of the Lord, O possessor of great mystic power and mighty controller of all, please make the son of Nanda Maharaja my husband. I offer my obeisances unto you. 10. 22. 25 Krishna to Gopas. Lord Krishna said, O saintly girls, I understand that your real motive in this austerity has been to worship me. That intent of yours is approved of by me, and indeed it must come to pass. 10. 22. 26 Krishna to Gopas. The desire of those who fix their minds on me does not lead to material desire for sense gratification, just as barley corns burned by the sun and then cooked can no longer grow into new sprouts. 10. 23. 35 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. One of the ladies had been forcibly kept back by her husband. When she heard the others describe the Supreme Lord Krishna, she embraced him within her heart and gave up her material body, the basis of bondage to material activity. 10. 23. 43 to 44 Ritualistic Brahmanas condemn themselves. These women have never undergone the purificatory rites of the twice-born classes, nor have they lived as brahmacharis in the asrama of a spiritual master, nor have they executed austerities, speculated on the nature of the self, followed the formalities of cleanliness or engaged in pious rituals. Nevertheless, they have firm devotion for Lord Krishna, whose glories are chanted by the exalted hymns of the Vedas and who is the supreme master of all masters of mystic power. We, on the other hand, have no such devotion for the Lord, although we have executed all these processes. 43-44, 10. 42. 09 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Now endowed with beauty, character and generosity, Trivakra began to feel lusty desires for Lord Kesava. Taking hold of the end of his upper cloth, she smiled and addressed him as follows. 10. 42. 10 Trivakra to Krishna. Come, O hero, let us go to my house. Cannot bear to leave you here. Ah, best of males, please take pity on me, since you have agitated my mind. 10. 48. 26 Akrura to Krishna. What learned person would approach anyone but you for shelter, when you are the affectionate, grateful and truthful well-wisher of your devotees? To those who worship you in sincere friendship you reward everything they desire, even your own self, yet you never increase or diminish. 04. 12. 06 Kuvera to Dhruva Maharaja. Engage yourself fully, therefore, in the devotional service of the Lord, for only He can deliver us from this entanglement of materialistic existence. Although the Lord is attached to His material potency, He is aloof from her activities. Everything in this material world is happening by the inconceivable potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 02. 07. 42 Brahma to Narada Muni. But anyone who is specifically favored by the Supreme Lord, the Personality of Godhead, due to unalloyed surrender unto the service of the Lord, can overcome the insurmountable ocean of illusion and can understand the Lord. But those who are attached to this body, which is meant to be eaten at the end by dogs and jackals, cannot do so. 02. 07. 46 Brahma to Narada Muni. Surrendered souls, even from groups leading sinful lives, such as women, the laborer class, the mountaineers and the Siberians, or even the birds and beasts, can also know about the science of Godhead and become liberated from the clutches of the illusory energy by surrendering unto the pure devotees of the Lord and by following in their footsteps in devotional service. Chapter 7 The Essential Nature of the Individual Soul. Yiwa Tudva 11. 02. 37 Kavi to Maharaja Nimi. Fear arises when a living entity misidentifies himself as the material body because of absorption in the external, illusory energy of the Lord. When the living entity thus turns away from the Supreme Lord, he also forgets his own constitutional position as a servant of the Lord. This bewildering, fearful condition is affected by the potency for illusion, called Maya. Therefore, an intelligent person should engage unflinchingly in the unalloyed devotional service of the Lord, under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master, whom he should accept as his worshipable deity and his very life and soul. 11. 11. 04 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. O most intelligent Uddhava, The living entity, called Yewa, is part and parcel of me, but due to ignorance he has been suffering in material bondage since time immemorial. By knowledge, however, he can be liberated. 11. 16. 11 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Among things possessing qualities I am the primary manifestation of nature, and among great things I am the total material creation. Among subtle things I am the spirit soul, and of things that are difficult to conquer I am the mind. 01. 03. 32 Sita Gosvamita Sanaka Rsi. Beyond this gross conception of form is another, subtle conception of form which is without formal shape and is unseen, unheard and unmanifest. The living being has his form beyond this subtlety, otherwise he could not have repeated births. 11. 03. 38 Pipalayana to Maharajanimi, Braham, the eternal soul, was never born and will never die, nor does it grow or decay. That spiritual soul is actually the knower of the youth, middle age and death of the material body. Thus the soul can be understood to be pure consciousness, existing everywhere at all times and never being destroyed. Just as the life air within the body, although one, becomes manifest as many in contact with the various material senses, the one soul appears to assume various material designations in contact with the material body. 07. 07. 19-20 Prahlada Maharaja to his class friends. Atma refers to the Supreme Lord or the living entities. Both of them are spiritual, free from birth and death, free from deterioration and free from material contamination. They are individual, they are the knowers of the external body, and they are the foundation or shelter of everything. They are free from material change, they are self-illuminated, they are the cause of all causes, and they are all-pervading. They have nothing to do with the material body, and therefore they are always uncovered. With these transcendental qualities, one who is actually learned must give up the illusory conception of life, in which one thinks, I am this material body, and everything in relationship with this body is mine. 1920, 07. 07. 21 Prahlada Maharaja to his class friends. An expert geologist can understand where there is gold and by various processes can extract it from the gold ore. Similarly, a spiritually advanced person can understand how the spiritual particle exists within the body, and thus by cultivating spiritual knowledge he can attain perfection in spiritual life. However, as one who is not expert cannot understand where there is gold, a foolish person who has not cultivated spiritual knowledge cannot understand how the spirit exists within the body. 07. 07. 23 Prahlada Maharaja to his class friends. There are two kinds of bodies for every individual soul, a gross body made of 5 gross elements and a subtle body made of 3 subtle elements. Within these bodies, however, is the spirit soul. One must find the spirit soul by analysis, saying this is not it. This is not it. Thus one must separate spirit from matter. 07. 07. 25 Prahlada Maharaja to his class friends. Intelligence can be perceived in 3 states of activity, wakefulness, dreaming and deep sleep. The person who perceives these 3 is to be considered the original master, the ruler, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 10. 87. 20 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. The individual living entity, while inhabiting the material bodies he has created for himself by his karma, actually remains uncovered by either gross or subtle matter. This is so because, as the Vedas describe, he is part and parcel of you, the possessor of all potencies. Having determined this to be the status of the living entity, learned sages become imbued with faith and worship your lotus feet, to which all sacrifices in this world are offered, and which are the source of liberation. 03. 28. 40 Kapiladeva to Devahati. The blazing fire is different from the flames, from the sparks and from the smoke, although all are intimately connected because they are born from the same blazing wood. 04. 20. 07 Sri Vishnu to Maharaja Pratha. The individual soul is one, pure, non-material and self-effulgent. He is the reservoir of all good qualities, and he is all-pervading. He is without material covering, and he is the witness of all activities. He is completely distinguished from other living entities, and he is transcendental to all embodied souls. 08. 03. 23 Gajendra to Sri Vishnu. As the sparks of a fire or the shining rays of the sun emanate from their source and merge into it again and again, the mind, the intelligence, the senses, the gross and subtle material bodies, and the continuous transformations of the different modes of nature all emanate from the Lord and again merge into him. 03. 28. 41 Kapiladeva to Devahiti. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as Param Brahmi, is the seer. He is different from the Jiva soul, or individual living entity, who is combined with the senses, the 5 elements and consciousness. 03. 26. 05 Kapila Devata Devahati divided into varieties by her threefold modes. Material nature creates the forms of the living entities, and the living entities, seeing this, are illusioned by the knowledge-covering feature of the illusory energy. 5. 11. 03. 39 Pipalayana Maharaja Nemi. The spirit soul is born in many different species of life within the material world. Some species are born from eggs, others from embryos, others from the seeds and plants and trees, and others from perspiration. But in all species of life the prana, or vital air, remains unchanging and follows the spirit soul from one body to another. Similarly, the spirit soul is eternally the same despite its material condition of life. We have practical experience of this. When we are absorbed in deep sleep without dreaming, the material senses become inactive, and even the mind and false ego are merged into a dormant condition. But although the senses, mind and false ego are inactive, one remembers upon waking that he, the soul, was peacefully sleeping. 01. 03. 33-34 Sita Gosvami to Sanaka RSI. Whenever a person experiences, by self-realization, that both the gross and subtle bodies have nothing to do with the pure self, at that time he sees himself as well as the Lord. 33. If the illusory energy subsides and the living entity becomes fully enriched with knowledge by the grace of the Lord, then he becomes at once enlightened with self-realization and thus becomes situated in his own glory. 34. 03. 07. 06 Vidura to Maitreya RSI. The Lord, as the Supersoul, is situated in every living being's heart. Why then do the living entity's activities result in misfortune and misery? 03. 07. 09-11 Maitreya RSI to Vidura. Sti Maitreya said, certain conditioned souls put forward the theory that the Supreme Brahman, or the personality of Godhead, is overcome by illusion, or maya, and at the same time they maintain that he is unconditioned. This is against all logic. 9. The living entity is in distress regarding his self-identity. He has no factual background, like a man who dreams that he sees his head cut off. 10. As the moon reflected on water appears to the seer to tremble due to being associated with the quality of the water, so the self associated with matter appears to be qualified as matter. 1. 06. 16. 08 Ayuva Narada Muni. Even though one living entity becomes connected with another because of a relationship based on bodies that are perishable, the living entity is eternal. Actually it is the body that is born or lost, not the living entity. One should not accept that the living entity takes birth or dies. The living being actually has no relationship with so-called fathers and mothers. As long as he appears as the son of a certain father and mother as a result of his past fruitive activity, he has a connection with the body given by that father and mother. Thus he falsely accepts himself as their son and acts affectionately. After he dies, however, the relationship is finished. Under these circumstances, one should not be falsely involved with jubilation and lamentation. 11. 11. 10 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. An unintelligent person situated within the body created by his previous fruitive activities thinks, I am the performer of action. Bewildered by false ego, such a foolish person is therefore bound up by fruitive activities, which are in fact carried out by the modes of nature. 03. 26. 06-08 Kapila Devata Devahati. Because of his forgetfulness, the transcendental living entity accepts the influence of material energy as his field of activities, and thus actuated, he wrongly applies the activities to himself. 6. Material consciousness is the cause of one's conditional life, in which conditions are enforced upon the living entity by the material energy. Although the spirit soul does not do anything and is transcendental to such activities, he is thus affected by conditional life. 7. The cause of the conditioned soul's material body and senses, and the senses presiding deities, the demigods, is the material nature. This is understood by learned men. The feelings of happiness and distress of the soul, who is transcendental by nature, are caused by the spirit soul himself. 8. 01. 06. 32-33 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva, G.M. Ben lists 1. 6. 28-31-32, and thus I travel, constantly singing the message of the glories of the Lord, vibrating this instrument called a veena, which is charged with transcendental sound and which was given to me by Lord Krishna. 32. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, whose glories and activities are pleasing to hear, at once appears on the seat of my heart, as if called for, as soon as I begin to chant his holy activities. 33. 02. 09. 11 Sukadeva Gosvami to Maharaja Pariksit. The inhabitants of the Vaikunta planets are described as having a glowing sky-bluish complexion. Their eyes resemble lotus flowers, their dress is of yellowish color, and their bodily features very attractive. They are just the age of growing youths, They all have 4 hands, they are all nicely decorated with pearl necklaces with ornamental medallions, and they all appear to be effulgent. 11. 03. 40 Pipalayana Maharaja Nemi. When one seriously engages in the devotional service of the personality of Godhead, fixing the Lord's lotus feet within one's heart as the only goal of life, one can destroy the innumerable impure desires lodged within the heart as a result of one's previous fruitive work within the 3 modes of material nature. When the heart is thus purified, one can directly perceive both the Supreme Lord and oneself as transcendental entities. Thus one becomes perfect in spiritual understanding through direct experience, just as one can directly experience the sunshine through normal, healthy vision. 03. 07. 12 to 14 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. But that misconception of self-identity can be diminished gradually by the mercy of the personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, through the process of devotional service to the Lord in the mode of detachment. 12. When the senses are satisfied in the seer supersoul, the personality of Godhead, and merge in Him, all miseries are completely vanquished, as after a sound sleep. 13. 03. 07. 14 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. Simply by chanting and hearing of the transcendental name, form, etc., of the personality of Godhead, Krishna, one can achieve the cessation of unlimited miserable conditions. Therefore, what to speak of those who have attained attraction for serving the flavor of the dust of the Lord's lotus feet? Chapter 5 Characteristics of the Conditioned Soul Body. Yuva Lake Sanam 03. 31. 21 Yuva. While in mother's womb. Therefore, without being agitated any more, I shall deliver myself from the darkness of nescience with the help of my friend, clear consciousness. Simply by keeping the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu in my mind, I shall be saved from entering into the wombs of many mothers for repeated birth and death. 03. 27. 02 Kapiladeva to Devahiti. When the soul is under the spell of material nature and false ego, identifying his body as the self, he becomes absorbed in material activities, and by the influence of false ego he thinks that he is the proprietor of everything. 03. 27. 03 Kapiladeva to Devahiti, including in Jian Beng, not in Engel. The conditioned soul therefore transmigrates into different species of life, higher and lower, because of his association with the modes of material nature. Unless he is relieved of material activities, he has to accept this position because of his faulty work. 03. 30. 03 Kapiladeva to Devahiti. The misguided materialist does not know that his very body is impermanent and that the attractions of home, land and wealth, which are in relationship to that body, are also temporary. Out of ignorance only, he thinks that everything is permanent. 03. 09.07 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O my Lord, persons who are bereft of the all-auspicious performance of chanting and hearing about your transcendental activities are certainly unfortunate and are also bereft of good sense. They engage in inauspicious activities, enjoying sense gratification for a very little while. 03. 09. 08 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O great actor, my Lord, all these poor creatures are constantly perplexed by hunger, thirst, severe cold, secretion and bile, attacked by coughing winter, blasting summer, rains and many other disturbing elements, and overwhelmed by strong sex urges and indefatigable anger. I take pity on them, and I am very much aggrieved for them. 03. 09. 10 Brahma to Sri Krishna. Such non-devotees engage their senses in very troublesome and extensive work, and they suffer insomnia at night because their intelligence constantly breaks their sleep with various mental speculations. They are frustrated in all their various plans by supernatural power. Even great sages, if they are against your transcendental topics, must rotate in this material world. 03. 30. 04 Kapiladeva to Devahiti. The living entity, in whatever species of life he appears, finds a particular type of satisfaction in that species, and he is never averse to being situated in such a condition. 04. 29. 29 Narada Muni to King Prasanabharhi. Covered by the mode of ignorance in material nature, the living entity is sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes an eunuch, sometimes a human being, sometimes a demigod, sometimes a bird, an animal, and so on. In this way he is wandering within the material world. His acceptance of different types of bodies is brought about by his activities under the influence of the modes of nature. 03. 30. 05 Kapiladeva to Devahiti. The conditioned living entity is satisfied in his own particular species of life, while deluded by the covering influence of the illusory energy. He feels little inclined to cast off his body, even when in hell, for he takes delight in hellish enjoyment. 03. 30. 07 Kapiladeva to Devayiti. Although he is always burning with anxiety, such a fool always performs all kinds of mischievous activities, with a hope which is never to be fulfilled, in order to maintain his so-called family and society. 03. 30. 06 Kapiladevata Devahati. Such satisfaction with one's standard of living is due to deep-rooted attraction for body, wife, home, children, animals, wealth and friends. In such association, the conditioned soul thinks himself quite perfect. 03. 30. 09 Kapiladevata Devahati. The attached householder remains in his family life, which is full of diplomacy and politics. Always spreading miseries and controlled by acts of sense gratification, he acts just to counteract the reactions of all his miseries, and if he can successfully counteract such miseries, he thinks that he is happy. 03. 30. 11 Kapiladevata Devahiti. When he suffers reverses in his occupation, he tries again and again to improve himself, but when he is baffled in all attempts and is ruined, he accepts money from others because of excessive greed. 03. 30. 14 to 16 Kapiladevata Devahati. The foolish family man does not become averse to family life although he is maintained by those whom he once maintained. Deformed by the influence of old age, he prepares himself to meet ultimate death. 14. Thus he remains at home just like a pet dog and eats whatever is so negligently given to him. Afflicted with many illnesses, such as dyspepsia and loss of appetite, he eats only very small morsels of food, and he becomes an invalid, who cannot work anymore. 15. In that diseased condition, one's eyes bulge due to the pressure of air within, and his glands become congested with mucus. He has difficulty breathing, and upon exhaling and inhaling he produces a sound like gura-gura, a rattling within the throat. 16. 03. 30. 18 Kapiladevata Devahiti. Thus the man, who engaged with uncontrolled senses in maintaining a family, dies in great grief, seeing his relatives crying. He dies most pathetically, in great pain and without consciousness. 03. 31. 44 Kapiladevata Devahiti. In this way the living entity gets a suitable body with a material mind and senses, according to his fruitive activities. When the reaction of his particular activity comes to an end, that end is called death, and when a particular type of reaction begins, that beginning is called birth. 03. 32. 38 Kapiladevata Devahiti. These are varieties of material existence for the living entity according to the work he performs in ignorance or forgetfulness of his real identity. My dear mother, if anyone enters into this forgetfulness, he is unable to understand where his movements will end. 02. 03. 19 Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. Men who are like dogs, hogs, camels and asses praise those men who never listen to the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, the deliverer from evils. 02. 03. 20 Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. One who has not listened to the messages about the prowess and marvelous acts of the personality of Godhead and has not sung or chanted loudly the worthy songs about the Lord is to be considered to possess ear holes like the holes of snakes and a tongue like the tongue of a frog. 02. 03. 21 Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. The upper portion of the body, though crowned with a silk turban, is only a heavy burden if not bowed down before the personality of Godhead who can award mukti, freedom. And the hands, though decorated with glittering bangles, are like those of a dead man if not engaged in the service of the personality of Godhead Hari. 02. 03. 22 Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. The eyes which do not look at the symbolic representations of the personality of Godhead Vishnu vertical bar has forms, name, quality, etc. Vertical bar are like those printed on the plumes of the peacock, and the legs which do not move to the holy places, where the Lord is remembered, are considered to be like tree trunks. 02. 03. 23 Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. The person who has not at any time received the dust of the feet of the Lord's pure devotee upon his head is certainly a dead body. And the person who has never experienced the aroma of the tulasi leaves from the lotus feet of the Lord is also a dead body, although breathing. 02. 03. 24 Sanaka Rsi to Sita Goswami. Certainly that heart is steel framed which, in spite of one's chanting of the holy name of the Lord with concentration, does not change when ecstasy takes place, tears fill the eyes and the hairs stand on end. 01. 17. 38 to 39 Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Sata Goswami said, Maharaja Pariksit, thus being petitioned by the personality of Kali, gave him permission to reside in places where gambling, drinking, prostitution and animal slaughter were performed. 38. The personality of Kali asked for something more, and because of his begging, the king gave him permission to live where there is gold because wherever there is gold there is also falsity, intoxication, lust, envy and enmity. 39. 11. 25. 32 to 33 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. O gentle Uddhava, all these different phases of conditioned life arise from work born of the modes of material nature. The living entity who conquers these modes manifested from the mind, can dedicate himself to me by the process of devotional service and thus attain pure love for me. 2. Therefore, having achieved this human form of life, which allows one to develop full knowledge, those who are intelligent should free themselves from all contamination of the modes of nature and engage exclusively in loving service to me. 33, 11. 12. Just as woven cloth rests on the expansion of lengthwise and crosswise threads, similarly the entire universe is expanded on the lengthwise and crosswise potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is situated within Him. The conditioned soul has been accepting material bodies since time immemorial, and these bodies are like great trees sustaining one's material existence. Just as a tree first blossoms and then produces fruit, similarly the tree of material existence, one's material body, produces the various results of material existence. Check text 11. 12. 22-23 Sri Krishna to Uddhava 21 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Actual meaning of the Vedic literature. This tree of material existence has 2 seeds, hundreds of roots, 3 lower trunks and 5 upper trunks. It produces 5 flavors and has 11 branches and a nest made by 2 birds. The tree is covered by 3 types of bark, gives 2 fruits and extends up to the sun. Those lusty after material enjoyment and dedicated to family life enjoy one of the tree's fruits, and swan-like men in the renounced order of life enjoy the other fruit. One who with the help of the bona fide spiritual masters can understand this tree to be a manifestation of the potency of the one supreme truth appearing in many forms actually knows the meaning of the Vedic literature. 22-23, 11. 12. 24 Sri Krishna to Uddhava with steady intelligence you should develop unalloyed devotional service by careful worship of the spiritual master, and with the sharpened axe of transcendental knowledge you should cut off the subtle material covering of the soul. Upon realizing the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you should then give up that axe of analytic knowledge. 11. 11.05 Sri Krishna to Uddhava thus, my dear Uddhava, in the same material body we find opposing characteristics, such as great happiness and misery. That is because both the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is eternally liberated, as well as the conditioned soul are within the body. I shall now speak to you about their different characteristics. 11. 11. 06 Sri Krishna to Uddhava by chance, 2 birds have made a nest together in the same tree. The 2 birds are friends and are of similar nature. One of them, however, is eating the fruits of the tree, whereas the other, who does not eat the fruits, is in a superior position, due to his potency. 11. 11. 07 Sri Krishna to Uddhava the bird who does not eat the fruits of the tree is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who by his omniscience perfectly understands his own position and that of the conditioned living entity, represented by the eating bird. That living entity, on the other hand, does not understand himself or the Lord. He is covered by ignorance and is thus called eternally conditioned, whereas the Personality of Godhead, being full of perfect knowledge, is eternally liberated. 04. 29. 49 Narada Muni to King Prasanabharhi. My dear king, the entire world is covered with the sharp points of kusa grass, and on the strength of this you have become proud because you have killed various types of animals in sacrifices. Because of your foolishness, you do not know that devotional service is the only way one can please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You cannot understand this fact. Your only activities should be those that can please the Personality of Godhead. Our education should be such that we can become elevated to Krishna consciousness. 03. 09. 06 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O my Lord, the people of the world are embarrassed by all material anxieties, they are always afraid. They always try to protect wealth, body and friends, they are filled with lamentation and unlawful desires and paraphernalia, and they avariciously base their undertakings on the perishable conceptions of my and mine. As long as they do not take shelter of your safe lotus feet, they are full of such anxieties. 04. 09. 09 Dhruva Maharaja to Prasnagarbha. Persons who worship you simply for sense gratification of this bag of skin are certainly influenced by your illusory energy. In spite of having you, who are like a desire tree and are the cause of liberation from birth and death, foolish persons, such as me, desire benedictions from you for sense gratification, which is available even for those who live in hellish conditions. 04. 09. 07 Dhruva Maharaja to Prasnagarbha. My Lord, you are the Supreme One, but by your different energies you appear differently in the spiritual and material worlds. You create the total energy of the material world by your external potency, and after creation you enter within the material world as the Supersoul. You are the Supreme Person, and through the temporary modes of material nature you create varieties of manifestation, just as fire, entering into wood of different shapes, burns brilliantly in different varieties. 04. 09. 06 Dhruva Maharaja to Prasnagarbha. Dhruva Maharaja said, "My dear Lord, you are all-powerful. After entering within me, you have enlivened all my sleeping senses, my hands, legs, ears, touch, sensation, life force and especially my power of speech. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you." 06. 04. 33 Prajapati Daksita Sri Vishnu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is inconceivably opulent, who is devoid of all material names, forms and pastimes, and who is all-pervading, is especially merciful to the devotees who worship his lotus feet. Thus he exhibits transcendental forms and names with his different pastimes. May that Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, be merciful to me. Chapter 9 Characteristics of the Fortunate Soul. Bhagavad Lake Sonam 10. 14. 28 Brahma to Sri Krishna. O unlimited Lord, the saintly devotees seek you out within their own bodies by rejecting everything separate from you. Indeed, how can discriminating persons appreciate the real nature of a rope lying before them until they refute the illusion that it is a snake? 03. 31. 47 Kapila Deva to Devahati, listed in G.N. Beng, not including an Engel, but therefore, one should not view death with horror, nor have recourse to defining the body as soul, nor give way to exaggeration in enjoying the bodily necessities of life. Realizing the true nature of the living entity, one should move about in the world free from attachment and steadfast in purpose. 04. 24. 29 Shiva to Prasatas 46 is including but makes less sense in context. A person who executes his occupational duty properly for 100 births becomes qualified to occupy the post of Brahma, and if he becomes more qualified, he can approach Lord Shiva. A person who is directly surrendered to Lord Krishna, or Vishnu, in unalloyed devotional service is immediately promoted to the spiritual planets. Lord Shiva and other demigods attain these planets after the destruction of this material world. 03. 25. 41 Kapila Deva to Devahiti. The terrible fear of birth and death can never be forsaken by anyone who resorts to any shelter other than myself, for I am the Almighty Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original source of all creation, and also the Supreme Soul of all souls. 11. 11. 12 to 17 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Although the sky, or space, is the resting place of everything, the sky does not mix with anything, nor is it entangled. Similarly, the sun is not at all attached to the water in which it is reflected within innumerable reservoirs, and the mighty wind blowing everywhere is not affected by the innumerable aromas and atmospheres through which it passes. In the same way, a self-realized soul is completely detached from the material body and the material world around it. He is like a person who has awakened and arisen from a dream. With expert vision, sharpened by detachment, the self-realized soul cuts all doubts to pieces through knowledge of the self and completely withdraws his consciousness from the expansion of material variety. 12 to 13. A person is considered to be completely liberated from the gross and subtle material bodies when all the functions of his vital energy, senses, mind and intelligence are performed without material desire. Such a person, although situated within the body, is not entangled. 14. Sometimes for no apparent reason one's body is attacked by cruel people or violent animals. At other times and in other places, one will suddenly be offered great respect or worship. One who does not become angry when attacked nor satisfied when worshipped is actually intelligent. 15. A saintly sage sees with equal vision and therefore is not affected by that which is materially good or bad. Indeed, although he observes others performing good and bad work and speaking properly and improperly, the sage does not praise or criticize anyone. 16. For the purpose of maintaining his body, a liberated sage should not act, speak or contemplate in terms of material good or bad. Rather, he should be detached in all circumstances, and taking pleasure in self-realization he should wander about engaged in his liberated lifestyle, appearing like a retarded person to outsiders. 7. 03. 07. 17 to 20 Vidura to Maitreya Rsi. Both the lowest of fools and he who is transcendental to all intelligence enjoy happiness, whereas persons between them suffer the material pangs. 17. But, my dear sir, am obliged to you because now I can understand that this material manifestation is without substance, although it appears real. I am confident that by serving your feet it will be possible for me to give up the false idea. 18. By serving the feet of the spiritual master, one is enabled to develop transcendental ecstasy in the service of the personality of Godhead, who is the unchangeable enemy of the Madhu demon and whose service vanquishes one's material distresses. 19. Persons whose austerity is meager can hardly obtain the service of the pure devotees who are progressing on the path back to the kingdom of Godhead, the Vaikunthas. Pure devotees engage 100% in glorifying the Supreme Lord, who is the Lord of the demigods and the controller of all living entities. 20. 03. 25. 38 Kapila Devata Devahati. My dear mother, devotees who receive such transcendental opulences are never bereft of them, neither weapons nor the change of time can destroy such opulences. Because the devotees accept me as their friend, their relative, their son, preceptor, benefactor and supreme deity, they cannot be deprived of their possessions at any time. 03. 28. 42 Kapila Devata Devahati. A yogi should see the same soul in all manifestations, for all that exists is a manifestation of different energies of the Supreme. In this way the devotee should see all living entities without distinction. That is realization of the Supreme Soul. 03. 28. 44 Kapila Devata Devahiti. Thus the yogi can be in the self-realized position after conquering the insurmountable spell of Maya, who presents herself as both the cause and effect of this material manifestation and is therefore very difficult to understand. 03. 25. 27 Kapila Devata Devahiti. Thus by not engaging in the service of the modes of material nature but developing Krishna consciousness, knowledge and renunciation, and by practicing yoga, in which the mind is always fixed in devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one achieves my association in this very life, for I am the Supreme Personality, the Absolute Truth. 11. 11. 08 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. One who is enlightened in self-realization, although living within the material body, sees himself as transcendental to the body, just as one who has arisen from a dream gives up identification with the dream body. A foolish person, however, although not identical with his material body but transcendental to it, thinks himself to be situated in the body, just as one who is dreaming sees himself as situated in an imaginary body. 11. 11. 09 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. An enlightened person who is free from the contamination of material desire does not consider himself to be the performer of bodily activities, rather, he knows that in all such activities it is only the senses, born of the modes of nature, that are contacting sense objects born of the same modes of nature. 11. 11. 11 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. An enlightened person fixed in detachment engages his body in lying down, sitting, walking, bathing, seeing, touching, smelling, eating, hearing and so on, but is never entangled by such activities. Indeed, remaining as a witness to all bodily functions, he merely engages his bodily senses with their objects and does not become entangled like an unintelligent person. 02. 02. 33-34 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. For those who are wandering in the material universe, there is no more auspicious means of deliverance than what is aimed at in the direct devotional service of Lord Krishna. 33. The great personality Brahma, with great attention and concentration of the mind, studied the Vedas 3 times, and after scrutinizingly examining them, he ascertained that attraction for the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna is the highest perfection of religion. 34. 02. 02. 37 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Those who drink through oral reception, fully filled with the nectarian message of Lord Krishna, the beloved of the devotees, purify the polluted aim of life known as material enjoyment and thus go back to Godhead, to the lotus feet of Him, the personality of Godhead. 10. 87. 33 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. The mind is like an impetuous horse that even persons who have regulated their senses and breath cannot control. Those in this world who try to tame the uncontrolled mind, but who abandon the feet of their spiritual master, encounter hundreds of obstacles in their cultivation of various distressful practices. O unborn Lord, they are like merchants on a boat in the ocean who have failed to employ a helmsman. 03. 25. 33 Kapila Devata Devahati Bhakti. Devotional service dissolves the subtle body of the living entity without separate effort, just as fire in the stomach digests all that we eat. 03. 25. 44 Kapila Devata Devahiti. Therefore persons whose minds are fixed on the Lord engage in the intensive practice of devotional service. That is the only means for attainment of the final perfection of life. 01. 02. 23-29 Sita Goswami to Sanaka RSI. The transcendental personality of Godhead is indirectly associated with the 3 modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness and ignorance, and just for the material world's creation, maintenance and destruction he accepts the 3 qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Of these 3, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of the quality of goodness. 23. Firewood is a transformation of earth, but smoke is better than raw wood. And fire is still better, for by fire we can derive the benefits of superior knowledge, through Vedic sacrifices. Similarly, passion, rajas, is better than ignorance, tamas, but goodness, sattva, is best because by goodness one can come to realize the absolute truth. 24. Previously all the great sages rendered service unto the personality of Godhead due to his existence above the three modes of material nature. They worshipped him to become free from material conditions and thus derive the ultimate benefit. Whoever follows such great authorities is also eligible for liberation from the material world. 25. Those who are serious about liberation are certainly non-envious, and they respect all. Yet they reject the horrible and ghastly forms of the demigods and worship only the all-blissful forms of Lord Vishnu and his plenary portions. 26. Those who are in the modes of passion and ignorance worship the forefathers, other living beings and the demigods who are in charge of cosmic activities, for they are urged by a desire to be materially benefited with women, wealth, power and progeny. 27. In the revealed scriptures, the ultimate object of knowledge is Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. The purpose of performing sacrifices to please him. Yoga is for realizing him. All fruitive activities are ultimately rewarded by him only. 28. He is the supreme knowledge, and all severe austerities are performed to know him. Religion, dharma, is rendering loving service unto him. He is the supreme goal of life. 29. 04. 24. 28 Shivata Prasadhas. Any person who is surrendered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the controller of everything, material nature as well as the living entity, is actually very dear to me. 10. 16. 43-44 Nagapatnas. To Sri Krishna we offer our obeisances unto you, the unlimited Supreme Lord, the supremely subtle one, the omniscient personality of Godhead, who are always fixed in unchanging transcendence, who sanction the opposing views of different philosophies, who are the power upholding expressed ideas and the words that express them. 43. We offer our obeisances again and again to you, who are the basis of all authoritative evidence, who are the author and ultimate source of the revealed scriptures, and who have manifested yourself in those Vedic literatures encouraging sense gratification as well as in those encouraging renunciation of the material world. 44. Chapter 10 Characteristics of the Inconceivable Oneness and Difference Sakantai of Debhadalake Sanamo 3. 04. 13 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. O Uddhava, in the lotus millennium in the days of yore, at the beginning of the creation, spoke unto Brahma, who is situated on the lotus that grows out of my navel, about my transcendental glories, which the great sages describe as Srimad Bhagavatam. 02. 09. 31-35 Sri Krishna to Brahma. The personality of Godhead said, knowledge about me as described in the scriptures is very confidential, and it has to be realized in conjunction with devotional service. The necessary paraphernalia for that process is being explained by me. You may take it up carefully. 31. All of me, namely my actual eternal form and my transcendental existence, color, qualities and activities, let all be awakened within you by factual realization, out of my causeless mercy. 32. Brahma, it is I, the personality of Godhead, who was existing before the creation, when there was nothing but myself. Nor was there the material nature, the cause of this creation. That which you see now is also I, the personality of Godhead, and after annihilation what remains will also be I, the personality of Godhead. 33. O Brahma, whatever appears to be of any value, if it is without relation to me, has no reality. Know it is my illusory energy, that reflection which appears to be in darkness. 34. O Brahma, please know that the universal elements enter into the cosmos and at the same time do not enter into the cosmos. Similarly, I myself also exist within everything created, and at the same time I am outside of everything. 35. 2. 9. 36. Gmbang includes a person who is searching after the supreme absolute truth, the personality of Godhead, most certainly search for it up to this, in all circumstances, in all space and time, and both directly and indirectly. 02. 05. 22-29 After the incarnation of the first Purusa, Karanarnavashayi Vishnu, the Mahatattva, or the principles of material creation, take place, and then time is manifested, and in course of time the three qualities appear. Nature means the three qualitative appearances. They transform into activities. 22. Material activities are caused by the Mahatattvas being agitated. At first there is transformation of the modes of goodness and passion, and later, due to the mode of ignorance, matter, its knowledge, and different activities of material knowledge come into play. 23. The self-centered materialistic ego, thus being transformed into three features, becomes known as the modes of goodness, passion and ignorance in three divisions, namely the powers that evolve matter, knowledge of material creations, and the intelligence that guides such materialistic activities. Narada, you are quite competent to understand this. 24. From the darkness of false ego, the first of the five elements, namely the sky, is generated. Its subtle form is the quality of sound, exactly as the seer is in relationship with the seen. 25. Because the sky is transformed, the air is generated with the quality of touch, and by previous succession the air is also full of sound and the basic principles of duration of life, sense perception, mental power and bodily strength. When the air is transformed in course of time and nature's course, fire is generated, taking shape with the sense of touch and sound. Since fire is also transformed, there is a manifestation of water, full of juice and taste. As previously, it also has form and touch and is also full of sound. And water, being transformed from all variegatedness on earth, appears odorous and, as previously, becomes qualitatively full of juice, touch, sound and form respectively. 03. 10. 11-12, March 10, 2011. Including in Engel, not in Beng, Maitreya said, eternal time is the primeval source of the interactions of the three modes of material nature. It is unchangeable and limitless, and it works as the instrument of the Supreme Personality of Godhead for his pastimes in the material creation. 11. This cosmic manifestation is separated from the Supreme Lord as material energy by means of Kala, which is the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Lord. It is situated as the objective manifestation of the Lord under the influence of the same material energy of Vishnu. 12. 11. 19. 14-16. I personally approve of that knowledge by which one sees the combination of 9, 11, 5 and 3 elements in all living entities, and ultimately one element within those 28. 14. When one no longer sees the 28 separated material elements, which arise from a single cause, but rather sees the cause itself, the personality of Godhead, at that time one's direct experience is called vipana, or self-realization. 15. Commencement, termination and maintenance are the stages of material causation. That which consistently accompanies all these material phases from one creation to another and remains alone when all material phases are annihilated is the one eternal. 16. 11. 19. 18. An intelligent person should see that any material activity is subject to constant transformation and that even on the planet of Lord Brahma there is thus simply unhappiness. Indeed, a wise man can understand that just as all that he has seen is temporary, similarly, all things within the universe have a beginning and an end. 11. 10. 08-09. Just as fire, which burns and illuminates, is different from firewood, which is to be burned to give illumination, similarly the seer within the body, the self-enlightened spirit soul, is different from the material body, which is to be illuminated by consciousness. Thus the spirit soul and the body possess different characteristics and are separate entities. 8. Just as fire may appear differently as dormant, manifest, weak, brilliant and so on, according to the condition of the fuel, similarly, the spirit soul enters a material body and accepts particular bodily characteristics. 9, 11, 22, 52, made to wander because of his fruit of work, the conditioned soul, by contact with the mode of goodness, takes birth among the sages or demigods. By contact with the mode of passion he becomes a demon or human being, and by association with the mode of ignorance he takes birth as a ghost or in the animal kingdom. 11, 22, 53. Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Just as one may imitate persons whom one sees dancing and singing, similarly the soul, although never the doer of material activities, becomes captivated by material intelligence and is thus forced to imitate its qualities. 11, 22, 54-55. The soul's material life, his experience of sense gratification, is actually false. O descendant of Dasarha, just like trees' appearance of quivering when the trees are reflected in agitated water, or like the earth's appearance of spinning due to one spinning his eyes around, or like the world of a fantasy or dream. 54-55, 11, 22, 56. Sri Krishna to Uddhava. For one who is meditating on sense gratification, material life, although lacking factual existence, does not go away, just as the unpleasant experiences of a dream do not. 08, 01, 09, 10, 12. Svayambhuva Manu. By himself Lord Manu said, the Supreme Living Being has created this material world of animation. It is not that he was created by this material world. When everything is silent, the Supreme Being stays awake as a witness. The living entity does not know him, but he knows everything. 9. Within this universe, the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his supersoul feature is present everywhere, wherever there are animate or inanimate beings. Therefore, One should accept only that which is allotted to him, one should not desire to infringe upon the property of others. 10. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has no beginning, no end and no middle. Nor does he belong to a particular person or nation. He has no inside or outside. The dualities found within this material world, such as beginning and end, mine and theirs, are all absent from the personality of the Supreme Lord. The universe, which emanates from him, is another feature of the Lord. Therefore the Supreme Lord is the ultimate truth, and he is complete in greatness. 12. 08. 03. 03 Gajendra Sri Vishnu. The Supreme Godhead is the supreme platform on which everything rests, the ingredient by which everything has been produced, and the person who has created and is the only cause of this cosmic manifestation. Nonetheless, he is different from the cause and the result. I surrender unto him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is self-sufficient in everything. 08. 03. 09 Gajendra Sri Vishnu. He has immense potency, and in various forms, all free from material contamination, he acts wonderfully. He is therefore the Supreme Brahman. Offer my respects to him. 10. 85. 04 Vasudeva Krishna and Balarama. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who manifest as the Lord of both nature and the Creator of nature, Mahavishnu. Everything that comes into existence, however and whenever it does so, is created within you, by you, from you, for you and in relation to you. 10. 87. 30 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. If the countless living entities were all pervading and possessed forms that never changed, you could not possibly be their absolute ruler, O immutable one. But since they are your localized expansions and their forms are subject to change, you do control them. Indeed, that which supplies the ingredients for the generation of something is necessarily its controller, because a product never exists apart from its ingredient cause. It is simply illusion for someone to think that he knows the Supreme Lord, who is equally present in each of his expansions, since whatever knowledge one gains by material means must be imperfect. 10. 87. 31 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. Neither material nature nor the soul who tries to enjoy her are ever born, yet living bodies come into being when these two combine, just as bubbles form where water meets the air. And just as rivers merge into the ocean or the nectar from many different flowers blends into honey, so all these conditioned beings eventually merge back into you, the Supreme, along with their various names and qualities. 10. 40. 10 Akrura to Sri Krishna. As rivers born from the mountains and filled by the rain flow from all sides into the sea, so do all these paths in the end reach you, O Master. 11. 24. 18 In Engel, not in Beng. A material object, itself composed of an essential ingredient, creates another material object through transformation. Thus one created object becomes the cause and basis of another created object. A particular thing may thus be called real in that it possesses the basic nature of another object that constitutes its origin and final state. Chapter 11 Analysis of the process of Bhagavati 11. 09. 29 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. After many births and deaths one achieves the rare human form of life which, although temporary, affords one the opportunity to attain the highest perfection. Thus, a sober human being should immediately endeavor for the ultimate perfection of life and not fall down into the cycle or repeated birth and death. After all, sense gratification is available even in the most abominable species of life, whereas Krishna consciousness is only possible for a human being. 11. 20. 06 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Uddhava, because I desire that human beings may achieve perfection, have presented three paths of advancement, the path of knowledge, the path of work and the path of devotion. Beside these three there is absolutely no other means of elevation. 11. 05. 02 Kamasa Rsi to Maharaja Nemi. Sri Kamasa said, each of the four social orders, headed by the Brahmanas, was born through different combinations of the modes of nature, from the face, arms, thighs and feet of the Supreme Lord in his universal form. Thus the four spiritual orders were also generated. 11. 05. 03 Kamasa Rsi to Maharaja Nemi. If any of the members of the four Varnas and four Asramas fail to worship or intentionally disrespect the personality of Godhead, who is the source of their own creation, they will fall down from their position into a hellish state of life. 11. 10. 23 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. If on earth one performs sacrifices for the satisfaction of the demigods, he goes to the heavenly planets where, just like a demigod, he enjoys all of the heavenly pleasures he has earned by his performances. 11. 10. 26 to 27 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Until his pious results are used up, the performer of sacrifice enjoys life in the heavenly planets. When the pious results are exhausted, However, he falls down from the pleasure gardens of heaven, being moved against his desire by the force of eternal time. 26. If a human being is engaged in sinful, irreligious activities, either because of bad association or because of his failure to control his senses, then such a person will certainly develop a personality full of material desires. He thus becomes miserly toward others, greedy and always anxious to exploit the bodies of women. 27, 11, 10, 29-31 Sri Krishna to Uddhava in such a degraded body, he unfortunately continues to perform inauspicious activities that greatly increase his future unhappiness, and therefore he again accepts a similar body. What possible happiness can there be for one who engages in activities inevitably terminating in death? 29. In all planetary systems from the heavenly to the hellish, and for all of the great demigods who live for 1,000 yuga cycles, there is fear of me in my form of time. Even Brahma, who possesses the supreme lifespan of 311,040,000,000,000 years, is also afraid of me. 30. The material senses create material activities, either pious or sinful, and the modes of nature set the senses into motion. The living entity, being fully engaged by the material senses and modes of nature, experiences the various results of fruit of work. 31, 11, 10, 32-33 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. As long as the living entity thinks that the modes of nature have separate existences, he will be obliged to take birth in many different forms and will experience varieties of material existence. Therefore, the living entity remains completely dependent on fruitive activities under the modes of nature. 32. The conditioned soul who remains dependent on fruitive activities under the material modes of nature will continue to fear me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, since, impose the results of one's fruitive activities. Those who accept the material concept of life, taking the variegatedness of the modes of nature to be factual, devote themselves to material enjoyment and are therefore always absorbed in lamentation and grief. 33, 11, 29. 01-2 Uddhava Krishna Sri Uddhava said, My dear Lord A.C. I fear that the method of yoga described by you is very difficult for one who cannot control his mind. Therefore please explain to me in simple terms how someone can more easily execute it. 1. O lotus-eyed Lord, generally those yogis who try to steady the mind experience frustration because of their inability to perfect the state of trance. Thus they weary in their attempt to bring the mind under control. 2. 11, 15. 33 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Learned experts in devotional service state that the mystic perfections of yoga that I have mentioned are actually impediments and are a waste of time for one who is practicing the supreme yoga, by which one achieves all perfection in life directly from me. 11, 24. 14 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. By mystic yoga, great austerities and the renounced order of life, the pure destinations of Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka and Satyaloka are attained. But by devotional yoga, one achieves my transcendental abode. 04. 22. 39 Sanat Kumar to Maharaja Pritha. The devotees, who are always engaged in the service of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord, can very easily overcome hard-knotted desires for fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, the jnanis and yogis, although trying to stop the waves of sense gratification, cannot do so. Therefore you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. 03. 23. 56 Kapila Devata Devahiti. Anyone whose work is not meant to elevate him to religious life, anyone whose religious ritualistic performances do not raise him to renunciation, and anyone situated in renunciation that does not lead him to devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, must be considered as dead, although breathing. 01. 18. 12 Sages to Sita Goswami. We have just begun the performance of this fruitive activity, a sacrificial fire, without certainty of its result due to the many imperfections in our action. Our bodies have become black from the smoke, but we are factually pleased by the nectar of the lotus feet of the Personality of Godhead, Govinda, which you are distributing. 02. 03. 02-8 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. One who desires to be absorbed in the impersonal Brahmajyoti effulgence should worship the master of the Vedas, Lord Brahma or Brihaspati, the learned priest. One who desires powerful sex should worship the heavenly king, Indra, and one who desires good progeny should worship the great progenitors called Prajapatis. One who desires good fortune should worship Durga Devi, the superintendent of the material world. One desiring to be very powerful should worship fire, and one who aspires only after money should worship the Visas. One should worship the Rudra incarnations of Lord Shiva if he wants to be a great hero. One who wants a large stock of grain should worship a deity. One who desires to attain the heavenly planets should worship the sons of a deity. One who desires a worldly kingdom should worship Visvadeva, and one who wants to be popular with the general mass of population should worship the Saja demigod. One who desires a long span of life should worship the demigods known as the Avini Kumaras, and a person desiring a strongly built body should worship the earth. One who desires stability in his post should worship the horizon and the earth combined. One who desires to be beautiful should worship the beautiful residents of the Gandharva planet, and one who desires a good wife should worship the Asparas and the Urvasi society girls of the heavenly kingdom. One who desires domination over others should worship Lord Brahma, the head of the universe. One who desires tangible fame should worship the personality of Godhead, and one who desires a good bank balance should worship the demigod Varuna. If one desires to be a greatly learned man he should worship Lord Shiva, and if one desires a good marital relation he should worship the chaste goddess Uma, the wife of Lord Shiva. 2-7, one should worship Lord Vishnu or his devotee for spiritual advancement in knowledge, and for protection of heredity and advancement of a dynasty one should worship the various demigods. 8, 02, 03, 09-11 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. One who desires domination over a kingdom or an empire should worship the Manas. One who desires victory over an enemy should worship the demons, and one who desires sense gratification should worship the moon. But one who desires nothing of material enjoyment should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 9. A person who has broader intelligence, whether he be full of all material desire, without any material desire, or desiring liberation, must by all means worship the Supreme Whole, the Personality of Godhead. 10. All the different kinds of worshippers of multi-demigods can attain the highest perfectional benediction, which is spontaneous attraction unflinchingly fixed upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by the association of the pure devotee of the Lord. 11. 14. 20 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My dear Uddhava, the unalloyed devotional service rendered to me by my devotees brings me under their control. I cannot be thus controlled by those engaged in mystic yoga, Sankhya philosophy, pious work, Vedic study, austerity or renunciation. 12. 03. 48-49 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. By one's engaging in the processes of demigod worship, austerities, breath control, compassion, bathing in holy places, strict vows, charity and chanting of various mantras, one's mind cannot attain the same absolute purification as that achieved when the unlimited personality of Godhead appears within one's heart. 48. Therefore, O King, endeavor with all your might to fix the Supreme Lord Kesava within your heart. Maintain this concentration upon the Lord, and at the time of death you will certainly attain the supreme destination. 49, 10. 14. 03-4 Brahma to Sri Krishna. Those who, even while remaining situated in their established social positions, throw away the process of speculative knowledge and with their body, words and mind offer all respects to descriptions of your personality and activities, dedicating their lives to these narrations, which are vibrated by you personally and by your pure devotees, certainly conquer your lordship, although you are otherwise unconquerable by anyone within the three worlds. 3. My dear Lord, devotional service unto you is the best path for self-realization. If someone gives up that path and engages in the cultivation of speculative knowledge, he will simply undergo a troublesome process and will not achieve his desired result. As a person who beats an empty husk of wheat cannot get grain, one who simply speculates cannot achieve self-realization. His only gain is trouble. 4, 03, 25, 44 Kapiladeva to Devahiti. Therefore persons whose minds are fixed on the Lord engage in the intensive practice of devotional service. That is the only means for attainment of the final perfection of life. 01, 02, 06-10, 12-13 Sita Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. The supreme occupation, Dharma, for all humanity is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the Transcendental Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. 6. By rendering service unto the Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. 7. The occupational duties a man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the Personality of Godhead. 8. All occupational engagements are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, according to the sages, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. 9. Life's desire should never be directed toward sense gratification. One should desire only a healthy life, or self-preservation, since a human being is meant for inquiry about the absolute truth. Nothing else should be the goal of one's work. 10. The seriously inquisitive student or sage, well equipped with knowledge and detachment, realizes that absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from the Vedanta Shruti. 12. Are best among the twice born. It is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste divisions and orders of life is to please the personality of Godhead. 13.03. 25. 32-33 Kapila Devata Devahuti. Lord Kapila said, "The senses are symbolic representations of the demigods, and their natural inclination is to work under the direction of the Vedic injunctions. As the senses are representatives of the demigods, so the mind is the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The mind's natural duty is to serve. When that service spirit is engaged in the devotional service to the Personality of Godhead, without any motive, that is far better even than salvation." 32. Bhakti, devotional service, dissolves the subtle body of the living entity without separate effort, just as fire in the stomach digests all we eat. 33.03. 29. 11-12 Kapila Devata Devahuti. The manifestation of unadulterated devotional service is exhibited when one's mind is at once attracted to hearing the transcendental name and qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is residing in everyone's heart. Just as the water of the Ganges flows naturally down to the ocean, such devotional ecstasy, uninterrupted by any material condition, flows towards the Supreme Lord. 11/12, 02. 03. 12,17 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Transcendental knowledge in relation with the Supreme Lord Hari is knowledge resulting in the complete suspension of the waves and whirlpools of the material modes. Such knowledge is self-satisfying due to its being free from material attachment, and being transcendental it is approved by authorities. Who could fail to be attracted? 12. Both by rising and by setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone, except one who utilizes the time by discussing topics of the all-good personality of Godhead. 17.02. 08. 04-5 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. Persons who hear Srimad Bhagavatam regularly and are always taking the matter very seriously will have the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna manifested in their hearts within a short time. 4. The sound incarnation of Lord Krishna, the Supreme Soul, i.e. Srimad Bhagavatam, enters into the heart of a self-realized devotee, sits on the lotus flower of his loving relationship, and thus cleanses the dust of material association, such as lust, anger and hankering. Thus it acts like autumnal rains upon pools of muddy water. 5.02. 01. 13 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The saintly King Katvenga, after being informed that the duration of his life would be only a moment more, at once freed himself from all material activities and took shelter of the supreme safety, the personality of Godhead. 02. 01. 12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. What is the value of a prolonged life which is wasted, inexperienced by years in this world? Better a moment full of consciousness, because that gives one a start in searching after his supreme interest. 02. 01. 02-6 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Those persons who are materially engrossed, being blind to the knowledge of ultimate truth, have many subject matters for hearing in human society, O Emperor. 2. The lifetime of such an envious householder is passed at night either in sleeping or in sex indulgence, and in the daytime either in making money or maintaining family members. 3. Persons devoid of Atma Tattva do not inquire into the problems of life, being too attached to the fallible soldiers like the body, children and wife. Although sufficiently experienced, they still do not see their inevitable destruction. 4. O descendant of King Birda, one who desires to be free from all miseries must hear about, glorify and also remember the personality of Godhead, who is the Supersoul, the controller and the savior from all miseries. 5. The highest perfection of human life, achieved either by complete knowledge of matter and spirit, by practice of mystic powers, or by perfect discharge of occupational duty, is to remember the personality of Godhead at the end of life. 6. 02. 01. 07 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King Pariksit, mainly the topmost transcendentalists, who are above the regulative principles and restrictions, take pleasure in describing the glories of the Lord. 02. 01. 11 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King, constant chanting of the holy name of the Lord after the ways of the great authorities is the doubtless and fearless way of success for all, including those who are free from all material desires, those who are desirous of all material enjoyment, and also those who are self-satisfied by dint of transcendental knowledge. 11. 20. 07-9 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Among these three paths, Jnana Yoga, The path of philosophical speculation is recommended for those who are disgusted with material life and are thus detached from ordinary, fruitive activities. Those who are not disgusted with material life, having many desires yet to fulfill, should seek perfection through the path of karma yoga. 7. If somehow or other by good fortune one develops faith in hearing and chanting my glories, such a person, being neither very disgusted with nor attached to material life, should achieve perfection through the path of loving devotion to me. 8. As long as one is not satiated by fruitive activity and has not awakened his taste for devotional service by Sravanam Kirtanam Vishnu, one has to act according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. 9, 11, 20. 11 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, one who is situated in his prescribed duty, free from sinful activities and cleansed of material contamination, in this very life obtains transcendental knowledge or, by fortune, devotional service unto me. 11, 21. 02 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, steadiness in one's own position is declared to be actual piety, whereas deviation from one's position is considered impiety. In this way the two are definitely ascertained. 11. 03.30 Prabhupada Maharaja Nimi, one should learn how to associate with the devotees of the Lord by gathering with them to chant the glories of the Lord. This process is most purifying. As devotees thus develop their loving friendship, they feel mutual happiness and satisfaction. And by thus encouraging one another they are able to give up material sense gratification, which is the cause of all suffering. 11. 03.31 Prabhupada Maharaja Nimi, the devotees of the Lord constantly discuss the glories of the personality of Godhead among themselves. Thus they constantly remember the Lord and remind one another of his qualities and pastimes. In this way, by their devotion to the principles of Bhakti Yoga, the devotees please the personality of Godhead, who takes away from them everything inauspicious. Being purified of all impediments, the devotees awaken to pure love of Godhead, and thus, even within this world, their spiritual bodies exhibit symptoms of transcendental ecstasy, such as standing of the bodily hairs on end. Devotional service in practice sadhana bhakti November 23, 1949 Avanti Brahmana chanting. Persons who identify with this body, which is simply the product of the material mind, are blinded in their intelligence, thinking in terms of I and mine. Because of their illusion of this is I, but that is someone else, they wander in endless darkness. 11. 22. 37 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, Lord Krishna said, the material mind of men is shaped by the reactions of fruitive work. Along with the five senses, it travels from one material body to another. The spirit soul, although different from this mind, follows it. 11. 23. 60 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, my dear Uddhava, fixing your intelligence in me, you should thus completely control the mind. This is the essence of the science of yoga. 11. 22. 58-59 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, even though neglected, insulted, ridiculed or envied by bad men, or even though repeatedly agitated by being beaten, tied up or deprived of one's occupation, spat upon or polluted with urine by ignorant people, one who desires the highest goal in life should in spite of all these difficulties use his intelligence to keep himself safe on the spiritual platform. 58-59, 07, 01. 31 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira, my dear King Yudhishthira, the Gopas by their lofty desires, Katansa by his fear, Sisapala and other kings by envy, the Yadus by their familial relationship with Krishna, you Pandavas by your great affection for Krishna, and we, the general devotees, by our devotional service, have obtained the mercy of Krishna. Listed in Bang both here and at end of this CHPT, in English only at end. 11. 27. 07 Sri Krishna to Uddhava, one should carefully worship me by selecting one of the three methods by which I receive sacrifice, Vedic, Tantric or mixed. 11. 03. 47 Avarotra to Maharaja Nimi, one who is desirous of very quickly cutting the knot of false ego that binds the spirit soul should worship the Supreme Lord, Kesava, by the regulations found in Vedic literatures such as the Tantras. 07. 05. 23-24 Prahlada Maharaja to Hiranyakasipu. Prahlada Maharaja said, hearing and chanting about the transcendental holy name, form, qualities, paraphernalia and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, offering the Lord respectful worship with 16 types of paraphernalia, offering prayers to the Lord, becoming his servant, considering the Lord one's best friend, and surrendering everything unto him, in other words, serving him with the body, mind and words, these 9 processes are accepted as pure devotional service. One who has dedicated his life to the service of Krishna through these 9 methods should be understood to be the most learned person, for he has acquired complete knowledge. 11. 20. 17 Sri Krishna to of the human body, which can award all benefit in life, is automatically obtained by the laws of nature, although it is a very rare achievement. This human body can be compared to a perfectly constructed boat having the spiritual master as the captain and the instructions of the personality of Godhead as favorable winds impelling it on its course. Considering all these advantages, a human being who does not utilize his human life to cross the ocean of material existence should be considered the killer of his own soul. 11.03. 21-22 Prabhupada Maharajanimi. Therefore any person who seriously desires real happiness must seek a bona fide spiritual master and take shelter of him by initiation. The qualification of the bona fide guru is that he has realized the conclusions of the scriptures by deliberation and is able to convince others of these conclusions. Such great personalities, who have taken shelter of the Supreme Godhead, leaving aside all material considerations, should be understood to be bona fide spiritual masters. 21. Accepting the bona fide spiritual master as one's life and soul and worshipable deity, the disciple should learn from him the process of pure devotional service. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, the soul of all souls, is inclined to give himself to his pure devotees. Therefore, the disciple should learn from the spiritual master to serve the Lord without duplicity and in such a faithful and favorable way that the Supreme Lord, being satisfied, will offer himself to the faithful disciple. 22.11.07. 32-35 Avadhuta Brahmana to Maharaja Yadu. The Brahmana said, "My dear king, with my intelligence I have taken shelter of many spiritual masters. Having gained transcendental understanding from them, I now wonder about the earth in a liberated condition. Please listen as I describe them to you." 32. O king, I have taken shelter of 24 gurus, who are the following: the earth, air, sky, water, fire, moon, sun, pigeon and python, the sea, moth, honeybee, elephant and honey thief, the deer, the fish, the prostitute Pingala, the koar bird and the child, and the young girl, arrow maker, serpent, spider and wasp. My dear king, by studying their activities I have learned the science of the self. 33-35, 11. 29. O 6 Siddhavata Sri Krishna. O my Lord! Transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma, for you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Supersoul, to deliver the embodied living being by directing him how to come to you. 12.04. 40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. For a person who is suffering in the fire of countless miseries and who desires to cross the insurmountable ocean of material existence, there is no suitable boat except that of cultivating devotion to the transcendental taste for the narrations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's pastimes. 11.06. 47-48 Uddhavata Sri Krishna. Naked sages who seriously endeavor in spiritual practice, who have raised their samam upward, who are peaceful and sinless members of the renounced order, attain the spiritual abode called Braham. 47. O greatest of mystics, although we are conditioned souls wandering on the path of fruit of work, we will certainly cross beyond the darkness of this material world simply by hearing about your lordship and the association of your devotees. 48. O 3. O 3.12 Nabdis priests pray to Sri Vishnu. Dear Lord, we may not be able to remember your name, form and qualities due to stumbling, hunger, falling down, yawning or being in a miserable diseased condition at the time of death when there is a high fever. We therefore pray unto you, O Lord, for you are very affectionate to your devotees. Please help us remember you and utter your holy names, attributes and activities, which can dispel all the reactions of our sinful lives. In Engel, May 3, 2011 instead 08. 03. 20 Gajendra to Sri Vishnu. Unalloyed devotees, who have no desire other than to serve the Lord, worship him in full surrender and always hear and chant about his activities, which are most wonderful and auspicious. Thus they merge always in an ocean of transcendental bliss. Such devotees never ask the Lord for any benediction. 06. 03.32 Yamaraja to the Yamadutas. One who constantly hears and chants the holy name of the Lord and hears and chants about his activities can very easily attain the platform of pure devotional service, which can cleanse the dirt from one's heart. One cannot achieve such purification merely by observing vows and performing Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. 06. 03.24 Yamaraja to the Yamadutas. Therefore it should be understood that one is easily relieved from all sinful reactions by chanting the holy name of the Lord and chanting of his qualities and activities. This is the only process recommended for relief from all sinful reactions. Even if one chants the holy name of the Lord with improper pronunciation, he will achieve relief from material bondage if he chants without offenses. Ajamala, for example, was extremely sinful, but while dying he merely chanted the holy name, and although calling his son, he achieved complete liberation because he remembered the name of Narayana. 12. 03.51-52 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear king, although Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. 51. Whatever result was obtained in Satya Yuga by meditating on Vishnu, in Treta Yuga by performing sacrifices, and in Dvapara Yuga by serving the Lord's lotus feet can be obtained in Kali Yuga simply by chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. 52. 11. 14.28 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Therefore, one should reject all material processes of elevation, which are like the mental creations of a dream, and should completely absorb one's mind in me. By constantly thinking of me, one becomes purified. 11. 14.25-27 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Just as gold, when smelted in fire, gives up its impurities and returns to its pure brilliant state, similarly, the spirit soul, absorbed in the fire of Bhakti Yoga, is purified of all contamination caused by previous fruitive activities and returns to its original position of serving me in the spiritual world. 25. When a diseased eye is treated with medical ointment, it gradually recovers its power to see. Similarly, as a conscious living entity cleanses himself of material contamination by hearing and chanting the pious narrations of my glories, he regains his ability to see me, the absolute truth, in my subtle spiritual form. 26. The mind of one meditating upon the objects of sense gratification is certainly entangled in such objects, but if one constantly remembers me, then the mind is absorbed in me. 27. 11. 14.29 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Being conscious of the eternal self, one should give up association with women and those associated with women. Sitting fearlessly in a solitary place, one should concentrate the mind on me with great attention. 09. 19.17 Yayati to his wife Devayani. One should not allow oneself to sit on the same seat even with one's own mother, sister or daughter, for the senses are so strong that even though one is very advanced in knowledge, he may be attracted by sex. 09. 19.14 Yayati to his wife Devayani. As supplying butter to a fire does not diminish the fire but instead increases it more and more, the endeavor to stop lusty desires by continual enjoyment can never be successful. In fact, one must voluntarily cease from material desires. 11. 14.30 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Of all kinds of suffering and bondage arising from various attachments, none is greater than the suffering and bondage arising from attachment to women and intimate contact with those attached to women. 01. 09.23 Sudha Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. The personality of Godhead, who appears in the mind of the devotee by attentive devotion and meditation and by chanting of the holy name, releases the devotee from the bondage of fruitive activities at the time of his quitting the material body. 10. 82.48 Gopas to Krishna. The Gopas spoke thus: Dear Lord, whose navel is just like a lotus flower, your lotus feet are the only shelter for those who have fallen into the deep well of material existence. Your feet are worshipped and meditated upon by great mystic yogis and highly learned philosophers. We wish that these lotus feet may also be awakened within our hearts, although we are only ordinary persons engaged in household affairs. 02. 08.06 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. A pure devotee of the Lord whose heart has once been cleansed by the process of devotional service never relinquishes the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, for they fully satisfy him. As a traveler is satisfied at home after a troubled journey. 11. 23.57 Avanti Brahmana chanting. I shall cross over the insurmountable ocean of nescience by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. This was approved by the previous Acharyas, who were fixed in firm devotion to the Lord, Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 11. 05. 42 Karabayana Muni to Maharaja Nimi. One who has thus given up all other engagements and has taken full shelter at the lotus feet of Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is very dear to the Lord. Indeed, if such a surrendered soul accidentally commits some sinful activity, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is seated within everyone's heart, immediately takes away the reaction to such sin. 11. 02. 43 Kavi to Maharaja Nimi. My dear king, the devotee who worships the lotus feet of the infallible Personality of Godhead with constant endeavor thus achieves unflinching devotion, detachment and experienced knowledge of the Personality of Godhead. In this way the successful devotee of the Lord achieves supreme spiritual peace. 11. 02.33 Kavi to Maharaja Nimi. Sri Kavi said, I consider that one whose intelligence is constantly disturbed by his falsely identifying himself with the temporary material world can achieve real freedom from fear only by worshipping the lotus feet of the infallible Supreme Lord. In such devotional service, all fear ceases entirely. 11. 03.48 of Arotrita Maharaja Nemi, having obtained the mercy of his spiritual master, who reveals to the disciple the injunctions of Vedic scriptures, the devotee should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the particular personal form of the Lord the devotee finds most attractive. 11. 03.51 of Arotrita Maharaja Nemi, the devotee should gather whatever ingredients for worshipping the deity are available, make ready the offerings, the ground, his mind and the deity, sprinkle his sitting place with water for purification and prepare the bathing water and other paraphernalia. The devotee should then place the deity in his proper place, both physically and within his own mind, concentrate his attention, and mark the deity's heart and other parts of the body with tilaka. Then he should offer worship with the appropriate mantra. 11. 03.53 of Arotrita Maharaja Nemi. One should worship the deity along with each of the limbs of his transcendental body, his weapons such as the Sudarsana chakra, his other bodily features and his personal associates. One should worship each of these transcendental aspects of the Lord by its own mantra and with offerings of water to wash the feet, scented water to wash the mouth, water for bathing, fine clothing and ornaments, fragrant oils, valuable necklaces, unbroken barleycorns, flower garlands, incense and lamps. Having thus completed the worship in all its aspects in accordance with the prescribed regulations, one should then honor the deity of Lord Hari with prayers and offer obeisances to him by bowing down. 10. 81.19 Sudama Brahmana thought devotional service to his lotus feet is the root cause of all the perfections a person can find in heaven, in liberation, in the subterranean regions and on earth. 10. 84.37 The sages at Kurukshetra to Vasudeva. This is the most auspicious path for a religious householder of the twice-born orders, to selflessly worship the personality of Godhead with wealth honestly obtained. 11. 11.34 to 36 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My dear Uddhava, one can give up false pride and prestige by engaging in the following devotional activities. One may purify oneself by seeing, touching, worshipping, serving and offering prayers of glorification and obeisances to my form as the deity and to my pure devotees. One should also glorify my transcendental qualities and activities, hear with love and faith the narrations of my glories and constantly meditate on me. One should offer to me whatever one acquires, and accepting oneself as my eternal servant, one should give oneself completely to me. One should always discuss my birth and activities and enjoy life by participating in festivals, such as Janmashtami, which glorify my pastimes. In my temple, one should also participate in festivals and ceremonies by singing, dancing, playing musical instruments and discussing me with other Vaisnavas. 34 to 36, 11. 27. 16 to 17 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. In worshipping the temple deity, my dear Uddhava, bathing and decoration are the most pleasing offerings. For the deity traced on sacred ground, the process of Tattva-vinyasa is most dear. Oblations of sesame and barley soaked in ghee are the preferred offering to the sacrificial fire, whereas worship consisting of upastana and urgya is preferred for the sun. One should worship me in the form of water by offering water itself. Actually, whatever is offered to me in faith by my devotee, even if only a little water, is most dear to me. 16 to 17, 11. 27.18 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Even very opulent presentations do not satisfy me if they are offered by non-devotees. But, am pleased by any insignificant offering made by my loving devotees, and am certainly most pleased when nice presentations of fragrant oil, incense, flowers and palatable foods are offered with love. 11. 27.33 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The worshipper should faithfully present me with water for washing my feet and mouth, fragrant oils, flowers and unbroken grains, along with incense, lamps and other offerings. 11. 27.45 to 46 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The devotee should offer homage to the Lord with all kinds of hymns and prayers, both from the Puranas and from other ancient scriptures, and also from ordinary traditions. Praying, O Lord, please be merciful to me. He should fall down flat like a reed to offer his obeisances. 45. Placing his head at the feet of the deity, he should then stand with folded hands before the Lord and pray, O my Lord, please protect me, who am surrendered unto you. 1 am most fearful of this ocean of material existence, standing as, am in the mouth of death. 46, 11. 06.46 Uddhava to Sri Krishna. Simply by decorating ourselves with the garlands, fragrant oils, clothes and ornaments that you have already enjoyed, and by eating the remnants of your meals, we, your servants, will indeed conquer your illusory energy. 11. 11.05 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Thus, my dear Uddhava, in the same material body we find opposing characteristics, such as great happiness and misery. That is because both the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is eternally liberated, as well as the conditioned soul are within the body. I shall now speak to you about their different characteristics. 11. 11.39 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. One should consider oneself to be my humble servant, without duplicity, and thus should help to clean the temple, which is my home. First one should sweep and dust thoroughly, and then one should further cleanse with water and cow dung. Having dried the temple, one should sprinkle scented water on, decorate the temple with mandalas. One should thus act just like my servant. 11. 11.40 to 41 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. A devotee should never advertise his devotional activities, therefore his service will not be the cause of false pride. One should never use lamps that are offered to me for other purposes simply because there is need of illumination, and similarly, one should never offer to me anything that has been offered to or used by others. 40. Whatever is most desired by one within this material world, and whatever is most dear to oneself, one should offer that very thing to me. Such an offering qualifies one for eternal life. 41. 11. 11.47 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. One who has executed sacrificial performances and pious works for my satisfaction, and who thus worships me with fixed attention, obtains unflinching devotional service unto me. By the excellent quality of his service such a worshipper obtains realized knowledge of me. 11. 19.21 to 24 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Great respect for my devotional service, offering obeisances with the entire body, performing first-class worship of my devotees, consciousness of me and all living entities, offering of ordinary, bodily activities in my devotional service, use of words to describe my qualities, offering the mind to me, rejection of all material desires, giving up wealth for my devotional service, renouncing material sense gratification and happiness, and performing all desirable activities such as charity, sacrifice, chanting, vows and austerities with the purpose of achieving me. These constitute actual religious principles, by which those human beings who have actually surrendered themselves to me automatically develop love for me. What other purpose or goal could remain for my devotee? 21 to 24, verse 24, in Bengali version, is placed after 11. 29.34. Below. 11. 29.03 to 5 Uddhava to Sri Krishna. Therefore, O lotus-eyed Lord of the universe, swan-like man happily takes shelter of your lotus feet, the source of all transcendental ecstasy. But those who take pride in their accomplishments in yoga and karma fail to take shelter of you and are defeated by your illusory energy. 3. My dear infallible Lord, it is not very astonishing that you intimately approach your servants who have taken exclusive shelter of you. After all, during your appearance as Lord Ramacandra, while great demigods like Brahma were vying to place the effulgent tips of their helmets upon the cushion where your lotus feet rested, you displayed special affection for monkeys such as Hanuman because they had taken exclusive shelter of you. 4. Who, then, could dare reject you, the very soul, the most dear object of worship, and the Supreme Lord of all, you who give all possible perfections to the devotees who take shelter of you? Who could be so ungrateful, knowing the benefits you bestow? Who would reject you and accept something for the sake of material enjoyment, which simply leads to forgetfulness of you? And what lack is there for us who are engaged in the service of the dust of your lotus feet? 5. 11. 29.34 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. A person who gives up all fruitive activities and offers himself entirely unto me, eagerly desiring to render service unto me, achieves liberation from birth and death and is promoted to the status of sharing my own opulences. 11. 29.09 to 10 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Always remembering me, one should perform all his duties for me without becoming impetuous. With mind and intelligence offered to me, one should fix his mind in attraction to my devotional service. 9. One should take shelter of holy places where my saintly devotees reside, and one should be guided by the exemplary activities of my devotees, who appear among the demigods, demons and human beings. 10. 11. 29.12 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. With a pure heart one should see me, the Supreme Soul within all beings and also within oneself, to be both unblemished by anything material and also present everywhere, both externally and internally, just like the omnipresent sky. 11. 29.15 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. For him who constantly meditates upon my presence within all persons, the bad tendencies of rivalry, envy and abusiveness, along with the false ego, are very quickly destroyed. 11. 29.20 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My dear Uddhava, because, have personally established it, this process of devotional service unto me is transcendental and free from any material motivation. Certainly a devotee never suffers even the slightest loss by adopting this process. 09. 04.18-20 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Maharaja Ambarasa always engaged his mind in meditating upon the lotus feet of Krishna, his words in describing the glories of the Lord, his hands in cleansing the Lord's temple, and his ears in hearing the words spoken by Krishna or about Krishna. 18. He engaged his eyes in seeing the deity of Krishna, Krishna's temples and Krishna's places like Mathura and Vrindavana. He engaged his sense of touch in touching the bodies of the Lord's devotees. He engaged his sense of smell in smelling the fragrance of tulasi offered to the Lord, and he engaged his tongue in tasting the Lord's prasada. 19. He engaged his legs in walking to the holy places and temples of the Lord, his head in bowing down before the Lord, and all his desires in serving the Lord, 24 hours a day. Indeed, Maharaja Ambarasa never desired anything for his own sense gratification. He engaged all his senses in devotional service, in various engagements related to the Lord. This is the way to increase attachment for the Lord and be completely free from all material desires. 20. 07. 01.26-27 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Therefore, by enmity or by devotional service, by fear, by affection or by lusty desire, by all of these or any one of them, if a conditioned soul somehow or other concentrates his mind upon the Lord, the result is the same, for the Lord, because of his blissful position, is never affected by enmity or friendship. 26. Narada Muni continued, by devotional service one cannot achieve such intense absorption in thought of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as one through enmity toward him. That is my opinion. 27. 07. 01.29 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. A grassworm confined in a hole of a wall by a bee thinks of the bee in fear and enmity and later becomes a bee simply because of such remembrance. Similarly, if the conditioned souls somehow or other think of Krishna, who is Saksidanandavagraya, they will become free from their sins. Whether thinking of him as their worshipable Lord or an enemy, because of constantly thinking of him they will regain their spiritual bodies. 07. 01.30-32 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Many persons have attained liberation simply by thinking of Krishna with great attention and giving up sinful activities. This great attention may be due to lusty desires, inimical feelings, fear, affection or devotional service. I shall now explain how one receives Krishna's mercy simply by concentrating one's mind upon him. 30. My dear King Yudhishthira, the Gopis by their lusty desires, Karnsa by his fear, Sisapala and other kings by envy, the Yadus by their familial relationship with Krishna, and we, the general devotees, by our devotional service, have obtained the mercy of Krishna. 31. Somehow or other, one must consider the form of Krishna very seriously. Then, by one of the 5 different processes mentioned above, one can return home, back to Godhead. Atheists like King Vina, however, being unable to think of Krishna's form in any of these 5 ways, cannot attain salvation. Therefore, one must somehow think of Krishna, whether in a friendly way or inimically. 32. 10.87.23 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. Simply by constantly thinking of him, the enemies of the Lord attained the same supreme truth whom sages fixed in yoga worship by controlling their breath, mind and senses. Similarly, we Srutas, who generally see you as all-pervading, will achieve the same nectar from your lotus feet that your consorts are able to relish because of their loving attraction to your mighty, serpentine arms, for you look upon us and your consorts in the same way. 10.33.36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. When the Lord assumes a human-like body to show mercy to his devotees, he engages in such pastimes as will attract those who hear about them to become dedicated to him. Sadhana Bhakti executed exclusively by taking shelter of the holy name. Ekantiki Namasraya Sadhana Bhakti. 02. 04.15 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the all-auspicious Lord Sri Krishna, about whom glorification, remembrances, audience, prayers, hearing and worship can at once cleanse the effects of all sins of the performer. 06. 03.22 Yamaraja to his order carriers. Devotional service, beginning with the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, is the ultimate religious principle for the living being in human society. 03. 33.06 Devahuti to Lord Kapila Deva. To say nothing of the spiritual advancement of persons who see the Supreme Person face to face, even a person born in a family of dog-eaters immediately becomes eligible to perform Vedic sacrifices if he once utters the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or chants about him. hears about his pastimes, offers him obeisances or even remembers him. 03. 33.07 Devahuti to Lord Kapila Devo, how glorious are they whose tongues are chanting your holy name. Even if born in the families of dog-eaters, such persons are worshipable. Persons who chant the holy name of your lordship must have executed all kinds of austerities and fire sacrifices and achieved all the good manners of the Aryans. To be chanting the holy name of your lordship, they must have bathed at holy places of pilgrimage, studied the Vedas and fulfilled everything required. 01. 01.14 Sudagas Vamita Sanaka RSI Living beings who are entangled in the complicated meshes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear personified. 12. 03.44-46 Sukadevagas Vamita Maharaja Pariksit. Terrified, about to die, a man collapses on his bed. Although his voice is faltering and he is hardly conscious of what he is saying, if he utters the holy name of the Supreme Lord he can be freed from the reaction of his fruitive work and achieve the supreme destination. But still people in the age of Kali will not worship the Supreme Lord. 44. In the Kali Yuga, objects, places and even individual personalities are all polluted. The Almighty Personality of Godhead, however, can remove all such contamination from the life of one who fixes the Lord within his mind. 45. If a person hears about, glorifies, meditates upon, worships or simply offers great respect to the Supreme Lord, who is situated within the heart, the Lord will remove from his mind the contamination accumulated during many thousands of lifetimes. 46. 11. 05.32 Karabayana Muni to Maharajanimi. In the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead who constantly sings the names of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his associates, servants, weapons and confidential companions. 11. 05.36 Karabayana Muni to Maharajanimi. Those who are actually advanced in knowledge are able to appreciate the essential value of this age of Kali. Such enlightened persons worship Kali Yuga because in this fallen age all perfection of life can easily be achieved by the performance of Sankirtana. 12. 11.25 Sudagas Vamita Sanaka RSI. O Krishna, O friend of Arjuna, O chief among the descendants of Vrisni, you are the destroyer of those political parties that are disturbing elements on this earth. Your prowess never deteriorates. You are the proprietor of the transcendental abode, and your most sacred glories, which are sung by Vrindavan as cowherd men and women and their servants, bestow all auspiciousness just by being heard. O Lord, please protect your devotees. 01. 06.26 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Thus I began chanting the holy name and fame of the Lord by repeated recitation, ignoring all the formalities of the material world. Such chanting and remembering of the transcendental pastimes of the Lord are benedictory. So doing, I traveled all over the earth, fully satisfied, humble and unenvious. 02. 01.11 Sukadevagas Vamita Maharaja Pariksit. O King, constant chanting of the holy name of the Lord after the ways of the great authorities is the doubtless and fearless way of success for all, including those who are free from all material desires, those who are desirous of all material enjoyment, and also those who are self-satisfied by dint of transcendental knowledge. 02. 03.24 Sanaka RSI to Sudagas Vami. Certainly that heart is steel-framed which, in spite of one's chanting the holy name of the Lord with concentration, does not change when ecstasy takes place, tears fill the eyes and the hairs stand on end. 06. 11.24 Vitrasura praying to the Supreme Lord. O my Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, will I again be able to be a servant of your eternal servants who find shelter only at your lotus feet? O Lord of my life, may I again become their servant so that my mind may always think of your transcendental attributes, my words always glorify those attributes, and my body always engage in the loving service of your lordship. 06. 11.26 Vitrasura praying to the Supreme Lord. O lotus-eyed Lord, as baby birds that have not yet developed their wings always look for their mother to return and feed them, as small calves tied with ropes await anxiously the time of milking, when they will be allowed to drink the milk of their mothers, or as a morose wife whose husband is away from home always longs for him to return and satisfy her in all respects, I always yearn for the opportunity to render direct service unto you. 06. 02.07 Visnayadutas to Yamadutas. Ajamala has already atoned for all his sinful actions. Indeed, he has atoned not only for sins performed in one life but for those performed in millions of lives, for in a helpless condition he chanted the holy name of Narayana. Even though he did not chant purely, he chanted without offense, and therefore he is now pure and eligible for liberation. 06. 02.09-10 Visnadutas to Yamadutas. The chanting of the holy name of Lord Vishnu is the best process of atonement for a thief of gold or other valuables, for a drunkard, for one who betrays a friend or relative, for one who kills a brahmana, or for one who indulges in sex with the wife of his guru or another superior. It is also the best method of atonement for one who murders women, the king or his father, for one who slaughters cows, and for all other sinful men. Simply by chanting the holy name of Lord Vishnu, such sinful persons may attract the attention of the Supreme Lord, who therefore considers, because this man has chanted my holy name, my duty is to give him protection. 9-10. 06. 02.14-15 Visnadutas to Yamadutas. One who chants the holy name of the Lord is immediately freed from the reactions of unlimited sins, even if he chants indirectly, to indicate something else, jokingly, for musical entertainment, or even neglectfully. This is accepted by all the learned scholars of the scriptures. 14. If one chants the holy name of Hari and then dies because of an accidental misfortune, such as falling from the top of a house, slipping and suffering broken bones while traveling on the road, being bitten by a serpent, being afflicted with pain and high fever, or being injured by a weapon, one is immediately absolved from having to enter hellish life, even though he is sinful. 15. 06. 02.17 Visnadutas to Yamadutas. Although one may neutralize the reactions of sinful life through austerity, charity, vows and other such methods, these pious activities cannot uproot the material desires in one's heart. However, if one serves the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead, he is immediately freed from all such contaminations. 06. 02.18-19 Visnadutas to Yamadutas. As a fire burns dry grass to ashes, so the holy name of the Lord, whether chanted knowingly or unknowingly, burns to ashes, without fail, all the reactions of one's sinful activities. 18. If a person unaware of the effective potency of a certain medicine takes that medicine or is forced to take it, it will act even without his knowledge because its potency does not depend on the patient's understanding. Similarly, even though one does not know the value of chanting the holy name of the Lord, if one chants knowingly or unknowingly, the chanting will be very effective. 19. 06. 02.49 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. While suffering at the time of death, Ajamala chanted the holy name of the Lord, and although the chanting was directed toward his son, he nevertheless returned home, back to Godhead. Therefore, if one faithfully and inoffensively chants the holy name of the Lord, where is the doubt that he will return to Godhead? 04. 04.13 Sati Devi to Daxa. It is not wonderful for persons who have accepted the transient material body as the self to engage always in deriding great souls. Such envy on the part of materialistic persons is very good because that is the way they fall down. They are diminished by the dust of the feet of great personalities. 11. 05.06,7,9 Sarasai to Maharaja Nemi. Ignorant of the art of work, such arrogantly proud fools, enchanted and enlivened by the sweet words of the Vedas, pose as learned authorities and offer flattering entreaties to the demigods. 6. Due to the influence of the mode of passion, the materialistic followers of the Vedas become subject to violent desires and are excessively lusty. Their anger is like that of a snake. Deceitful, overly proud, and sinful in their behavior, they mock the devotees who are dear to Lord Achyuta. 7. The intelligence of cruel-minded persons is blinded by false pride based on great wealth, opulence, prestigious family connections, education, renunciation, personal beauty, physical strength and successful performance of Vedic rituals. Being intoxicated with this false pride, such cruel persons blaspheme the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his devotees. 9_09. 04.71 Narayana to Durvasa Muni. O best of the Brahmanas, you should therefore go immediately to King Ambarasa, the son of Maharaja Nambhaga. I wish you all good fortune. If you can satisfy Maharaja Ambarasa, then there will be peace for you. 10. 88.03 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sri Sukadeva said, Lord Shiva is always united with his personal energy, the material nature. Manifesting himself in three features in response to the entreaties of nature's three modes, he thus embodies the threefold principle of material ego and goodness, passion and ignorance. 07. 15.25-26 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. One must conquer the modes of passion and ignorance by developing the mode of goodness, and then one must become detached from the mode of goodness by promoting oneself to the platform of Suddhasattva. All this can be automatically done if one engages in the service of the spiritual master with faith and devotion. In this way one can conquer the influence of the modes of nature. 25. The spiritual master should be considered to be directly the Supreme Lord because he gives transcendental knowledge for enlightenment. Consequently, for one who maintains the material conception that the spiritual master is an ordinary human being, everything is frustrated. His enlightenment and his Vedic studies are like the bathing of an elephant. 26_11. 03.26 Prabuddha RSI to Maharaja Nemi. One should have firm faith that he will achieve all success in life by following those scriptures that describe the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At the same time, one should avoid blaspheming other scriptures. One should rigidly control his mind, speech and bodily activities, always speak the truth, and bring the mind and senses under full control. 10. 16.44 Nagapatnas to Sri Krishna. We offer our obeisances again and again to you, who are the basis of all authoritative evidence, who are the author and ultimate source of the revealed scriptures, and who have manifested yourself in those Vedic literatures encouraging sense gratification as well in those encouraging renunciation of the material world. 06. 03.25 Yamaraja to his order carriers. Because they are bewildered by the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yainavalcha and Jaimini and other compilers of the religious scriptures cannot know the secret, confidential religious system of the 12 Mahayanas. They cannot understand the transcendental value of performing devotional service or chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. Because their minds are attracted to the ritualistic ceremonies mentioned in the Vedas, especially the Yajurveda, Samaveda and Arjiveda, their intelligence has become dull. Thus they are busy collecting the ingredients for ritualistic ceremonies that yield only temporary benefits, such as elevation to Svargan Loka for material happiness. They are not attracted to the Sankirtana movement. Instead, they are interested in Dharma, Urta, Kama and Moksha. 11. 21.34 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Being excessively proud and greedy, the minds of such persons are bewildered by the flowery words of the Vedas. They are not attracted to topics about me, the Supreme Lord. 06. 01.18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear king, as a pot containing liquor cannot be purified even if washed in the waters of many rivers, non-devotees cannot be purified by processes of atonement even if they perform them very well. 07. 09.46 Prahlada Maharaja to Lord Nrsimhadeva. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, there are 10 prescribed methods on the path to liberation: to remain silent, not to speak to anyone, to observe vows, to amass all kinds of Vedic knowledge, to undergo austerities, to study the Vedas and other Vedic literatures, to execute the duties of Varnasrama Dharma, to explain the Sastras, to stay in a solitary place, to chant mantras silently, and to be absorbed in trance. These different methods for liberation are generally only a professional practice and means of livelihood for those who have not conquered their senses. Because such persons are falsely proud, these procedures may not be successful. 04. 31.09-12 Narada Muni to the Precepts. The great sage Narada said, when a living entity is born to engage in the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Supreme Controller, his birth, all his fruitive activities, his lifespan, his mind and his words are all factually perfect. 9. A civilized human being has 3 kinds of births. The first birth is by a pure father and mother, and this birth is called birth by semen. The next birth takes place when one is initiated by the spiritual master, and this birth is called Savitra. The third birth, called Yajnika, takes place when one is given the opportunity to worship Lord Vishnu. Despite the opportunities for attaining such births, even if one gets the lifespan of a demigod, if one does not actually engage in the service of the Lord, everything is useless. Similarly, one's activities may be mundane or spiritual, but they are useless if they are not meant for satisfying the Lord. 10. Without devotional service, what is the meaning of severe austerities, the process of hearing, the power of speech, the power of mental speculation, elevated intelligence, strength, and the power of the senses? 11. Transcendental practices that do not ultimately help one realize the Supreme Personality of Godhead are useless, be they mystic yoga practices, the analytical study of matter, severe austerity, the acceptance of sannyasa, or the study of Vedic literature. All these may be very important aspects of spiritual advancement, but unless one understands the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, all these processes are useless. 12. 04. 31.14 Narada Muni to the Precepts. As pouring water on the root of a tree energizes the trunk, branches, twigs and everything else, and as supplying food to the stomach enlivens the senses and limbs of the body, simply worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead through devotional service automatically satisfies the demigods, who are parts of that Supreme Personality. If a Brahmana has all 12 of the Brahminical qualifications, as they are stated in the book called Sanat Sujata, but is not a devotee and is averse to the lotus feet of the Lord, He is certainly lower than a devotee who is a dog-eater but who has dedicated everything, mind, words, activities, wealth and life, to the Supreme Lord. Such a devotee is better than such a brahmana because the devotee can purify his whole family, whereas the so-called brahmana in a position of false prestige cannot purify even himself. 10. The Supreme Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is always fully satisfied in himself. Therefore when something is offered to him, the offering, by the Lord's mercy, is for the benefit of the devotee, for the Lord does not need service from anyone. To give an example, if one's face is decorated, the reflection of one's face in a mirror is also seen to be decorated. 11.07. 15.36 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. One who accepts the sannyasa order gives up the three principles of materialistic activities in which one indulges in the field of household life, namely religion, economic development and sense gratification. One who first accepts sannyasa but then returns to such materialistic activities is to be called a Vandasi, or one who eats his own vomit. He is indeed a shameless person. 02.36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King, it is therefore essential that every human being hear about, glorify and remember the Supreme Lord, the Personality of Godhead, always and everywhere. 06.01.09 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. Maharaja Pariksit said, one may know that sinful activity is injurious for him because he actually sees that a criminal is punished by the government and rebuked by people in general, and because he hears from scriptures and learned scholars that one is thrown into hellish conditions in the next life for committing sinful acts. Nevertheless, in spite of such knowledge, one is forced to commit sins again and again, even after performing acts of atonement. Therefore, what is the value of such atonement? 06.01.12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear King, if a diseased person eats the pure, uncontaminated food prescribed by a physician, he is gradually cured, and the infection of disease can no longer touch him. Similarly, if one follows the regulative principles of knowledge, he 02.36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King, it is therefore essential that every human being hear about, glorify and remember the Supreme Lord, the Personality of Godhead, always and everywhere. 06.01.09 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. Maharaja Pariksit said, one may know that sinful activity is injurious for him because he actually sees that a criminal is punished by the government and rebuked by people in general, and because he hears from scriptures and learned scholars that one is thrown into hellish conditions in the next life for committing sinful acts. Nevertheless, in spite of such knowledge, one is forced to commit sins again and again, even after performing acts of atonement. Therefore, what is the value of such atonement? 06.01.12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear King, if a diseased person eats the pure, uncontaminated food prescribed by a physician, he is gradually cured, and the infection of disease can no longer touch him. Similarly, if one follows the regulative principles of knowledge, he gradually progresses toward liberation from material contamination. 06.03.29 Yamaraja to his order carriers. My dear servants, please bring to me only those sinful persons who do not use their tongues to chant the holy name and qualities of Krishna, whose hearts do not remember the lotus feet of Krishna even once, and whose heads do not bow down even once before Lord Krishna. Send me those who do not perform their duty toward Vishnu, which are the only duties in human life. Please bring me all such fools and rascals. 06.16.44 Maharaja Siddhartha to Lord Sesa. My lord, it is not impossible for one to be immediately freed from all material contamination by seeing you. Not to speak of seeing you personally, merely by hearing the holy name of your lordship once, even Kadalas, men of the lowest class, are freed from all material contamination. Under the circumstances, who will not be freed from material contamination simply by seeing you? 04.20.24 Prithvi Maharaja to Sri Vishnu. My dear Lord, I therefore do not wish to have the benediction of merging into your existence, a benediction in which there is no existence of the nectarian beverage of your lotus feet. I want the benediction of at least 1,000,000 ears, for thus I may be able to hear about the glories of your lotus feet from the mouths of your pure devotees. Analysis of unfavorable conditions for Bhakti Pratikulya Vikar 03. 33.08 Devahuti to Kapila Deva. One believe, my lord, that you are Lord Vishnu himself under the name of Kapila, and you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Brahman. The saints and sages, being freed from all the disturbances of the senses and mind, meditate upon you, for by your mercy only can one become free from the clutches of the three modes of material nature. At the time of dissolution, all the Vedas are sustained in you only. 11. 12.14-15 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Unable to control their senses, rascals who are falsely proud of their riches or their birth in aristocratic families are so cruel that to maintain their perishable bodies, which they think will never grow old or die, they kill poor animals without mercy. Sometimes they kill animals merely to enjoy an excursion. 9. While living one may be proud of one's body, thinking oneself a very big man, minister, president, or even demigod, but whatever one may be, after death this body will turn either into worms, into stool or into ashes. If one kills poor animals to satisfy the temporary whims of this body, one does not know that he will suffer in his next birth, for such a sinful miscreant must go to hell and suffer the results of his actions. 10. 74.40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Parikh said anyone who fails to immediately leave the place where he hears criticism of the Supreme Lord or his faithful devotee will certainly fall down, bereft of his pious. An intelligent person does not take interest in a place, even in the topmost planetary system, if the pure Ganges of topics concerning the Supreme Lord's activities does not flow there, if there are not devotees engaged in service on the banks of such a river of piety, or if there are no festivals of Sankirtana Yajna to satisfy the Lord, especially since Sankirtana Yajna is recommended in this age. 10. 10.08-10 Narada Muni to Nalakuvara and Managriva. Narada Muni said, among all the attractions of material enjoyment, the attraction of riches bewilders one's intelligence more than having beautiful bodily features, taking birth in an aristocratic family, and being learned. When one is uneducated but falsely puffed up by wealth, the result is that one engages his wealth in enjoying wine, women and gambling. 8. Unable to control their senses, rascals who are falsely proud of their riches or their birth in aristocratic families are so cruel that to maintain their perishable bodies, which they think will never grow old or die, they kill poor animals without mercy. Sometimes they kill animals merely to enjoy an excursion. 9. While living one may be proud of one's body, thinking oneself a very big man, minister, president, or even demigod, but whatever one may be, after death this body will turn either into worms, into stool or into ashes. If one kills poor animals to satisfy the temporary whims of this body, one does not know that he will suffer in his next birth, for such a sinful miscreant must go to hell and suffer the results of his actions. 10. 74.40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Parikh said anyone who fails to immediately leave the place where he hears criticism of the Supreme Lord or his faithful devotee will certainly fall down, bereft of his pious credit. 01. 01.10-11 Sages of Naimisaranya to Sudha Goswami learned 1. In this iron age of Kali men have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky and, above all, always disturbed. 10. There are many varieties of scriptures, and in all of them there are many prescribed duties, which can be learned only after many years of study in their various divisions. Therefore, O sage, please select the essence of all these scriptures and explain it for the good of all living beings, that by such instruction their hearts may be fully satisfied. 11. 28.02 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Because of becoming entangled, whoever indulges in praising or criticizing the qualities and behavior of others will quickly become deviated from his own best interest by his entanglement in illusory dualities. 12. 06.34 Sudha Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. One should tolerate all insults and never fail to show proper respect to any person. Avoiding identification with the material body, one should not create enmity with anyone. 12. 10.06 Lord Shiva to Parvati about Markandeya Rsi. Lord Shiva replied, surely this saintly Brahmana does not desire any benediction, not even liberation itself, for he has attained pure devotional service unto the inexhaustible personality of Godhead. 03. 25.34 Kapiladeva to Devahuti. A pure devotee, who is attached to the activities of devotional service and who always engages in the service of my lotus feet, never desires to become one with me. Such a devotee, who is unflinchingly engaged, always glorifies my pastimes and activities. 03. 29.13 including in Beng, not in Engel. 03. 29.14 Kapiladeva to Devahuti. By attaining the highest platform of devotional service, as one have explained, one can overcome the influence of the three modes of material nature and be situated in the transcendental stage, as is the Lord. 11. 20.34 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Because my devotees possess saintly behavior and deep intelligence, they completely dedicate themselves to me and do not desire anything besides me. Indeed, even if we offer them liberation from birth and death, they do not accept it. 11. 20.35 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. It is said that complete detachment is the highest stage of freedom. Therefore, One who has no personal desire and does _r_ not pursue personal rewards can achieve loving devotional service unto me. 06. 01.11 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami, the son of Vedavyasa, answered, My dear king, since acts meant to neutralize impious actions are also fruitive, they will not release one from the tendency to act fruitively. Persons who subject themselves to the rules and regulations of atonement are not at all intelligent. Indeed, they are in the mode of darkness. Unless one is freed from the mode of ignorance, trying to counteract one action through another is useless, because this will not uproot one's desires. Thus, even though one may superficially seem pious, he will undoubtedly be prone to act impiously. Therefore, real atonement is enlightenment in perfect knowledge, Vedanta, by which one understands the supreme absolute truth. 06. 01.15-16 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Only a rare person, who has adopted complete, unalloyed devotional service to Krishna, can uproot the weeds of sinful actions with no possibility that they will revive. He can do this simply by discharging devotional service, just as the sun can immediately dissipate fog by its rays. 15. My dear king, if a sinful person engages in the service of a bona fide devotee of the Lord and thus learns how to dedicate his life unto the lotus feet of Krishna, he can be completely purified. One cannot be purified merely by undergoing austerity, penance, brahmacharya and other methods of atonement I have previously described. 16. 07. 15.28 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Ritualistic ceremonies, regulative principles, austerities and the practice of yoga are all meant to control the senses and the mind, but even after one is able to control the senses and the mind, if he does not come to the point of meditation upon the Supreme Lord, all such activities are simply labor in frustration. 11. 20.26 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. It is firmly declared that the steady adherence of transcendentalists to their respective spiritual positions constitutes real piety, and that sin occurs when a transcendentalist neglects his prescribed duty. One who adopts this standard of piety and sin, sincerely desiring to give up all past association with sense gratification, is able to subdue materialistic activities, which are by nature impure. 10. 47.24 Uddhava to the Gopas. Devotional service unto Lord Krishna is attained by charity, strict vows, austerities and fire sacrifices, by japa, study of Vedic texts, observance of regulative principles and, indeed, by the performance of many other auspicious practices. 06. 12.22 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. A person fixed in the devotional service of the Supreme Lord Hari, the Lord of the highest auspiciousness, swims in the ocean of nectar. For him, what is the use of the water in small ditches? 05. 05.18 Risabhadeva to his sons. One who cannot deliver his dependents from the path of repeated birth and death should never become a spiritual master, a father, a husband, a mother or a worshipable demigod. 11. 28.27 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Nevertheless, until by firmly practicing devotional service to me one has completely eliminated from his mind all contamination of material passion, one must very carefully avoid associating with the material modes, which are produced by my illusory energy. 01. 18.22 Sudha Goswami to Sanaka Rsi. Self-controlled persons who are attached to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna can all of a sudden give up the world of material attachment, including the gross body and subtle mind, and go away to attain the highest perfection of the renounced order of life, by which non-violence and renunciation are consequential. 02. 01.15 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. At the last stage of one's life, one should be bold enough not to be afraid of death. But one must cut off all attachment to the material body and everything pertaining to it and all desires thereof. 02. 02.04-5 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. When there are ample earthly flats to lie on, what is the necessity of cots and beds? When one can use his own arms, what is the necessity of a pillow? When one can use the palms of his hands, what is the necessity of varieties of utensils? When there is ample covering, or the skins of trees, what is the necessity of clothing? 4. Are there no torn clothes lying on the common road? Do the trees, which exist for maintaining others, no longer give alms in charity? Do the rivers, being dried up, no longer supply water to the thirsty? Are the caves of the mountains now closed, or, above all, does the Almighty Lord not protect the fully surrendered souls? Why then do the learned sages go to flatter those who are intoxicated by hard-earned wealth? 5. 11. 05.41 Karabayana Muni to Maharaja Nemi. O King, one who has given up all material duties and has taken full shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, who offers shelter to all, is not indebted to the demigods, great sages, ordinary living beings, relatives, friends, mankind, or even one's forefathers who have passed away. Since all such classes of living entities are part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, one who is surrendered to the Lord's service has no need to serve such persons separately. 07. 05.30 Prahlada Maharaja to Hiranyakasipu. Prahlada Maharaja replied, because of their uncontrolled senses, persons too addicted to materialistic life make progress toward hellish conditions and repeatedly chew that which has already been chewed. Their inclinations toward Krishna are never aroused, either by the instructions of others, by their own efforts, or by a combination of both. 07. 05.31 Prahlada Maharaja to Hiranyakasipu. Persons who are strongly entrapped by the consciousness of enjoying material life, and who have therefore accepted as their leader or guru a similar blind man attached to external sense objects, cannot understand that the goal of life is to return home, back to Godhead, and engage in the service of Lord Vishnu. As blind men guided by another blind man miss the right path and fall into a ditch, materially attached men lead by another materially attached man bound by the ropes of fruitive labor, which are made of very strong cords, and they continue again and again in materialistic life, suffering the threefold miseries. 05. 01.17 Brahma to Maharaja Priyavrata. Even if he goes from forest to forest, one who is not self-controlled must always fear material bondage because he is living with 6 co-wives, the mind and knowledge-acquiring senses. Even householder life, however, cannot harm a self-satisfied, learned man who has conquered his senses. 03. 31.33 to 34 Kapila Deva to Devahuti. He becomes devoid of truthfulness, cleanliness, mercy, gravity, spiritual intelligence, shyness, austerity, fame, forgiveness, control of the mind, control of the senses, fortune and all such opportunities. 33. One should not associate with a coarse fool who is bereft of the knowledge of self-realization and who is no more than a dancing dog in the hands of a woman. 4. 03. 31.39 Kapila Deva to Devahuti. One who aspires to reach the culmination of yoga and has realized his self by rendering service unto me should never associate with an attractive woman, for such a woman is declared in the scripture to be the gateway to hell for the advancing devotee. 03. 31.41 Kapila Deva to Devahuti. A living entity who, as a result of attachment to a woman in his previous life, has been endowed with the form of a woman, foolishly looks upon Maya in the form of a man, her husband, as the bestower of wealth, progeny, house and other material assets. 05. 12.14 Jada Burda to King Ratgana. In a previous birth, was known as Maharaja Burda. Attained perfection by becoming completely detached from material activities through direct experience, and through indirect experience I received understanding from the Vedas. I was fully engaged in the service of the Lord, but due to my misfortune, I became very affectionate to a small deer, so much so that I neglected my spiritual duties. Due to my deep affection for the deer, in my next life I had to accept the body of a deer. 04. 31.21 Narada Muni to the Precepts. The Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes very dear to those devotees who have no material possessions but are fully happy in possessing devotional service of the Lord. Indeed, the Lord relishes the devotional activities of such devotees. Those who are puffed up with material education, wealth, aristocracy and fruitive activity are very proud of possessing material things, and they often deride the devotees. Even if such people offer the Lord worship, the Lord never accepts them. 07. 06.18 Prahlada Maharaja to the sons of the demons. O my friends, sons of demons! In this material world, even those who are apparently advanced in education have the propensity to consider, this is mine, and that is for others. Thus they are always engaged in providing the necessities of life to their families and a limited conception of family life, just like uneducated cats and dogs. They are unable to take to spiritual knowledge, instead they are bewildered and overcome by ignorance. 07. 07.44 to 45 Prahlada Maharaja to the sons of the demons. Since the body itself is ultimately meant to become stool or earth, what is the meaning of the paraphernalia related to the body, such as wives, residences, wealth, children, relatives, servants, friends, kingdoms, treasuries, animals and ministers? They are also temporary. What more can be said about this? 44. All this paraphernalia is very near and dear as long as the body exists, but as soon as the body is destroyed, all things related to the body are also finished. Therefore, actually one has nothing to do with them, but because of ignorance one accepts them as valuable. Compared to the ocean of eternal happiness, they are most insignificant. What is the use of such insignificant relationships for the eternal living being? 45. 07. 07.51-52 Prahlada Maharaja to the sons of the demons. My dear friends, O sons of the demons, you cannot please the Supreme Personality of Godhead by becoming perfect brahmanas, demigods or great saints, or by becoming perfectly good in etiquette or vast learning. None of these qualifications can awaken the pleasure of the Lord. Nor by charity, austerity, sacrifice, cleanliness or vows can one satisfy the Lord. The Lord is pleased only if one has unflinching, unalloyed devotion to Him. Without sincere devotional service, everything is simply a show. 51-52, 07. 10.04 Prahlada Maharaja to Lord Nrsimhadeva. Otherwise, O my Lord, O Supreme Instructor of the entire world, you are so kind to your devotee that you could not induce him to do something unbeneficial for him. On the other hand, one who desires some material benefit in exchange for devotional service cannot be your pure devotee. Indeed, he is no better than a merchant who wants profit in exchange for service. 07. 15.29 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. As professional activities or business profits cannot help one in spiritual advancement but are a source of material entanglement, the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies cannot help anyone who is not a devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 10. 01.04 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is performed in the parampara system, that is, it is conveyed from spiritual master to disciple. Such glorification is relished by those no longer interested in the false, temporary glorification of this cosmic manifestation. Descriptions of the Lord are the right medicine for the conditioned soul undergoing repeated birth and death. Therefore, who will cease hearing such glorification of the Lord except a butcher or one who is killing his own self? 10. 02.32 Demigods to Sri Krishna. Someone may say that aside from devotees, who always seek shelter at the Lord's lotus feet, there are those who are not devotees but have accepted different processes for attaining salvation. What happens to them? In answer to this question, Lord Brahma and the other demigods said, O lotus-eyed Lord, although non-devotees who accept severe austerities and penances to achieve the highest position may think themselves liberated, their intelligence is impure. They fall down from their position of imagined superiority because they have no regard for your lotus feet. 10. 23.40 Ritualistic Brahmanas condemn themselves to hell with our threefold birth, our vow of celibacy and our extensive learning. To hell with our aristocratic background and our expertise in the rituals of sacrifice. These are all condemned because we were inimical to the Transcendental Personality of Godhead. 10. 84.13 Krishna to the sages at Kurukshetra. One who identifies himself as the inert body composed of mucus, bile and air, who assumes his wife and family are permanently his own, who thinks an earthen image or the land of his birth is worshipable, or who sees a place of pilgrimage as merely the water there, but who never identifies himself with, feels kinship with, worships or even visits those who are wise in spiritual truth, such a person is no better than a cow or an ass. 11. 29.30 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. You should not share this instruction with anyone who is hypocritical, atheist or dishonest, or with anyone who will not listen faithfully, who is not a devotee, or who is simply not humble. 11. 26.03 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. One should never associate with materialists, those dedicated to gratifying their genitals and bellies. By following them one falls into the deepest pit of darkness, just like a blind man who follows another blind man. 11. 26.24 King Purava, chanting the Ila Gita. Therefore one should never let his senses associate freely with women or with men attached to women. Even those who are highly learned cannot trust the six enemies of the mind. What to speak, then, of foolish persons like me? 11. 05.10 Kamasa Rsi to Maharaja Nimi. The personality of Godhead is eternally situated within the heart of every embodied being, still the Lord remains situated apart, just as the sky, which is all-pervading, does not mix with any material object. Thus the Lord is the supreme worshipable object and the absolute controller of everything. He is elaborately glorified in the Vedic literature, but those who are bereft of intelligence do not like to hear about him. They prefer to waste their time discussing their own mental concoctions, which inevitably deal with gross material sense gratification such as sex life and meat eating. Analysis of favorable conditions for Bhakti, Bhakti Anukulya Vikara, 7. 09.18 Prahlada Maharaja to Lord Nrsimhadeva. O my Lord Nrsimhadeva, by engaging in your transcendental loving service in the association of devotees who are liberated souls, Hamsas, I shall become completely uncontaminated by the association of the three modes of material nature and be able to chant the glories of your lordship, who are so dear to me. Shall chant your glories, following exactly in the footsteps of Lord Brahma and his disciplic succession. In this way I shall undoubtedly be able to cross the ocean of nescience. 11. 11.48 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My dear Uddhava, I am personally the ultimate shelter and way of life for saintly liberated persons, and thus if one does not engage in my loving devotional service, which is made possible by associating with my devotees, then for all practical purposes, one possesses no effective means for escaping from material existence. 11. 12.01-06 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Uddhava, by associating with my pure devotees one can destroy one's attachment for all objects of material sense gratification. Such purifying association brings me under the control of my devotee. One may perform the Ashtanga Yoga system, engage in philosophical analysis of the elements of material nature, practice non-violence and other ordinary principles of piety, chant the Vedas, perform penances, take to the renounced order of life, execute sacrificial performances and dig wells, plant trees and perform other public welfare activities, give in charity, carry out severe vows, worship the demigods, chant confidential mantras, visit holy places or accept major and minor disciplinary injunctions, but even by performing such activities one does not bring me under his control. 1-2. In every yuga many living entities entangled in the modes of passion and ignorance gain the association of my devotees. Thus, such living entities as the Daityas, Rakshasas, birds, beasts, Gandharvas, Asparas, Nagas, Siddhas, Karanas, Gyakas, and Vidyadharas, as well as such lower-class human beings as the Vaisyas, Sudras, women and others, were able to achieve my supreme abode. Vritrasura, Prahlada Maharaja and others like them also achieved my abode by association with my devotees, as did personalities such as Vsprava, Bali Maharaja, Banasura, Maya, Vibhishana, Sugriva, Hanuman, Jambavan, Gajendra, Jatayu, Tuladhara, Dharmavyata, Kubya, the Gopas in Vrandavana and the wives of the Brahmanas who were performing sacrifice. 3-6, 11. 12.07 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The persons, have mentioned did not undergo serious studies of the Vedic literature, nor did they worship great saintly persons, nor did they execute severe vows or austerities. Simply by association with me and my devotees, they achieved me. 03. 23.55 Devahuti to Kardama Muni. Association for sense gratification is certainly the path of bondage. But the same type of association, performed with a saintly person, leads to the path of liberation, even if performed without knowledge. 11. 02.29 Maharaja Nimi to the 9 Yogendras. For the conditioned souls, the human body is most difficult to achieve, and it can be lost at any moment. But I think that even those who have achieved human life rarely gain the association of pure devotees, who are dear to the Lord of Vaikuntha. 11. 02.30 Maharaja Nimi to the 9 Yogendras. Therefore, O completely sinless ones, I ask you to kindly tell me what the supreme good is. After all, even half a moment's association with pure devotees within this world of birth and death is a priceless treasure for any man. 11. 11.29-30 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Uddhava, a saintly person is merciful and never injures others. Even if others are aggressive, he is tolerant and forgiving toward all living entities. His strength and meaning in life come from the truth itself, he is free from all envy and jealousy, and his mind is equal in material happiness and distress. Thus, he dedicates his time to work for the welfare of all others. His intelligence is never bewildered by material desires, and he has controlled his senses. His behavior is always pleasing, never harsh and always exemplary, and he is free from possessiveness. He never endeavors in ordinary, worldly activities, and he strictly controls his eating. He therefore always remains peaceful and steady. A saintly person is thoughtful and accepts me as his only shelter. 29730, RK 11. 11.31-32 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Such a person is very cautious in the execution of his duties and is never subject to superficial transformations, because he is steady and noble, even in a distressing situation. He has conquered over the 6 material qualities, namely hunger, thirst, lamentation, illusion, old age and death. He is free from all desire for prestige and offers honor to others. He is expert in reviving the Krishna consciousness of others and therefore never cheats anyone. Rather, he is a well-wishing friend to all, being most merciful. Such a saintly person must be considered the most learned of men. He perfectly understands that the ordinary religious duties prescribed by me and various Vedic scriptures possess favorable qualities that purify the performer, and he knows that neglect of such duties constitutes a discrepancy in one's life. Having taken complete shelter at my lotus feet, however, A saintly person ultimately renounces such ordinary religious duties and worships me alone. He is thus considered to be the best among all living entities. 31-32, 11. 26.27 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My devotees fix their minds on me and do not depend upon anything material. They are always peaceful, endowed with equal vision, and free from possessiveness, false ego, duality and greed. 11. 26.34 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My devotees bestow divine eyes, whereas the sun allows only external sight, and that only when it is risen in the sky. My devotees are one's real worshipable deities and real family, they are one's own self, and ultimately they are non-different from me. 01. 13.10 Maharaja Yadhisthira to Vidura. My lord, devotees like your good self are verily holy places personified. Because you carry the personality of Godhead within your heart, you turn all places into places of pilgrimage. 01. 18.13 Sanaka Rsi to Sutagasvami. The value of a moment's association with the devotee of the Lord cannot even be compared to the attainment of heavenly planets or liberation from matter, and what to speak of worldly benedictions in the form of material prosperity, which are for those who are meant for death. 01. 19.33 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. Simply by remembering you, our houses become instantly sanctified. And what to speak of seeing you, touching you, washing your holy feet and offering you a seat in our home? 03. 05.03 Vidura to Maitreya Rsi. Vidura said, O great sage, everyone in this world engages in fruitive activities to attain happiness, but one finds neither satiation nor mitigation of distress. On the contrary, one is only aggravated by such activities. Please, therefore, give us directions on how one should live for real happiness. 03. 25.20 to 21,23 Kapila Deva to Devahuti. Every learned man knows very well that attachment for the material is the greatest entanglement of the spirit soul. But that same attachment, when applied to the self-realized devotees, opens the door of liberation. 20. The symptoms of a sadhu are that he is tolerant, merciful and friendly to all living entities. He has no enemies, he is peaceful, he abides by the scriptures, and all his characteristics are sublime. 21. Engaged constantly in chanting and hearing about me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the sadhus do not suffer from material miseries because they are always filled with thoughts of my pastimes and activities. 23.03. 25.24 Kapila Deva to Devahuti. O my mother, O virtuous lady, these are the qualities of great devotees who are free from all attachment. You must seek attachment to such holy men, for this counteracts the pernicious effects of material attachment. 04. 04.12 Sati Devi to Daksa. Twice born Daksa, a man like you can simply find fault in the qualities of others. Lord Shiva, however, not only finds no faults with others' qualities, but if someone has a little good quality, he magnifies it greatly. Unfortunately, you have found fault with such a great soul. 04. 22.19 Sanat Kumari to Prithu Maharaja. When there is a congregation of devotees, their discussions, questions and answers become conclusive to both the speaker and the audience. Thus such a meeting is beneficial for everyone's real happiness. 04. 29.39 to 40 Narada Muni to King Prasanabharhi. My dear king, in the place where pure devotees live, following the rules and regulations and thus purely conscious and engaged with great eagerness in hearing and chanting the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in that place if one gets a chance to hear their constant flow of nectar, which is exactly like the waves of a river, one will forget the necessities of life, namely hunger and thirst, and become immune to all kinds of fear, lamentation and illusion. 39-40_04. 29.46 Narada Muni to King Prasanabharhi. When a person is fully engaged in devotional service, he is favored by the Lord, who bestows his causeless mercy. At such a time, the awakened devotee gives up all material activities and ritualistic performances mentioned in the Vedas. 04. 30.33 The Precepts to Sri Vishnu. Dear Lord, as long as we have to remain within this material world due to our material contamination and wander from one type of body to another and from one planet to another, we pray that we may associate with those who are engaged in discussing your pastimes. We pray for this benediction life after life, in different bodily forms and on different planets. 05. 05.03 Erzabhadava to his sons. Those who are interested in reviving Krishna consciousness and increasing their love of Godhead do not like to do anything that is not related to Krishna. They are not interested in mingling with people who are busy maintaining their bodies, eating, sleeping, mating and defending. They are not attached to their homes although they may be householders. 05. 12.12 to 13 Jada Burda to King Rahugana. My dear King Rahugana, Unless one has the opportunity to smear his entire body with the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, one cannot realize the absolute truth. One cannot realize the absolute truth simply by observing celibacy, brahmacharya, strictly following the rules and regulations of householder life, leaving home as a vanaprastha, accepting sannyasa, or undergoing severe penances in winter by keeping oneself submerged in water or surrounding oneself in summer by fire in the scorching heat of the sun. There are many other processes to understand the absolute truth, but the absolute truth is only revealed to one who has attained the mercy of a great devotee. 12. Who are the pure devotees mentioned here? In an assembly of pure devotees, there is no question of discussing material subjects like politics and sociology. In an assembly of pure devotees, there is discussion only of the qualities, forms and pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is praised and worshipped with full attention. In the association of pure devotees, by constantly hearing such topics respectfully, even a person who wants to merge into the existence of the absolute truth abandons this idea and gradually becomes attached to the service of Vasudeva. 13_06. 03.20 Yamaraja to his order carriers Lord Brahma, Bhagavan Narada, Lord Shiva, the four Kumaras, Lord Kapila, the son of Devahuti, Svayambhuva Manu, Prahlada Maharaja, Janaka Maharaja, Grandfather Bhisma, Bali Maharaja, Sukadeva Goswami and myself know the real religious principle. KKO 6. 14.04-5 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. O best of the Brahmanas, Sukadeva Goswami, out of many persons who follow religious principles, only a few desire liberation from the material world. Among many thousands who desire liberation, one may actually achieve liberation, giving up material attachment to society, friendship, love, country, home, wife and children. And among many thousands of such liberated persons, one who can understand the true meaning of liberation is very rare. 4_O great sage, among many millions who are liberated and perfect in knowledge of liberation, one may be a devotee of Lord Narayana, or Krishna. Such devotees, who are fully peaceful, are extremely rare. 5_O6. 17.28 Lord Shiva to Parvati devotees solely engaged in the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, never fear any condition of life. For them the heavenly planets, liberation and the hellish planets are all the same, for such devotees are interested only in the service of the Lord. 07. 05.32 Prahlada Maharaja to Hiranyakasipu. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaisnava completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined toward materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way, can one be freed from material contamination. 07. 10.18-19 Lord Nrsimhadeva to Prahlada Maharaja. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Prahlada, O most pure, O great saintly person, your father has been purified, along with 21 forefathers in your family. Because you were born in this family, the entire dynasty has been purified. 18. Whenever and wherever there are peaceful, equipoised devotees who are well behaved and decorated with all good qualities, that place in the dynasties there, even if condemned, are purified. 19. 09. 04.63-65-68 Narayana to Durvasa Muni. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said to the Brahmana, I am completely under the control of my devotees. Indeed, I am not at all independent. Because my devotees are completely devoid of material desires, I sit only within the cores of their hearts. What to speak of my devotee, even those who are devotees of my devotee are very dear to me. 63. Since pure devotees give up their homes, wives, children, relatives, riches and even their lives simply to serve me, without any desire for material improvement in this life or in the next, how can I give up such devotees at any time? 65. As chaste women bring their gentle husbands under control by service, the pure devotees, who are equal to everyone and completely attached to me in the core of the heart, bring me under their full control. 66. My devotees, who are always satisfied to be engaged in my loving service, are not interested even in the four principles of liberation, Salakya, Sarupya, Samipya and Sarsti, although these are automatically achieved by their service. What then is to be said of such perishable happiness as elevation to the higher planetary systems? 67. The pure devotee is always within the core of my heart, and am always in the heart of the pure devotee. My devotees do not know anything else but me, and do not know anyone else but them. 68. September 9, 2006 Bhajaratha to Gangadevi. Bhajaratha said, Those who are saintly because of devotional service and are therefore in the renounced order, free from material desires, and who are pure devotees, expert in following the regulative principles mentioned in the Vedas, are always glorious and pure in behavior and are able to deliver all fallen souls. When such pure devotees bathe in your water, the sinful reactions accumulated from other people will certainly be counteracted, for such devotees always keep in the core of their hearts the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who can vanquish all sinful reactions. 10. 08.04 Nanda Maharaja to Garga Muni. O my Lord, O great devotee, persons like you move from one place to another not for their own interests but for the sake of the poor-hearted gazas, householders. Otherwise they have no interest in going from one place to another. 10. 14.30 Lord Brahma to Sri Krishna. My dear Lord, I therefore pray to be so fortunate that in this life as Lord Brahma or in another life, wherever I take my birth, I may be counted as one of your devotees. I pray that wherever I may be, even among the animal species, I can engage in devotional service to your lotus feet. 10. 39.02 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear King, what is unattainable for one who has satisfied the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the shelter of the Goddess of Fortune? Even so, those who are dedicated to his devotional service never want anything from him. 10. 48.30 Krishna to Akrura. Exalted souls like you are the true object of service and the most worshipable authorities for those who desire the highest good in life. Demigods are generally concerned with their own interests, but saintly devotees never are. 10. 48.31 Krishna to Akrura. No one can deny that there are holy places with sacred rivers, or that the demigods appear in deity forms made of earth and stone. But these purify the soul only after a long time, whereas saintly persons purify just by being seen. 10. 51.53 King Mukyukunda to Krishna. When the material life of a wandering soul has ceased, O Asayuta, he may attain the association of your devotees. And when he associates with them, there awakens in him devotion unto you, who are the goal of the devotees and the Lord of all causes and their effects. 11. 02.47 Havar to Maharaja Nemi. A devotee who faithfully engages in the worship of the deity in the temple but does not behave properly toward other devotees or people in general is called a prakrita bhakta, a materialistic devotee, and is considered to be in the lowest position. 11. 02.46 Havar to Maharaja Nemi. An intermediate or second-class devotee, called Madhyamadikari, offers his love to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is a sincere friend to all the devotees of the Lord, shows mercy to ignorant people who are innocent and disregards those who are envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 11. 02.45 Havar to Maharaja Nemi. Sri Havar said, the most advanced devotee sees within everything the soul of all souls, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Consequently he sees everything in relation to the Supreme Lord and understands that everything that exists is eternally situated within the Lord. 11. 02.48-50 Havar to Maharaja Nemi. Even while engaging his senses in contact with their objects, one who sees this whole world as the energy of Lord Vishnu is neither repelled nor elated. He is indeed the greatest among devotees. 48. Within the material world, one's material body is always subject to birth and decay. Similarly, the life air, prana, is harassed by hunger and thirst, the mind is always anxious, the intelligence hankers for that which cannot be obtained, and all of the senses are ultimately exhausted by constant struggle in the material nature. A person who is not bewildered by the inevitable miseries of material existence, and who remains aloof from them simply by remembering the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is to be considered Bhagavata Pradhana, the foremost devotee of the Lord. 49_1 Who has taken exclusive shelter of the Supreme Lord, Vasudeva, becomes free from fruitive activities, which are based on material lust. In fact, one who has taken shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord is freed from even the desire to enjoy material sense gratification. Plans for enjoying sex life, social prestige and money cannot develop within his mind. Thus he is considered Bhagavatohama, a pure devotee of the Lord on the highest platform. 50_11. 02.51-52 Havar to Maharaja Nemi. Birth in an aristocratic family and the execution of austere and pious activities certainly cause one to take pride in himself. Similarly, if one enjoys a prestigious position within society because his parents are highly respected members of the Varnasrama social system, one becomes even more infatuated with himself. But if despite these excellent material qualifications one does not even feel a tinge of pride within himself, he is to be considered the dearmost servitor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 51_ When a devotee gives up the selfish conception by which one thinks this is my property, and that is his, and when no longer concerned with the pleasures of his own material body or indifferent to the discomforts of others, he becomes fully peaceful and satisfied. He considers himself simply one among all the living beings who are equally part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such a satisfied Vaisnava is considered to be at the highest standard of devotional service. 52_11. 02.53-55 Havarta Maharaj and Emi. The lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are sought even by the greatest of demigods, such as Brahma and Shiva, who have all accepted the Supreme Personality of Godhead as their life and soul. A pure devotee of the Lord can never forget those lotus feet in any circumstances. He will not give up his shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord for a single moment, indeed, not for half a moment, even in exchange for the benediction of ruling and enjoying the opulence of the entire universe. Such a devotee of the Lord is to be considered the best of the Vaisnavas. 53. How can the fire of material suffering continue to burn the hearts of those who worship the Supreme Lord? The Lord's lotus feet have performed innumerable heroic deeds, and the beautiful nails on his toes resemble valuable jewels. The effulgence emanating from those nails resembles cooling moonshine, for it instantly relieves the suffering within the heart of the pure devotee, just as the appearance of the moon's cooling light relieves the burning heat of the sun. 54. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is so kind to the conditioned souls that if they call upon him by speaking his holy name, even unintentionally or unwillingly, the Lord is inclined to destroy innumerable sinful reactions in their hearts. Therefore, when a devotee who has taken shelter of the Lord's lotus feet chants the holy name of Krishna with genuine love, the Supreme Personality of Godhead can never give up the heart of such a devotee. One who has thus captured the Supreme Lord within his heart is to be known as Bhagavata Pradhana, the most exalted devotee of the Lord. 55. 11. 11.33 Sri Krishna. To whatever my devotees may or may not know exactly what I am, and how I exist, but if they worship me with unalloyed love, then I consider them to be the best of devotees. 11. 26.26 Sri Krishna. To whatever an intelligent person should therefore reject all bad association and instead take up the association of saintly devotees, whose words cut off the excessive attachment of one's mind. 11. 20.27-31 Sri Krishna. To whatever having awakened faith in the narrations of my glories, being disgusted with all material activities, knowing that all sense gratification leads to misery, but still being unable to renounce all sense enjoyment, my devotee should remain happy and worship me with great faith and conviction. Even though he is sometimes engaged in sense enjoyment, my devotee knows that all sense gratification leads to a miserable result, and he sincerely repents such activities. 27-28 When an intelligent person engages constantly in worshipping me through loving devotional service as described by me, his heart becomes firmly situated in me. Thus all material desires within the heart are destroyed. 29 The knot in the heart is pierced, all misgivings are cut to pieces and the chain of fruitive actions is terminated when I am seen as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 30 Therefore, for a devotee engaged in my loving service, with mind fixed on me, the cultivation of knowledge and renunciation is generally not the means of achieving the highest perfection within this world. 31. 11. 20.32-33 Sri Krishna. To whatever everything that can be achieved by fruitive activities, penance, knowledge, detachment, mystic yoga, charity, religious duties and all other means of perfecting life is easily achieved by my devotee through loving service unto me. If somehow or other my devotee desires promotion to heaven, liberation, or residence in my abode, he easily achieves such benedictions. 32-33, 11. 20.36 Sri Krishna. To adhava, material piety and sin, which arise from the good and evil of this world, cannot exist within my unalloyed devotees, who, being free from material hankering, maintain steady spiritual consciousness in all circumstances. Indeed, such devotees have achieved me, the Supreme Lord, who am beyond anything that can be conceived by material intelligence. 03. 01.19 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit, about Vidura, while so traversing the earth, he simply performed duties to please the Supreme Lord Hari. His occupation was pure and independent. He was constantly sanctified by taking his bath in holy places, although he was in the dress of a mendicant and had no hairdressing nor a bed on which to lie. Thus he was always unseen by his various relatives. 04. 08.29 Narada Muni to Dhruva Maharaja. The process of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very wonderful. One who is intelligent should accept that process and be satisfied with whatever comes, favorable or unfavorable, by a supreme will. 04. 08.33-34 Narada Muni to Dhruva Maharaja. One should try to keep himself satisfied in any condition of life, whether distress or happiness, which is offered by the Supreme Will. A person who endures in this way is able to cross over the darkness of nescience very easily. 33 Every man should act like this. When he meets a person more qualified than himself, he should be very pleased. When he meets someone less qualified than himself, he should be compassionate toward him, and when he meets someone equal to himself, he should make friendship with him. In this way one is never affected by the threefold miseries of this material world. 34:04. 18.04-5 Mother Earth to Maharaja Prithu. One who follows the principles and instructions enjoined by the great sages of the past can utilize these instructions for practical purposes. Such a person can very easily enjoy life and pleasures. 4. A foolish person who manufactures his own ways and means through mental speculation and does not recognize the authority of the sages who lay down unimpeachable directions is simply unsuccessful again and again in his attempts. 6:05. 01.18 Brahma to Maharaja Priyavrata. One who is situated in household life and who systematically conquers his mind and 5 sense organs is like a king in his fortress who conquers his powerful enemies. After one has been trained in household life and his lusty desires have decreased, he can move anywhere without danger. 07. 11.14-15 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. For a Brahmana there are 6 occupational duties. A Kshatriya should not accept charity, but he may perform the other 5 of these duties. A king or Kshatriya is not allowed to levy taxes on Brahmanas, but he may make his livelihood by levying minimal taxes, customs duties, and penalty fines upon his other subjects. 14. The mercantile community should always follow the directions of the Brahmanas and engage in such occupational duties as agriculture, trade, and protection of cows. For the Sudras the only duty is to accept a master from a higher social order and engage in his service. 15_07. 11.21-23 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. The symptoms of a Brahmana are control of the mind, control of the senses, austerity and penance, cleanliness, satisfaction, forgiveness, simplicity, knowledge, mercy, truthfulness, and complete surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 21. To be influential in battle, unconquerable, patient, challenging and charitable, to control the bodily necessities, to be forgiving, to be attached to the Brahminical nature and to be always jolly and truthful, these are the symptoms of the Kshatriya. 22. Being always devoted to the demigods, the spiritual master and the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, endeavoring for advancement in religious principles, economic development and sense gratification, dharma, artha and kama, believing in the words of the spiritual master and scripture, and always endeavoring with expertise in earning money, these are the symptoms of the Vaisya. 23_07. 11.24 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Offering obeisances to the higher sections of society, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaisyas, being always very clean, being free from duplicity, serving one's master, performing sacrifices without uttering mantras, not stealing, always speaking the truth and giving all protection to the cows and Brahmanas, these are the symptoms of the Sudra. 07. 11.30-32-35 Narada Muni to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Among the mixed classes known as Sankara, those who are not thieves are known as Anavashayi or Kandalas, dog-eaters, and they also have their hereditary customs. 30. If one acts in his profession according to his position in the modes of nature and gradually gives up these activities, he attains the Niskama stage. 32. If one shows the symptoms of being a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya or Sudra, as described above, even if he has appeared in a different class, he should be accepted according to those symptoms of classification. G5_10. 01.38 Vasudeva to King Kamsa. Great hero, one who takes birth is sure to die, for death is born with the body. One may die today or after hundreds of years, but death is sure for every living entity. 10. 14.38 Brahma to Sri Krishna. There are people who say, I know everything about Krishna. Let them think that way. As far as I am concerned, I do not wish to speak very much about this matter. O my Lord, let me say this much, as far as your opulences are concerned, they are all beyond the reach of my mind, body and words. 06. 15.03 Narada Muni and Girarasi to Maharaja Siddhrakchu. O King, as small particles of sand sometimes come together and are sometimes separated due to the force of the waves, the living entities who have accepted material bodies sometimes come together and are sometimes separated by the force of time. 06. 17.37 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The great devotee Siddhrakta was so powerful that he was quite competent to curse Mother Parvati in retaliation, but instead of doing so he very humbly accepted the curse and bowed down his head before Lord Shiva and his wife. This is very much to be appreciated as the standard behavior of a Vaisnava. 09. 05.14 Durvasa Muni to Maharaja Ambarasa. Durvasa Muni said, "My dear king, today I have experienced the greatness of devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for although I have committed an offense, you have prayed for my good fortune." 10. 02.33 Demigods to Sri Krishna. O Madhava, Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord of the Goddess of Fortune, if devotees completely in love with you sometimes fall from the path of devotion, they do not fall like non-devotees, for you still protect them. Thus they fearlessly traverse the heads of their opponents and continue to progress in devotional service. 07. 09.44 Prahlada Maharaja to Lord Nrsimhadeva. My dear Lord Nrsimhadeva, I see that there are many saintly persons indeed, but they are interested only in their own deliverance. Not caring for the big cities and towns, they go to the Himalayas or forest to meditate with vows of silence, Madhavrata. They are not interested in delivering others. As for me, however, do not wish to be liberated alone, leaving aside all these poor fools and rascals. Know that without Krishna consciousness, without taking shelter of your lotus feet, one cannot be happy. Therefore I wish to bring them back to shelter at your lotus feet. 07. 10.13 Lord Nrsimhadeva to Prahlada Maharaja. My dear Prahlada, while you are in this material world you will exhaust all the reactions of pious activity by feeling happiness, and by acting piously you will neutralize impious activity. Because of the powerful time factor, you will give up your body, but the glories of your activities will be sung in the upper planetary systems, and being fully freed from all bondage, you will return home, back to Godhead. 10. 14.36 Brahma to Sri Krishna. My dear Lord Krishna, until people become your devotees, their material attachments and desires remain thieves, their homes remain prisons, and their affectionate feelings for their family members remain foot shackles. 10. 14.08 Brahma to Sri Krishna. My dear Lord, one who earnestly waits for you to bestow your causeless mercy upon him, all the while patiently suffering the reactions of his past misdeeds and offering you respectful obeisances with his heart, words and body, is surely eligible for liberation, for it has become his rightful claim. 10. 22.35 Krishna to his cowherd friends. It is the duty of every living being to perform welfare activities for the benefit of others with his life, wealth, intelligence and words. 10. 88.08 Krishna to Maharaja Yudhishthira. The Personality of Godhead said, "If I especially favor someone, I gradually deprive him of his wealth. Then the relatives and friends of such a poverty-stricken man abandon him. In this way he suffers one distress after another." 10. 41.51 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sudama chose unshakable devotion for Krishna, the supreme soul of all existence, friendship with his devotees, and transcendental compassion for all living beings. 05. 18.12 Prahlada Maharaja to Lord Nrsimhadeva. All the demigods and their exalted qualities, such as religion, knowledge and renunciation, become manifest in the body of one who has developed unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. On the other hand, a person devoid of devotional service and engaged in material activities has no good qualities. Even if he is adept at the practice of mystic yoga or the honest endeavor of maintaining his family and relatives, he must be driven by his own mental speculations and must engage in the service of the Lord's external energy. How can there be any good qualities in such a man? 03. 22.37 Maitreya Rsi to Vidura. Therefore, O Vidura, how can persons completely under the shelter of Lord Krishna in devotional service be put into miseries pertaining to the body, the mind, nature, and other men and living creatures? 11. 20.19 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Whenever the mind, being concentrated on the spiritual platform, is suddenly deviated from its spiritual position, one should carefully bring it under the control of the self by following the prescribed means. 11. 14.18 to 19 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My dear Uddhava, if my devotee has not fully conquered his senses, he may be harassed by material desires, but because of his unflinching devotion for me, he will not be defeated by sense gratification. 18. My dear Uddhava, just as a blazing fire turns firewood into ashes, similarly, devotion unto me completely burns to ashes sins committed by my devotees. 19. 11. 14.21 to 22 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Only by practicing unalloyed devotional service with full faith in me can one obtain me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I am naturally dear to my devotees, who take me as the only goal of their loving service. By engaging in such devotional service, even the dog-eaters can purify themselves from the contamination of their low birth. 21. Neither religious activities endowed with honesty and mercy nor knowledge obtained with great penance can completely purify one's consciousness if they are bereft of loving service to me. 22, 11. 14.23 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. If one's hairs do not stand on end, how can the heart melt? And if the heart does not melt, how can tears of love flow from the eyes? If one does not cry in spiritual happiness, how can one render loving service to the Lord? And without such service, how can the consciousness be purified? 11. 03.23-24 Prabhupada Maharaj Anemia. Sincere disciple should learn how to dissociate the mind from everything material and positively cultivate association with his spiritual master and other saintly devotees. He should be merciful to those in an inferior position to him, cultivate friendship with those on an equal level and meekly serve those in a higher spiritual position. Thus he should learn to deal properly with all living beings. 23. To serve the spiritual master, the disciple should learn cleanliness, austerity, tolerance, silence, study of Vedic knowledge, simplicity, celibacy, nonviolence, and equanimity in the face of material dualities such as heat and cold, happiness and distress. 24. 11. 03.25-26 Prabhupada Maharaj Anemi. One should practice meditation by constantly seeing oneself to be an eternal cognizant spirit soul and seeing the Lord to be the absolute controller of everything. To increase one's meditation, one should live in a secluded place and give up false attachment to one's home and household paraphernalia. Giving up the decorations of the temporary material body, one should dress himself with scraps of cloth found in rejected places, or with the bark of trees. In this way one should learn to be satisfied in any material situation. 25. One should have firm faith that one will achieve all success in life by following those scriptures that describe the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagavan. At the same time, one should avoid blaspheming other scriptures. One should rigidly control his mind, speech and bodily activities, always speak the truth, and bring the mind and senses under full control. 26_11. 03.27-28 Prabhupada Maharaj Anemi. One should hear, glorify and meditate upon the wonderful transcendental activities of the Lord. One should specifically become absorbed in the appearance, activities, qualities and holy names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus inspired, one should perform all of one's daily activities as an offering to the Lord. One should perform sacrifice, charity and penance exclusively for the Lord's satisfaction. Similarly, one should chant only those mantras which glorify the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And all one's religious activities should be performed as an offering to the Lord. Whatever one finds pleasing or enjoyable he should immediately offer to the Supreme Lord, and even his wife, children, home and very life air he should offer at the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 27-28, 10. 81.04 Krishna to Sudama Brahmana. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit or water, I will accept it. 06. 09.49 Lord Narayana to the demigods. Those who think material assets to be everything or to be the ultimate goal of life are all misers, Karpanas. They do not know the ultimate necessity of the soul. Moreover, if one awards that which is desired by such fools, he must also be considered foolish. 06. 11.27 Vrtrasura to the Supreme Lord. O my Lord, my Master, I am wandering throughout this material world as a result of my fruitive activities. Therefore I simply seek friendship and the association of your pious and enlightened devotees. My attachment to my body, wife, children and home is continuing by the spell of your external energy, but I wish to be attached to them no longer. Let my mind, my consciousness and everything you have be attached only to you. 11. 02.42 Kavi to Maharaj Anemi. Devotion, direct experience of the Supreme Lord, and detachment from other things, these three occur simultaneously for one who has taken shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in the same way that pleasure, nourishment and relief from hunger come simultaneously and increasingly, with each bite, for a person engaged in eating. 05. 19.27 The demigods chant the Supreme Personality of Godhead fulfills the material desires of a devotee who approaches him with such motives, but he does not bestow benedictions upon the devotee that will cause him to demand more benedictions again. However, the Lord willingly gives the devotee shelter at his own lotus feet, even though such a person does not aspire for it, and that shelter satisfies all his desires. That is the Supreme Personality's special mercy. 07. 06.19 Prahlada Maharaja to the sons of the demons. My dear sons of the demons, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, is the original Supersoul, the father of all living entities. Consequently there are no impediments to pleasing him or worshipping him under any conditions, whether one be a child or an old man. The relationship between the living entities and the Supreme Personality of Godhead is always a fact, and therefore there is no difficulty in pleasing the Lord. 07. 06.01,04,05 in Beng, not in English 11. 25.25 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Residence in the forest is in the mode of goodness, residence in a town is in the mode of passion, residence in a gambling house displays the quality of ignorance, and residence in a place where I reside is transcendental. 11. 25.27 to 28 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Faith directed toward spiritual life is in the mode of goodness, faith rooted in fruitive work is in the mode of passion, faith residing in irreligious activities is in the mode of ignorance, but faith in my devotional service is purely transcendental. 27. Food that is wholesome, pure and obtained without difficulty is in the mode of goodness, food that gives immediate pleasure to the senses is in the mode of passion, and food that is unclean and causes distress is in the mode of ignorance. 28_11. 05.04 Kumasa RSI to Maharaja Nime. There are many persons who have little opportunity to take part in discussions about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, and thus it is difficult for them to chant his infallible glories. Persons such as women, Sudras and other fallen classes always deserve the mercy of great personalities like yourself. 10. 14.58 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. For those who have accepted the abode of the lotus feet of the Lord, who is the shelter of the cosmic manifestation and is famous as Mari, the enemy of the Mura demon, the ocean of the material world is like the water contained in a calf's hoofprint. Their goal is Parampadam, Vakunta, the place where there are no material miseries, not the place where there is danger at every step. Chapter 16 The gradual manifestation of Bhava-Bhavodaya Krama 03. 25.25 Kapila to Devahuti will follow in order. In the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. 01. 05.39 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. O Brahmana, thus by the Supreme Lord Krishna I was endowed first with the transcendental knowledge of the Lord as inculcated in the confidential parts of the Vedas, then with the spiritual opulences, and then with his intimate loving service. 01. 02.14-18 Sita Goswami to Sanaka RSI. Therefore, with one pointed attention, one should constantly hear about, glorify, remember and worship the Personality of Godhead, who is the protector of the devotees. 14. With sword in hand, intelligent men cut through the binding knots of reactionary work, karma, by remembering the Personality of Godhead. Therefore, who will not pay attention to his message? 15. O twice-born sages, by serving those devotees who are completely freed from all vice, great service is done. By such service, one gains affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. 16. Sri Krishna, the Personality of Godhead, who is the Paramatma, Supersoul, in everyone's heart and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. 17. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto the Personality of Godhead, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. 18. 01. 05.25-27 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Once only, by their permission, I took the remnants of their food, and by so doing all my sins were at once eradicated. Thus being engaged, I became purified in heart, and at that time the very nature of the Transcendentalist became attractive to me. 25. O Vyasadeva, in that association and by the mercy of those great Vedanists, I could hear them describe the attractive activities of Lord Krishna. And thus listening attentively, my taste for hearing of the Personality of Godhead increased at every step. 26. O great sage, as soon as I got a taste of the Personality of Godhead, my attention to hear of the Lord was unflinching. And as my taste developed, I could realize that it was only in my ignorance that I had accepted gross and subtle coverings, for both the Lord and I are transcendental. Q7, 01. 05.28 Narada Muni to Vyasadeva. Thus during 2 seasons, the rainy season and autumn, I had the opportunity to hear these great-souled sages constantly chant the unadulterated glories of the Lord Hari. As the flow of my devotional service began, the coverings of the modes of passion and ignorance vanished. 01. 02.19-20 Siddha Goswami to Sanaka RSI. As soon as irrevocable loving service is established in the heart, the effects of nature's modes of passion and ignorance, such as lust, desire and hankering, disappear from the heart. Then the devotee is established in goodness, and he becomes completely happy. 19. Thus established in the mode of unalloyed goodness, the man whose mind has been enlivened by contact with devotional service to the Lord gains positive scientific knowledge of the personality of Godhead in the stage of liberation from all material association. 20. 01. 02.22 Stata Goswami to Sanaka RSI. Certainly, therefore, since time immemorial, all transcendentalists have been rendering devotional service to Lord Krishna, the personality of Godhead, with great delight, because such devotional service is enlivening to the self. 11. 12.08-9 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The inhabitants of Vrindavana, including the gopis, cows, unmoving creatures such as the twin Arjuna trees, animals, living entities with stunted consciousness such as bushes and thickets, and snakes such as Kalia, all achieved the perfection of life by unalloyed love for me and thus very easily achieved me. 8. Even though one engages with great endeavor in the mystic yoga system, philosophical speculation, charity, vows, penances, ritualistic sacrifices, teaching of Vedic mantras to others, personal study of the Vedas, or the renounced order of life, still one cannot achieve me. 9, 11. 12.12-13 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. My dear Uddhava, just as great sages in yoga trance merge into self-realization, like rivers merging into the ocean, and are thus not aware of material names and forms, similarly, the gopis of Vrindavana were so completely attached to me within their minds that they could not think of their own bodies, or of this world, or of their future lives. Their entire consciousness was simply bound up in me. 12. All those hundreds of thousands of gopis, understanding me to be their most charming lover and ardently desiring me in that way, were unaware of my actual position. Yet by intimately associating with me, the gopis attained me, the supreme absolute truth. 13, 10. 29.09-11 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Some of the gopis, however, could not manage to get out of their house, and instead they remained home with eyes closed, meditating upon him in pure love. 9. For those gopis who could not go to see Krishna, intolerable separation from their beloved caused an intense agony that burned away all impious karma. By meditating upon him they realized his embrace, and the ecstasy they then felt exhausted their material piety. Although Lord Krishna is the Supreme Soul, these girls simply thought of him as their male lover and associated with him in that intimate mood. Thus their karmic bondage was nullified and they abandoned their gross material bodies. 10-11, 10. 29.14-15 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King, the Supreme Lord is inexhaustible and immeasurable, and he is untouched by the material modes because he is their controller. His personal appearance in this world is meant for bestowing the highest benefit on humanity. 4. Persons who constantly direct their lust, anger, fear, protective affection, feeling of impersonal oneness or friendship toward Lord Hari are sure to become absorbed in thought of him. 15, 11. 03.32 Prabhupada to Maharaja Nemi. Having achieved love of Godhead, the devotees sometimes cry out loud, absorbed in thought of the infallible Lord. Sometimes they laugh, feel great pleasure, speak out loud to the Lord, dance or sing. Such devotees, having transcended material, conditioned life, sometimes imitate the unborn Supreme by acting out his pastimes. And sometimes, achieving his personal audience, they remain peaceful and silent. 11. 02.39 Kavir to Maharaja Nemi. An intelligent person who has controlled his mind and conquered fear should give up all attachment to material objects such as wife, family and nation and should wander freely without embarrassment, hearing and chanting the holy names of the Lord, the bearer of the chariot wheel. The holy names of Krishna are all auspicious because they describe his transcendental birth and activities, which he performs within this world for the salvation of the conditioned souls. Thus the holy names of the Lord are sung throughout the world. 11. 02.40 Kavir to Maharaja Nemi. By chanting the holy name of the Supreme Lord, one comes to the stage of love of Godhead. Then the devotee is fixed in his vow as an eternal servant of the Lord, and he gradually becomes very much attached to a particular name and form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As his heart melts with ecstatic love, he laughs very loudly or cries or shouts. Sometimes he sings and dances like a madman, for he is indifferent to public opinion. 07. 04.36-37 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Who could list the innumerable transcendental qualities of Prahlada Maharaja? He had unflinching faith in Vasudeva, Lord Sri Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, and unalloyed devotion to him. His attachment to Lord Krishna was natural because of his previous devotional service. Although his good qualities cannot be enumerated, they prove that he was a great soul, Mahatma. 36. From the very beginning of his childhood, Prahlada Maharaja was uninterested in childish playthings. Indeed, he gave them up altogether and remained silent and dull, being fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness. Since his mind was always affected by Krishna consciousness, he could not understand how the world goes on being fully absorbed in the activities of sense gratification. 37, 07. 04.39-40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Because of advancement in Krishna consciousness, he sometimes cried, sometimes laughed, sometimes expressed jubilation and sometimes sang loudly. 39. Sometimes, upon seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Prahlada Maharaja would loudly call in full anxiety. He sometimes lost his shyness in jubilation and began dancing in ecstasy, and sometimes, being fully absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, he felt oneness and imitated the pastimes of the Lord. 40, 07. 04.41-42 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sometimes, feeling the touch of the Lord's lotus hands, he became spiritually jubilant and remained silent, his hair standing on end and tears gliding down from his half-closed eyes because of his love for the Lord. 41. Because of his association with perfect, unalloyed devotees who had nothing to do with anything material, Prahlada Maharaja constantly engaged in the service of the Lord's lotus feet. By seeing his bodily features when he was in perfect ecstasy, persons very poor in spiritual understanding became purified. In other words, Prahlada Maharaja bestowed upon them transcendental bliss. 42, 06. 14.02 Maharaja Pariksit to Sukadeva Goswami. Demigods situated in the mode of goodness and great saints cleansed of the dirt of material enjoyment hardly ever render pure devotional service at the lotus feet of Mukunda. Therefore how could Vrtrasura have become such a great devotee? 04. 22.23 Sanat Kumara to Maharaja Prithu. One has to make progress in spiritual life by not associating with persons who are simply interested in sense gratification and making money. Not only such persons, but one who associates with such persons should be avoided. One should mold his life in such a way that he cannot live in peace without drinking the nectar of the glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari. One can be thus elevated by being disgusted with the taste for sense enjoyment. Chapter 17 Analysis of the Goal of Devotional Service. Prayana Vikar 03. 04.15 Udavita Sri Krishna. O my Lord, devotees who engage in the transcendental loving service of your lotus feet have no difficulty in achieving anything within the realm of the four principles of religiosity, economic development, sense gratification and liberation. But, O Great One, as far as I am concerned, I have preferred only to engage in the loving service of your lotus feet. 03. 05.02 Vidura to Maitreya Rsi. Vidura said, O great sage, everyone in this world engages in fruitive activities to attain happiness, but one finds neither satiation nor the mitigation of distress. On the contrary, one is only aggravated by such activities. Please, therefore, give us directions on how one should live for real happiness. 03. 25.34 Kapiladeva to Devahati. A pure devotee, who is attached to the activities of devotional service and who always engages in the service of my lotus feet, never desires to become one with me. Such a devotee, who is unflinchingly engaged, always glorifies my pastimes and activities. 03. 29.13 Kapiladeva to Devahati. A pure devotee does not accept any kind of liberation, salakya, sarsti, samipya, sartiyapya or akatva, even though they are offered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 04. 20.24 Prithu Maharaja to Sri Vishnu. My dear Lord, I therefore do not wish to have the benediction of merging into your existence, a benediction in which there is no existence of the nectarian beverage of your lotus feet. I want the benediction of at least 1,000,000 years, for thus I may be able to hear about the glories of your lotus feet from the mouths of your pure devotees. 05. 14.44 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami continued, My dear king, the activities of Bharata Maharaja are wonderful. He gave up everything difficult for others to give up. He gave up his kingdom, his wife and his family. His opulence was so great that even the demigods envied it, yet he gave it up. It was quite befitting a great personality like him to be a great devotee. He could renounce everything because he was so attracted to the beauty, opulence, reputation, knowledge, strength and renunciation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Krishna is so attractive that one can give up all desirable things for his sake. Indeed, Even liberation is considered insignificant for those whose minds are attracted to the loving service of the Lord. 06. 11.25 Vritrasura to the Supreme Lord. O my Lord, source of all opportunities, I do not desire to enjoy Dhruvaloka, the heavenly planets or the planet where Lord Brahma resides, nor do I want to be the supreme ruler of all the earthly planets or the lower planetary systems. I do not desire to be master of the powers of mystic yoga, nor do I want liberation if I have to give up your lotus feet. 09. 04.67 Lord Narayana to Durvasa Muni. My devotees, who are always satisfied to be engaged in my loving service, are not interested even in the four principles of liberation, Salakya, Sarupya, Samipya and Sarsti, although these are automatically achieved by their service. What then is to be said of such perishable happiness as elevation to the higher planetary systems? 10. 16.37 The Nagapatnas pray to Krishna. Those who have attained the dust of your lotus feet never hanker for the kingship of heaven, limitless sovereignty, the position of Brahma or rulership over the earth. They are not interested even in the perfections of yoga or in liberation itself. 11. 20.34 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. Because my devotees possess saintly behavior and deep intelligence, they completely dedicate themselves to me and do not desire anything besides me. Indeed, even if I offer them liberation from birth and death, they do not accept it. 02. 10.01 to 6 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, in the Srimad Bhagavatam there are 10 divisions of statements regarding the following: the creation of the universe, sub-creation, planetary systems, protection by the Lord, the creative impetus, the change of manas, the science of God, returning home, back to Godhead, liberation, and the summum bonum. 1. To isolate the transcendence of the summum bonum, the symptoms of the rest are described sometimes by Vedic inference, sometimes by direct explanation, and sometimes by summary explanations given by the great sages. 2. The elementary creation of 16 items of matter, namely the 5 elements, fire, water, land, air and sky, sound, form, taste, smell, touch, and the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin and mind, is known as Sharga, whereas subsequent resultant interaction of the modes of material nature is called Visarga. 3. The right situation for the living entities is to obey the laws of the Lord and thus be in perfect peace of mind under the protection of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The manas and their laws are meant to give right direction in life. The impetus for activity is the desire for fruit of work. 4. The science of God describes the incarnations of the personality of Godhead and his different activities together with the activities of his great devotees. 5. The merging of the living entity, along with his conditional living tendency, with the mystic lying down of the Mahavishnu is called the winding up of the cosmic manifestation. Liberation is the permanent situation of the form of the living entity after he gives up the changeable gross and subtle material bodies. 6.02. 10.07 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Supreme One who is celebrated as the Supreme Being or the Supreme Soul is the supreme source of the cosmic manifestation as well as its reservoir and winding up. Thus he is the supreme fountainhead, the absolute truth. 03. 09.41 to 42 Garbhodakasayi Vishnu to Brahma. It is the opinion of expert transcendentalists that the ultimate goal of performing ultra-ditonal good works, penances, sacrifices, charities, mystic activities, trances, etc., is to invoke my satisfaction. 41. I am the supersoul of every individual. Am the supreme director and the dearest. People are wrongly attached to the gross and subtle bodies, but they should be attached to me only. 42. April 29, 1951 Narada Muni to King Prasanabharhi. One who is engaged in devotional service has not the least fear in material existence. This is because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Supersoul and friend of everyone. One who knows this secret is actually educated, and one thus educated can become the spiritual master of the world. One who is an actually bona fide spiritual master, representative of Krishna, is not different from Krishna. 09. 04.66 Lord Narayana to Durvasa Muni. As chaste women bring their gentle husbands under control by service, the pure devotees, who are equal to everyone and completely attached to me in the core of the heart, bring me under their full control. 07. 05.14 Prahlada Maharaja to Sanda and Amarka. O Brahmanas, teachers, as iron attracted by a magnetic stone moves automatically toward the magnet, my consciousness, having been changed by his will, is attracted by Lord Vishnu, who carries a disc in his hand. Thus I have no independence. 03. 15.43 Brahma to the demigods. When the breeze carrying the aroma of Tulasi leaves from the toes of the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead entered the nostrils of those sages, they experienced a change both in body and in mind, even though they were attached to the impersonal Brahman understanding. 03. 15.50 The four Kumaras to Lord Narayana. O Lord, we therefore offer our respectful obeisances unto your eternal form as the personality of Godhead, which you have so kindly manifested before us. Your supreme, eternal form cannot be seen by unfortunate, less intelligent persons, but we are so much satisfied in our mind and vision to see it. 10. 87.38 The personified Vedas to Mahavishnu. The illusory material nature attracts the minute living entity to embrace her, and as a result he assumes forms composed of her qualities. Subsequently, he loses all his spiritual qualities and must undergo repeated deaths. You, however, avoid the material energy in the same way that a snake abandons its old skin. Glorious in your possession of 8 mystic perfections, you enjoy unlimited opulences. 03. 15.48 The four Kumaras to Lord Narayana. Persons who are very expert and most intelligent in understanding things as they are engaged in hearing narrations of the auspicious activities and pastimes of the Lord, which are worth chanting and worth hearing. Such persons do not care even for the highest material benediction, namely liberation, to say nothing of other less important benedictions like the material happiness of the heavenly kingdom. 11. 13.35 Hamsa Avatar to the four Kumaras. Having understood the temporary illusory nature of material things, and thus having pulled one's vision away from illusion, one should remain without material desires. By experiencing the happiness of the soul, one should give up material speaking and activities. If sometimes one must observe the material world, one should remember that it is not ultimate reality and therefore one has given it up. By such constant remembrance up till the time of death, one will not again fall into illusion. 11. 13.36 to 37 Hamsa Avatar to the four Kumaras. Just as a drunken man does not notice if he is wearing his coat or shirt, similarly, one who is perfect in self-realization and who has thus achieved his eternal identity does not notice whether the temporary body is sitting or standing. Indeed, if by God's will the body is finished or if by God's will he obtains a new body, a self-realized soul does not notice, just as a drunken man does not notice the situation of his outward dress. 36. The material body certainly moves under the control of supreme destiny and therefore must continue to live along with the senses and vital air as long as one's karma is in effect. A self-realized soul, however, who is awakened to the absolute reality and who is thus highly situated in the perfect stage of yoga, will never again surrender to the material body and its manifold manifestations, knowing it to be just like a body visualized in a dream. 37. 11. 14.24 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. A devotee whose speech is sometimes choked up, whose heart melts, who cries continually and sometimes laughs, who feels ashamed and cries out loudly and then dances, a devotee thus fixed in loving service to me purifies the entire universe. 02. 09.09 to 10 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The personality of Godhead, being thus very much satisfied with the penance of Lord Brahma, was pleased to manifest his personal abode, Vaikuntha, the supreme planet above all others. This transcendental abode of the Lord is adored by all self-realized persons freed from all kinds of miseries and fear of illusory existence. 9. In that personal abode of the Lord, the material modes of ignorance and passion do not prevail, nor is there any of their influence in goodness. There is no predominance of the influence of time, so what to speak of the illusory, external energy, it cannot enter that region. Without discrimination, both the demigods and the demons worship the Lord as devotees. 10. 02. 09.13 to 14 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Vaikuntha planets are also surrounded by various airplanes, all glowing and brilliantly situated. These airplanes belong to the great Mahatmas or devotees of the Lord. The ladies are as beautiful as lightning because of their celestial complexions, and all these combined together appear just like the sky decorated with both clouds and lightning. 13. The goddess of fortune in her transcendental form is engaged in the loving service of the Lord's lotus feet, and being moved by the black bees, followers of spring, she is not only engaged in variegated pleasure service to the Lord, along with her constant companions, but is also engaged in singing the glories of the Lord's activities. 14. Lord Brahma saw in the Vaikuntha planets the personality of Godhead, who is the Lord of the entire devotee community, the Lord of the goddess of fortune, the Lord of all sacrifices, and the Lord of the universe, and who is served by the foremost servitors like Nanda, Sunanda, Prabhala, and Arhana, his immediate associates. 11. 12.10 to 11 Sri Krishna to Uddhava. The residents of Vrindavana, headed by the Gopis, were always completely attached to me with deepest love. Therefore, when my uncle Akrura brought my brother Balarama and me to the city of Mathura, the residents of Vrindavana suffered extreme mental distress because of separation from me and could not find any other source of happiness. 10. Dear Uddhava, all of those nights that the Gopis spent with me, their most dearly beloved, in the land of Vrindavana seemed to them to pass in less than a moment. Bereft of my association, however, the Gopis felt that those same nights dragged on forever, as if each night were equal to a day of Brahma. 11. 05. 06.18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami continued, My dear king, the Supreme Person, Mukunda, is actually the maintainer of all the members of the Pandava and Yadu dynasties. He is your spiritual master, worshipable deity, friend, and the director of your activities. To say nothing of this, he sometimes serves your family as a messenger or servant. This means he worked just as ordinary servants do. Those engaged in getting the Lord's favor attain liberation from the Lord very easily, but he does not very easily give the opportunity to render direct service unto him. 10. 47.43 Gopas to Uddhava. Does he recall those nights in the Vrindavana forest, lovely with lotus, jasmine and the bright moon? As we glorified his charming pastimes, he enjoyed with us, his beloved girlfriends, in the circle of the Rasa dance, which resounded with the music of ankle bells. Chapter 18 The perfection of the mellow of pure love. The glories of Rasa Siddha Prema Rasa Mahima 01. 09.33 Bhismadeva speaks about Krishna. Sri Krishna is the intimate friend of Arjuna. He has appeared on this earth in his transcendental body, which resembles the bluish color of the tamala tree. His body attracts everyone in the three planetary systems, upper, middle, lower. May his glittering yellow dress and his lotus face, covered with paintings of sandalwood pulp, be the object of my attraction, and may I not desire fruit of results. 01. 09.41-42 Bhismadeva speaks about Krishna at the Rajasuya Yajna, sacrifice, performed by Maharaja Yudhishthira. There was the greatest assembly of all the elite men of the world, the royal and learned orders, and in that great assembly Lord Sri Krishna was worshipped by one and all as the most exalted personality of Godhead. This happened during my presence, and, remember the incident in order to keep my mind upon the Lord. 41. Now I can meditate with full concentration upon that one Lord, Sri Krishna, now present before me because now, have transcended the misconceptions of duality in regard to his presence in everyone's heart, even in the hearts of the mental speculators. He is in everyone's heart. The Sunday may be perceived differently, but the sun is one. 42. 01. 10.26-28 The ladies of Hastinapura talk of Krishna. Oh, how supremely glorified is the dynasty of King Yadu, and how virtuous is the land of Mathura, where the supreme leader of all living beings, the husband of the goddess of fortune, has taken his birth and wandered in his childhood. 26. O friends, just think of his wives, whose hands he has accepted. How they must have undergone vows, baths, fire sacrifices and perfect worship of the Lord of the universe to constantly relish now the nectar from his lips, by kissing. The damsels of Vrajabhumi would often faint just by expecting such favors. 28. 01. 11.7-9 Citizens of Dvarka pray to Krishna. O Creator of the universe, you are our mother, well-wisher, Lord, Father, spiritual master and worshipable deity. By following in your footsteps we have become successful in every respect. We pray, therefore, that you continue to bless us with your mercy. 7. Oh, it is our good luck that we have come again today under your protection by your presence, for your lordship rarely visits even the denizens of heaven. Now it is possible for us to look into your smiling face, which is full of affectionate glances. We can now see your transcendental form, full of all auspiciousness. 8. O lotus-eyed Lord, whenever you go away to Mathura, Vrindavana or Hastinapura to meet your friends and relatives, every moment of your absence seems like a million years. O infallible one, at that time our eyes become useless, as if bereft of sun. 9. 01. 15.07 Arjuna to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Only by his merciful strength was I able to vanquish all the lusty princes assembled at the palace of King Drupada for the selection of the bridegroom. With my bow and arrow I could pierce the fish target and thereby gain the hand of Draupadi. 01. 15.11-12 Arjuna to Maharaja Yudhishthira. During our exile, Durvasa Muni, who eats with his 10,000 disciples, intrigued with our enemies to put us in dangerous trouble. At that time he, Lord Krishna, simply by accepting the remnants of food, saved us. By his accepting food thus, the assembly of Munis, while bathing in the river, felt sumptuously fed. And all the three worlds were also satisfied. 11. It was by his influence only that in a fight, was able to astonish the personality of God Lord Shiva and his wife, the daughter of Mount Himalaya. Thus he, Lord Shiva, became pleased with me and awarded me his own weapon. Other demigods also delivered their respective weapon to me, and in addition I was able to reach the heavenly planets in this present body and was allowed a half-elevated seat. 12:01. 15.16, 18, 21 Arjuna to Maharaja Yudhishthira. Great generals like Bhisma, Drona, Karna, Bharisrava, Susarma, Salya, Jayadratha, and Balika all directed their invincible weapons against me. But by his, Lord Krishna's, grace they could not even touch a hair on my head. Similarly, Prahlada Maharaja, the supreme devotee of Lord Nrsimhadeva, was unaffected by the weapons the demons used against him. 16. O King! His jokings and frank talks were pleasing and beautifully decorated with smiles. His addresses unto me as O son of Pritha, O friend, O son of the Kuru dynasty, and all such heartiness are now remembered by me, and thus I am overwhelmed. 18. I have the very same Gandiva bow, the same arrows, the same chariot drawn by the same horses, and I use them as the same Arjuna to whom all the kings offered their due respects. But in the absence of Lord Krishna, all of them, at a moment's notice, have become null and void. It is exactly like offering clarified butter on ashes, accumulating money with a magic wand, or sowing seeds on barren land. 21:02. 07.26 Brahma to Narada Muni. When the world is overburdened by the fighting strength of kings who have no faith in God, the Lord, just to diminish the distress of the world, descends with his plenary portion. The Lord comes in his original form, with beautiful black hair. And just to expand his transcendental glories, he acts extraordinarily. No one can properly estimate how great he is. 07.27-33 Brahma to Narada Muni. There is no doubt about Lord Krishna's being the Supreme Lord, otherwise how was it possible for him to kill a giant demon like Patana when he was just on the lap of his mother, to overturn a cart with his leg when he was only 3 months old, to uproot a pair of Arjuna trees, so high that they touched the sky, when he was only crawling? All these activities are impossible for anyone other than the Lord himself. 27. Then also when the cowherd boys and their animals drank the poisoned water of the river Yamuna, and after the Lord, in his childhood, revived them by his merciful glance, just to purify the water of the river Yamuna, he jumped into it as if playing and chastised the venomous Kalia snake, which was lurking there, its tongue emitting waves of poison. Who can perform such Herculean tasks but the Supreme Lord? 28. On the very night of the day of the chastisement of the Kalia snake, when the inhabitants of Rajabhumi were sleeping carefreely, there was a forest fire ablaze due to dry leaves, and it appeared that all the inhabitants were sure to meet their death. But the Lord, along with Balarama, saved them simply by closing his eyes. Such are the superhuman activities of the Lord. 29. When the cowherd woman, Krishna's foster mother, Yasoda, was trying to tie the hands of her son with ropes, she found the rope to be always insufficient in length, and when she finally gave up, Lord Krishna, by and by, opened his mouth, wherein the mother found all the universes situated. Seeing this, she was doubtful in her mind, but she was convinced in a different manner of the mystic nature of her son. 30. Lord Krishna saved his foster father, Nanda Maharaja, from the fear of the demigod Varuna and released the cowherd boys from the caves of the mountain, for they were placed there by the son of Maya. Also, to the inhabitants of Vrindavana, who were busy working during daytime and sleeping soundly at night because of their hard labor in the day, Lord Krishna awarded promotion to the highest planets in the spiritual sky. All these acts are transcendental and certainly prove without any doubt his godhood. 31. When the cowherd men of Vrindavana, under instruction of Krishna, stopped offering sacrifice to the heavenly king, Indra, the whole tract of land known as Vraya was threatened with being washed away by constant heavy rains for 7 days. Lord Krishna, out of his causeless mercy upon the inhabitants of Vraya, held up the hill known as Govardhana with one hand only, although he was only 7 years old. He did this to protect the animals from the onslaught of water. 32. When the Lord was engaged in his pastimes of the Rasa dance in the forest of Vrindavana, enlivening the sexual desires of the wives of the inhabitants of Vrindavana by sweet and melodious songs, a demon of the name Sankakuta, a rich follower of the treasurer of heaven, Kuvera, kidnapped the damsels, and the Lord severed his head from his trunk. 33:02. 07.34-35 Brahma to Narada Muni. All demonic personalities like Pralamba, Dhanuka, Baka, Kesi, Arista, Kanura, Mustaka, Kuvalayapita elephant, Kamsa, Yavana, Narakasura, and Pandraka, great marshals like Salva, Devavata monkey and Balvala, Danavakra, the 7 bulls, Sambara, Vijayartha, and Rukmi, as also great warriors like Kamboja, Matsya, Kuru, Srinjaya, and Kekaya, would all fight vigorously, either with the Lord Hari directly or with him under his names of Baladeva, Arjuna, Bhima, etc. and the demons, thus being killed, would attain either the impersonal Brahmajyoti or his personal abode in the Vaikunta planets. 34-35, 02. 07.40 Brahma to Narada Muni. Who can describe completely the prowess of Vishnu? Even the scientist, who might have counted the particles of the atoms of the universe, cannot do so. Because it is he only who in his form of Trivikrama moved his leg effortlessly beyond the topmost planet, Satyaloka, up to the neutral state of the 3 modes of material nature. And all were moved. 02. 07.43-45 Brahma to Narada Muni. O Narada, although the potencies of the Lord are unknowable and immeasurable, still, because we are all surrendered souls, we know how he acts through Yogamaya potencies. And, similarly, the potencies of the Lord are also known to the all-powerful Shiva, the great king of the atheist family, namely Prahlada Maharaja, Svayambhuva Manu, his wife Satarupa, his sons and daughters like Priyavrata, Uttanapada, Akuti, Davahuti, and Prasuti, Prasanabharhi, Rabu, Unga the father of Veena, Maharaja Dhruva, Ikshvaku, Ila, Mukyukanda, Maharaja Janaka, Gudi, Raghu, Ambarasa, Sagara, Gaya, Nahusa, Mandhata, Alarka, Satadhanva, Anu, Randadeva, Bhisma, Bali, Amritaraya, Dilipa, Saubari, Utanka, Sibi, Devala, Pipalata, Sarasvata, Uddhava, Parasara, Buddhasena, Vibhishana, Hanuman, Sukadeva Goswami, Arjuna, Arstisena, Vidura, Srutadeva, etc. 43-45, 02. 07.48 Brahma to Narada Muni. In such a transcendental state there is no need of artificial control of the mind, mental speculation or meditation, as performed by the jnanis and yogis. One gives up such processes, as the heavenly king, Indra, foregoes the trouble to dig a well. 02. 06.37-38 Brahma to Narada Muni. Since neither Lord Shiva nor you nor I could ascertain the limits of spiritual happiness, how can other demigods know it? And because all of us are bewildered by the illusory external energy of the Supreme Lord, we can see only this manifested cosmos according to our individual ability. 37. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto that Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose incarnations and activities are chanted by us for glorification, though he can hardly be fully known as he is. G8, 10. 90.47 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The heavenly Ganges is a holy place of pilgrimage because her waters wash Lord Krishna's feet. But when the Lord descended among the Yadus, his glories eclipsed the Ganges as a holy place. Both those who hated Krishna and those who loved him attained eternal forms like his in the spiritual world. The unattainable and supremely self-satisfied goddess of fortune, for the sake of whose favor everyone else struggles, belongs to him alone. His name destroys all inauspiciousness when heard or chanted. He alone has set forth the principles of the various disciplic successions of sages. What wonder is it that he, whose personal weapon is the wheel of time, relieved the burden of the earth? 10. 02.26 Demigods to Krishna. O Lord, you never deviate from your vow, which is always perfect because whatever you decide is always perfectly correct and cannot be stopped by anyone. Being present in the 3 phases of cosmic manifestation, creation, maintenance and annihilation, you are the supreme truth. Indeed, unless one is completely truthful, one cannot achieve your favor, which therefore cannot be achieved by hypocrites. You are the active principle, the real truth, in all the ingredients of creation, and therefore you are known as Antaryami, the inner force. You are equal to everyone, and your instructions apply for everyone, for all time. You are the beginning of all truth. Therefore, offering our obeisances, we surrender unto you. Kindly give us protection. 03. 02.16 Uddhava. When I think of Lord Krishna, how he was born in the prison house of Vasudeva although he is unborn, how he went away from his father's protection to Vraya and lived there incognito out of fear of the enemy, and how, although unlimitedly powerful, he fled from Mathura in fear, all these bewildering incidents give me distress. 03. 02.18-19 Uddhava. Who, after smelling the dust of his lotus feet even once, could ever forget it? Simply by expanding the leaves of his eyebrows, Krishna has given a death blow to those who were burdening the earth. 18. You have personally seen how the king of Sati, Sisupala, achieved success in yoga practice, although he hated Lord Krishna. Even the actual yogis aspire after such success with great interest by performance of their various practices. Who can tolerate separation from him? 1903. 02.20 Uddhava Certainly others who were fighters on the battlefield of Kurukshetra were purified by the onslaught of Arjuna's arrows, and while seeing the lotus-like face of Krishna, so pleasing to the eyes, they achieved the abode of the Lord. 03. 02.24 Uddhava I consider the demons, who were inimical toward the Lord, to be more than the devotees because while fighting with the Lord, absorbed in thoughts of enmity, they are able to see the Lord carried on the shoulder of Garuda, the son of Tarksya, Kasyapa, and carrying the wheel weapon in his hand. 03. 02.26 Uddhava Thereafter, his father, being afraid of Kamsa, brought him to the cow pastures of Maharajananda, and there he lived for 11 years like a covered flame with his elder brother, Baladeva. 03. 02.30-33 Uddhava The great wizards who were able to assume any form were engaged by the king of Bhoha, Kamsa, to kill Krishna, but in the course of his pastimes the Lord killed them as easily as a child breaks dolls. 30. The inhabitants of Vrindavana were perplexed by great difficulties because a certain portion of the Yamuna was poisoned by the chief of the reptiles, Kaliya. The Lord chastised the snake king within the water and drove him away, and after coming out of the river, he caused the cows to drink the water and proved that the water was again in its natural state. 31. The Supreme Lord, Krishna, desired to utilize the opulent financial strength of Maharajananda for worship of the cows, and also he wanted to give a lesson to Indra, the king of heaven. Thus he advised his father to perform worship of Go, or the pasturing land and the cows, with the help of learned brahmanas. 32. O sober Vidura, King Indra, his honor having been insulted, poured water incessantly on Vrindavana, and thus the inhabitants of Raya, the land of cows, were greatly distressed. But the compassionate Lord Krishna saved them from danger with his pastime umbrella, the Govardhana hill. 33. 03. 03.01-04 Uddhava Vidura Sri Uddhava said, Thereafter Lord Krishna went to Mathura city with Sri Baladeva, and to please their parents they dragged Kamsa, the leader of public enemies, down from his throne and killed him, pulling him along the ground with great strength. 1. The Lord learned all the Vedas with their different branches simply by hearing them once from his teacher, Sandipani Muni, whom he rewarded by bringing back his dead son from the region of Yamaloka. 2. Attracted by the beauty and fortune of Rukmini, the daughter of King Bhasmaka, many great princes and kings assembled to marry her. But Lord Krishna, stepping over the other hopeful candidates, carried her away as his own share, as Garuda carried away nectar. 3. By subduing 7 bulls whose noses were not pierced, the Lord achieved the hand of Princess Nagnajiti in the open competition to select her bridegroom. Although the Lord was victorious, his competitors asked the hand of the princess, and thus there was a fight. Well equipped with weapons, the Lord killed or wounded all of them, but he was not hurt himself. 4. 03. 03.05 Uddhava Vidura Just to please his dear wife, the Lord brought back the Parijata tree from heaven, just as an ordinary husband would do. But Indra, the king of heaven, induced by his wives, henpecked as he was, ran after the Lord with full force to fight him. 03. 03.06-9 Uddhava Vidura Narakasura, the son of Daritri, the earth, tried to grasp the whole sky, and for this he was killed by the Lord in a fight. His mother then prayed to the Lord. This led to the return of the kingdom to the son of Narakasura, and thus the Lord entered the house of the demon. 6. There in the house of the demon, all the princesses kidnapped by Narakasura at once became alert upon seeing the Lord, the friend of the distressed. They looked upon him with eagerness, joy and shyness and offered to be his wives. 7. All those princesses were lodged in different apartments, and the Lord simultaneously assumed different bodily expansions exactly matching each and every princess. He accepted their hands in perfect rituals by his internal potency. 8. Just to expand himself according to his transcendental features, the Lord begot in each and every one of them 10 offspring with exactly his own qualities. 9. 03. 03.10 Uddhava Vidura Kalayavana, the king of Magadha and Salva attacked the city of Mathura, but when the city was encircled by their soldiers, the Lord refrained from killing them personally, just to show the power of his own men. 03. 03.11-13 Uddhava Vidura of kings like Sambara, Devivida, Bana, Mora, Balvala and many other demons, such as Danavakra, some he killed himself, and some he caused to be killed by others, Sri Baladeva etc. 11. Then, O Vidura, the Lord caused all the kings, both the enemies and those on the side of your fighting nephews, to be killed in the battle of Kurukshetra. All those kings were so great and strong that the earth seemed to shake as they traversed the war field. 12. Duryodhana was bereft of his fortune and duration of life because of the intricacy of ill advice given by Karna, Dusasan, and Sabala. When he lay on the ground with his followers, his thighs broken although he was powerful, the Lord was not happy to see the scene. 13:03. 03.17-18 Uddhava the embryo of Puru's descendant begotten by the great hero Abhimanyu in the womb of Uttara, his wife, was burnt by the weapon of the son of Drona, but later he was again protected by the Lord. 17. The Supreme Lord induced the son of Dharma to perform 3 horse sacrifices, and Maharaja Yudhishthira, constantly following Krishna, the personality of Godhead, protected and enjoyed the earth, assisted by his younger brothers. 18:03. 03.20 Uddhava he was there in his transcendental body, the residence of the goddess of fortune, with his usual gentle and sweetly smiling face, his nectarian words and his flawless character. 10. 90.49-50 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit to protect the principles of devotional service to himself. Lord Krishna, the best of the yadis, accepts the pastime forms that have been glorified here in the Srimad Bhagavatam. One who desires to faithfully serve his lotus feet should hear of the activities he performs in each of these incarnations, activities that suitably imitate those of the forms he assumes. Hearing narrations of these pastimes destroys the reactions to fruit of work. 49. By regularly hearing, chanting and meditating on the beautiful topics of Lord Mukunda with ever-increasing sincerity, a mortal being will attain the divine kingdom of the Lord, where the inviolable power of death holds no sway. For this purpose, many persons, including great kings, abandoned their mundane homes and took to the forest. 50. Chapter 19 The perfection of the mellow of pure love, the unlimited dimensions of Rasa Siddha Prema Rasa, Rasa Garima 10. 90.48 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Sri Krishna is he who is known as Jananivasa, the ultimate resort of all living entities, and who is also known as Devaki Nandana or Yasoda Nandana, the son of Devaki and Yasoda. He is the god of the Yadu dynasty, and with his mighty arms he kills everything inauspicious, as well as every man who is impious. By his presence he destroys all things inauspicious for all living entities, moving and inert. His blissful smiling face always increased the lusty desires of the Gopas of Vrindavana. May he be all glorious and happy. 10. 14.01 Brahma to Sri Krishna. Lord Brahma said, My dear Lord, you are the only worshipable Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore I offer my humble obeisances and prayers just to please you. O son of the king of the cowherds, your transcendental body is dark blue like a new cloud, your garment is brilliant like lightning, and the beauty of your face is enhanced by your gunja earrings and the peacock feather on your head. Wearing garlands of various forest flowers and leaves, and equipped with a herding stick, a buffalo horn and a flute, you stand beautifully with a morsel of food in your hand. 10. 14.18 Brahma to Sri Krishna. Have you not shown me today that both you yourself and everything within this creation are manifestations of your inconceivable potency? First you appeared alone, and then you manifested yourself as all of Vrindavana's calves and cowherd boys, your friends. Next you appeared as an equal number of four-handed Vishnu forms, who were worshipped by all living beings, including me, and after that you appeared as an equal number of complete universes. Finally, you have now returned to your unlimited form as the Supreme Absolute Truth, one without a second. 10. 05.01-2 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, Nanda Maharaja was naturally very magnanimous, and when Lord Sri Krishna appeared as his son, he was overwhelmed by jubilation. Therefore, after bathing and purifying himself and dressing himself properly, he invited Brahmanas who knew how to recite Vedic mantras. After having these qualified Brahmanas recite auspicious Vedic hymns, he arranged to have the Vedic birth ceremony celebrated for his newborn child according to the rules and regulations, and he also arranged for worship of the demigods and forefathers. 1-2, 10. 05.18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O Maharaja Pariksit, the home of Nanda Maharaja is eternally the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his transcendental qualities, and is therefore always naturally endowed with the opulence of all wealth. Yet beginning from Lord Krishna's appearance there, it became the place of the pastimes of the goddess of fortune. While Nanda Maharaja was returning to Gokula, the same fierce Patana whom Kamsa had previously engaged to kill babies was wandering about in the towns, cities and villages, doing her nefarious duty. 10. 06.10 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. On that very spot, the fiercely dangerous Rakshasi took Krishna on her lap and pushed her breast into his mouth. The nipple of her breast was smeared with a dangerous, immediately effective poison, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, becoming very angry at her, took hold of her breast, squeezed it very hard with both hands, and sucked out both the poison and her life. 10. 06.31 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Srila Sukadeva Goswami continued, all the Gopas, headed by Mother Yasoda, were bound by maternal affection. After they thus chanted mantras to protect their child, Mother Yasoda gave the child the nipple of her breast to suck and then got him to lie down on his bed. 10. 07.07 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Sri Krishna was lying down underneath the handcart in one corner of the courtyard, and although his little legs were so soft as leaves, when he struck the cart with his legs, it turned over violently and collapsed. The wheels separated from the axle, the hubs and spokes fell apart, and the pole of the handcart broke. On the cart there were many little utensils made of various metals, and all of them scattered hither and thither. 10. 07.18, 20 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. One day, a year after Krishna's appearance, Mother Yasoda was patting her son on her lap. But suddenly she felt her child to be heavier than a mountain peak, and she could no longer bear his weight. 18. While the child was sitting on the ground, a demon named Trinavarta, who was a servant of Kamsa's, came there as a whirlwind, at Kamsa's instigation, and very easily carried the child away into the air. 20. 10. 07.26-28 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Having assumed the form of a forceful whirlwind, the demon Trinavarta took Krishna very high in the sky, but when Krishna became heavier than the demon had to stop his force and could go no further. 26. Because of Krishna's weight, Trinavarta considered him to be like a great mountain or a hunk of iron. But because Krishna had caught the demon's neck, the demon was unable to throw him off. He therefore thought of the child as wonderful, since he could neither bear the child nor cast aside the burden. 27. With Krishna grasping him by the throat, Trinavarta choked, unable to make even a sound or even to move his hands and legs. His eyes popping out, the demon lost his life and fell, along with the little boy, down to the ground of Raya. 28. 10. 07.34-36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. One day Mother Yasoda, having taken Krishna up and placed him on her lap, was feeding him milk from her breast with maternal affection. The milk was flowing from her breast, and the child was drinking it. 34. O King Pariksit, when the child Krishna was almost finished drinking his mother's milk and Mother Yasoda was touching him and looking at his beautiful, brilliantly smiling face, the baby yawned, and Mother Yasoda saw in his mouth the whole sky, the higher planetary system and the earth, the luminaries in all directions, the sun, the moon, fire, air, the seas, islands, mountains, rivers, forests, and all kinds of living entities, moving and non-moving. 35-36, 10. 08.21 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. After a short time passed, both brothers, Rama and Krishna, began to crawl on the ground of Raya with the strength of their hands and knees and thus enjoy their childhood play. 10. 08.26 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King Pariksit, within a very short time both Rama and Krishna began to walk very easily in Gokula on their legs, by their own strength, without the need to crawl. 10. 08.28 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Observing the very attractive childish restlessness of Krishna, all the Gopas in the neighborhood, to hear about Krishna's activities again and again, would approach Mother Yasoda and speak to her as follows. 10. 08.29 Gopas to Mother Yasoda. Our dear friend Yasoda, your son sometimes comes to our houses before the milking of the cows and releases the calves, and when the master of the house becomes angry, your son merely smiles. Sometimes he devises some process by which he steals palatable curd, butter and milk, which he then eats and drinks. When the monkeys assemble, he divides it with them, and when the monkeys have their bellies so full that they won't take more, he breaks the pots. Sometimes, if he gets no opportunity to steal butter or milk from a house, he will be angry at the householders, and for his revenge he will agitate the small children by pinching them. Then, when the children begin crying, Krishna will go away. 10. 09.08 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Krishna, at that time, was sitting on an upside-down wooden mortar for grinding spices and was distributing milk preparations such as yogurt and butter to the monkeys as he liked. Because of having stolen, he was looking all around with great anxiety, suspecting that he might be chastised by his mother. Mother Yasoda, upon seeing him, very cautiously approached him from behind. 10. 09.12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Mother Yasoda was always overwhelmed by intense love for Krishna, not knowing who Krishna was or how powerful he was. Because of maternal affection for Krishna, she never even cared to know who he was. Therefore, When she saw that her son had become excessively afraid, she threw the stick away and desired to bind him so that he would not commit any further naughty activities. 10:09.15 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. When Mother Yasoda was trying to bind the offending child, she saw that the binding rope was short by a distance the width of 2 fingers. Thus she brought another rope to join to it. 10:09.16 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. This new rope also was short by the measurement of 2 fingers, and when another rope was joined to it, it was still 2 fingers too short. As many ropes as she joined, all of them failed, their shortness could not be overcome. 10:09.18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Because of Mother Yasoda's hard labor, her whole body became covered with perspiration, and the flowers and comb were falling from her hair. When child Krishna saw his mother thus fatigued, he became merciful to her and agreed to be bound. 10:09.20 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Neither Lord Brahma, nor Lord Shiva, nor even the goddess of fortune, who is always the better half of the Supreme Lord, can obtain from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the deliverer from this material world, such mercy as received by Mother Yasoda. 10:10.26-27 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Having thus spoken, Krishna soon entered between the 2 Arjuna trees, and thus the big mortar to which he was bound turned crosswise and stuck between them. 26. By dragging behind him with great force the wooden mortar tied to his belly, the boy Krishna uprooted the 2 trees. By the great strength of the Supreme Person, the 2 trees, with their trunks, leaves and branches, trembled severely and fell to the ground with a great crash. 27. 10.28 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Thereafter, in that very place where the 2 Arjuna trees had fallen, 2 great, perfect personalities, who appeared like fire personified, came out of the 2 trees. The effulgence of their beauty illuminating all directions, with bowed heads they offered obeisances to Krishna, and with hands folded they spoke the following words. 10.38 Nalakuvara and Managriva pray to Krishna. Henceforward, may all our words describe your pastimes, may our ears engage in oral reception of your glories, may our hands, legs and other senses engage in actions pleasing to you, and may our minds always think of your lotus feet. May our heads offer our obeisances to everything within this world, because all things are also your different forms, and may our eyes see the forms of Vaisnavas, who are non-different from you. 10.42 Krishna to Nalakuvara and Managriva. O Nalakuvara and Managriva, now you may both return home. Since you desire to be always absorbed in my devotional service, your desire to develop love and affection for me will be fulfilled, and now you will never fall from that platform. 11.27-28 Upananda to the other cowherd men. All these incidents are being caused by some unknown demon. Before he comes here to create another disturbance, it is our duty to go somewhere else with the boys until there are no more disturbances. 27. Between Nandesvara and Mahavana is a place named Vrindavana. This place is very suitable because it is lush with grass, plants and creepers for the cows and other animals. It has nice gardens and tall mountains and is full of facilities for the happiness of all the gopas and our animals. 28, 10. 11.35-36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. In this way they entered Vrindavana, where it is always pleasing to live in all seasons. They made a temporary place to inhabit by placing their bullock carts around them in the shape of a half-moon. 35. O King Pariksit, when Rama and Krishna saw Vrindavana, Govardhana and the banks of the river Yamuna, they both enjoyed great pleasure. 36, 10. 11.37-38 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. In this way, Krishna and Balarama, acting like small boys and talking in half-broken language, gave transcendental pleasure to all the inhabitants of Vraya. In due course of time, they became old enough to take care of the calves. 37. Not far away from their residential quarters, both Krishna and Balarama, equipped with all kinds of playthings, played with other cowherd boys and began to tend the small calves. 38, 10. 11.39-44 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sometimes Krishna and Balarama would play on their flutes, sometimes they would throw ropes and stones devised for getting fruits from the trees, sometimes they would throw only stones, and sometimes, their ankle bells tinkling, they would play football with fruits like bale and amalaki. Sometimes they would cover themselves with blankets and imitate cows and bulls and fight with one another, roaring loudly, and sometimes they would imitate the voices of the animals. In this way they enjoyed sporting, exactly like 2 ordinary human children. 39-40 One day while Rama and Krishna, along with their playmates, were tending the calves on the bank of the river Yamuna, another demon arrived there, desiring to kill them. 41. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead saw that the demon had assumed the form of a calf and entered among the groups of other calves, he pointed out to Baladeva, "Here is another demon." Then he very slowly approached the demon, as if he did not understand the demon's intentions. 42. Thereafter, Krishna caught the demon by the hind legs and tail, twirled the demon's whole body very strongly until the demon was dead, and threw him into the top of a kapitha tree, which then fell down, along with the body of the demon, who had assumed a great form. 43. Upon seeing the dead body of the demon, all the cowherd boys exclaimed, "Well done, Krishna! Very good, very good. Thank you." In the upper planetary system, all the demigods were pleased, and therefore they showered flowers on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 44. 10. 11.47 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Right by the reservoir, the boys saw a gigantic body resembling a mountain peak broken and struck down by a thunderbolt. They were afraid even to see such a huge living being. 10. 11.48 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. That great-bodied demon was named Bakasura. He had assumed the body of a duck with a very sharp beak. Having come there, he immediately swallowed Krishna. 10. 11.50 to 51 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Krishna, who was the father of Lord Brahma but who was acting as the son of a cowherd man, became like fire, burning the root of the demon's throat, and the demon Bakasura immediately disgorged him. When the demon saw that Krishna, although having been swallowed, was unharmed, he immediately attacked Krishna again with his sharp beak. 50. When Krishna, the leader of the Vaisnavas, saw that the demon Bakasura, the friend of Kamsa, was endeavoring to attack him, with his arms he captured the demon by the two halves of the beak, and in the presence of all the cowherd boys Krishna very easily bifurcated him, as a child splits a blade of rana grass. By thus killing the demon, Krishna very much pleased the denizens of heaven. 51. 10. 12.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami continued, "O king, one day Krishna decided to take his breakfast as a picnic in the forest. Having risen early in the morning, he blew his bugle made of horn and woke all the cowherd boys and calves with its beautiful sound. Then Krishna and the boys, keeping their respective groups of calves before them, proceeded from Vrajabhumi to the forest." 10. 12.03 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Along with the cowherd boys and their own groups of calves, Krishna came out with an unlimited number of calves assembled. Then all the boys began to sport in the forest in a great playful spirit. 10. 12.06 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sometimes Krishna would go to a somewhat distant place to see the beauty of the forest. Then all the other boys would run to accompany him, each one saying, "I shall be the first to run and touch Krishna. Shall touch Krishna first." In this way they enjoyed life by repeatedly touching Krishna. 10. 12.08 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Some boys imitated flying birds by running after the birds' shadows on the ground, some imitated the beautiful movements and attractive postures of the swans, some sat down with the ducks, sitting silently, and others imitated the dancing of the peacocks. 10. 12.10 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Some boys went to the waterfalls and crossed over the river, jumping with the frogs, and when they saw their own reflections on the water, they would laugh. They would also condemn the sounds of their own echoes. 10. 12.12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Yogis may undergo severe austerities and penances for many births by practicing yama, niyama, asana and pranayama, none of which are easily performed. Yet in due source of time, when these yogis attain the perfection of controlling the mind, they will still be unable to taste even a particle of dust from the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What then can we describe about the great fortune of the inhabitants of Vrajabhumi, Vrindavana, with whom the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally lived and who saw the Lord face to face? 10. 12.13 to 14 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear King Pariksit, thereafter there appeared a great demon named Aghasura, whose death was being awaited even by the demigods. The demigods drank nectar every day, but still they feared this great demon and awaited his death. This demon could not tolerate the transcendental pleasure being enjoyed in the forest by the cowherd boys. 13. Aghasura, who had been sent by Kamsa, was the younger brother of Patana and Bakasura. Therefore when he came and saw Krishna at the head of all the cowherd boys, he thought, "This Krishna has killed my sister and brother, Patana and Bakasura. Therefore, in order to please them both, I shall kill this Krishna, along with his assistants, the other cowherd boys." 14. 10. 12.16 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. After thus deciding that crooked Aghasura assumed the form of a huge python, as thick as a big mountain and as long as 8 miles. Having assumed this wonderful python's body, he spread his mouth like a big cave in the mountains and lay down on the road, expecting to swallow Krishna and his associates the cowherd boys. 10. 12.28 to 31 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Now, what was to be done? How could both the killing of this demon and the saving of the devotees be performed simultaneously? Krishna, being unlimitedly potent, decided to wait for an intelligent means by which he could simultaneously save the boys and kill the demon. Then he entered the mouth of Aghasura. 28. When Krishna entered the mouth of Aghasura, the demigods hidden behind the clouds exclaimed, "Alas! Alas!" But the friends of Aghasura, like Kamsa and other demons, were jubilant. 29. When the invincible Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, heard the demigods crying "Alas! Alas!" from behind the clouds, he immediately enlarged himself within the demon's throat, just to save himself and the cowherd boys, his own associates, from the demon who wished to smash them. 30. Then, because Krishna had increased the size of his body, the demon extended his own body to a very large size. Nonetheless, his breathing stopped, he suffocated, and his eyes rolled here and there and popped out. The demon's life air, however, could not pass through any outlet, and therefore it finally burst out through a hole in the top of the demon's head. 31. 10. 12.36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O King Pariksit, when the python-shaped body of Aghasura dried up into merely a big skin, it became a wonderful place for the inhabitants of Vrindavana to visit, and it remained so for a long, long time. 10. 13.05 to 6 Krishna to the cowherd boys. My dear friends, just see how this riverbank is extremely beautiful because of its pleasing atmosphere. And just see how the blooming lotuses are attracting bees and birds by their aroma. The humming and chirping of these bees and birds is echoing throughout the beautiful trees in the forest. Also, here the sands are clean and soft. Therefore, this must be considered the best place for our sporting and pastimes. 5. I think we should take our lunch here, since we are already hungry because the time is very late. Here the calves may drink water and go slowly here and there and eat the grass. 6. 10. 13.08 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Like the whirl of a lotus flower surrounded by its petals and leaves, Krishna sat in the center, encircled by lines of his friends, who all looked very beautiful. Every one of them was trying to look forward toward Krishna, thinking that Krishna might look toward him. In this way they all enjoyed their lunch in the forest. 10. 13.11 to 13 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Krishna is Yajnabhuk, that is, he eats only offerings of yajna, but to exhibit his childhood pastimes, he now sat with his flute tucked between his waist and his tight cloth on his right side and with his horn bugle and cow driving stick on his left. Holding in his hand a very nice preparation of yogurt and rice, with pieces of suitable fruit between his fingers, he sat like the whirl of a lotus flower, looking forward toward all his friends, personally joking with them and creating jubilant laughter among them as he ate. At that time, the denizens of heaven were watching, struck with wonder at how the personality of Godhead, who eats only in yajna, was now eating with his friends in the forest. 11. O Maharaja Pariksit, while the cowherd boys, who knew nothing within the core of their hearts but Krishna, were thus engaged in eating their lunch in the forest, the calves went far away, deep into the forest, being allured by green grass. 12. When Krishna saw that his friends the cowherd boys were frightened, he, the fierce controller even of fear itself, said, just to mitigate their fear, my dear friends, do not stop eating. Shall bring your calves back to this spot by personally going after them myself. 13. 10. 13.15 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O Maharaja Pariksit, Brahma, who resides in the higher planetary system in the sky, had observed the activities of the most powerful Krishna in killing and delivering Aghasura, and he was astonished. Now that same Brahma wanted to show some of his own power and see the power of Krishna, who was engaged in his childhood pastimes, playing as if with ordinary cowherd boys. Therefore, in Krishna's absence, Brahma took all the boys and calves to another place. Thus he became entangled, for in the very near future he would see how powerful Krishna was. 10. 13.18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Thereafter, just to create pleasure both for Brahma and for the mothers of the calves and cowherd boys, Krishna, the creator of the entire cosmic manifestation, expanded himself as calves and boys. October 13, 2019 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. By his Vasudeva feature, Krishna simultaneously expanded himself into the exact number of missing cowherd boys and calves, with their exact bodily features, their particular types of hands, legs and other limbs, their sticks, bugles and flutes, their lunch bags, their particular types of dress and ornaments placed in various ways, their names, ages and forms, and their special activities and characteristics. By expanding himself in this way, beautiful Krishna proved the statement Samagra Jagat Vishnu Mayam, Lord Vishnu is all-pervading. 10. 13.26-27 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Although the inhabitants of Rajabhumi, the cowherd men and cowherd women, previously had more affection for Krishna than for their own children, now, for 1 year, their affection for their own sons continuously increased, for Krishna had now become their sons. There was no limit to the increment of their affection for their sons, who were now Krishna. Every day they found new inspiration for loving their children as much as they loved Krishna. 26. In this way, Lord Sri Krishna, having himself become the cowherd boys and groups of calves, maintained himself by himself. Thus he continued his pastimes, both in Vrindavana and in the forest, for 1 year. 27. 10. 13.36-37 Balarama to himself. What is this wonderful phenomenon? The affection of all inhabitants of Raya, including me, toward these boys and calves is increasing as never before, just like our affection for Lord Krishna, the supersoul of all living entities. 36. Who is this mystic power, and where has she come from? Is she a demigod or a demoness? She must be the illusory energy of my master, Lord Krishna, for who else can bewilder me? 37. 10. 13.40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. When Lord Brahma returned after a moment of time had passed, according to his own measurement, he saw that although by human measurement a complete year had passed, Lord Krishna, after all that time, was engaged just as before in playing with the boys and calves, who were his expansions. 10. 13.44-45 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Thus because Lord Brahma wanted to mystify the all-pervading Lord Krishna, who can never be mystified, but who, on the contrary, mystifies the entire universe, he himself was put into bewilderment by his own mystic power. 44. As the darkness of snow on a dark night and the light of a glowworm in the light of day have no value, the mystic power of an inferior person who tries to use it against a person of great power is unable to accomplish anything. Instead, the power of that inferior person is diminished. 45. 10. 13.54 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Vishnu Murtis all had eternal, unlimited forms, full of knowledge and bliss and existing beyond the influence of time. Their great glory was not even to be touched by the jnanis engaged in studying the Upanishads. 10. 13.59-61 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Then, looking in all directions, Lord Brahma immediately saw Vrindavana before him, filled with trees, which were the means of livelihood for the inhabitants and which were equally pleasing in all seasons. 59. Vrindavana is the transcendental abode of the Lord, where there is no hunger, anger or thirst. Though naturally inimical, both human beings and fierce animals live there together in transcendental friendship. 60. Then Lord Brahma saw the absolute truth, who is one without a second, who possesses full knowledge and who is unlimited, assuming the role of a child in a family of cowherd men and standing all alone, just as before, with a morsel of food in his hand, searching everywhere for the calves and his cowherd friends. 61. 10. 13.62 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. After seeing this, Lord Brahma hastily got down from his swan carrier, fell down like a goldenrod and touched the lotus feet of Lord Krishna with the tips of the 4 crowns on his heads. Offering his obeisances, he bathed the feet of Krishna with the water of his tears of joy. 10. 14.11 Brahma to Sri Krishna. What am I? A small creature measuring 7 spans of my own hand. I am enclosed in a pot-like universe composed of material nature, the total material energy, false ego, ether, air, water and earth. And what is your glory? Unlimited universes pass through the pores of your body just as particles of dust pass through the openings of a screened window. 10. 14.39 Brahma to Sri Krishna. My dear Krishna, now humbly request permission to leave. Actually, you are the knower and seer of all things. Indeed, you are the Lord of all the universes, and yet I offer this one universe unto you. 10. 15.20 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Once, some of the cowherd boys, Sridama, the very close friend of Rama and Krishna, along with Sabala, Stokakrishna and others, lovingly spoke the following words. 10. 15.21-22 Sridama and other cowherd boys to Krishna. O Rama, Rama, mighty armed one. O Krishna, destroyer of the miscreants. Not far from here is a very great forest filled with rows of palm trees. 21. In that Talavana forest many fruits are falling from the trees, and many are already lying on the ground. But all the fruits are being guarded by the evil Dhanuka. 22. 10. 15.32 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Balarama seized Dhanuka by his hooves, whirled him about with one hand and threw him into the top of a palm tree. The violent wheeling motion killed the demon. 10. 15.40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. People now felt free to return to the forest where Dhanuka had been killed, and without fear they ate the fruits of the palm trees. Also, the cows could now graze freely upon the grass there. 10. 16.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, Lord Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, seeing that the Yamuna river had been contaminated by the black snake Kaliya, desired to purify the river, and thus the Lord banished him from it. 10. 16.66-67 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Having thus pleased the Lord, whose flag is marked with the emblem of Garuda, Kaliya felt satisfied. Receiving the Lord's permission to leave, Kaliya circumambulated him and offered him obeisances. Then, taking his wives, friends and children, he went to his island in the sea. The very moment Kaliya left, the Yamuna was immediately restored to her original condition, free from poison and full of nectarian water. This happened by the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 66-67, 10. 17.20-22 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. O best of kings, Pariksit, because the residents of Vrindavana were feeling very weak from hunger, thirst and fatigue, they and the cows spent the night where they were, lying down near the bank of the Kalindi. 20. During the night, while all the people of Vrindavana were asleep, a great fire blazed up within the dry summer forest. The fire surrounded the inhabitants of Raya on all sides and began to scorch them. 21. Then the residents of Vrindavana woke up, extremely disturbed by the great fire threatening to burn them. Thus they took shelter of Krishna, the Supreme Lord, who by his spiritual potency appeared like an ordinary human being. 22, 10. 17.25 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Seeing his devotees so disturbed, Sri Krishna, the infinite Lord of the universe and possessor of infinite power, then swallowed the terrible forest fire. 10. 18.17-18 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Killing of Pralambasura. While Rama, Krishna and their cowherd friends were thus tending the cows in that Vrindavana forest, the demon Pralamba entered their midst. He had assumed the form of a cowherd boy with the intention of kidnapping Krishna and Balarama. 17. Since the Supreme Lord Krishna, who had appeared in the Dasarha dynasty, sees everything, he understood who the demon was. Still, the Lord pretended to accept the demon as a friend, while at the same time seriously considering how to kill him. 18, 10. 18.24 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Defeated, the Supreme Lord Krishna carried Sridhama. Bhadrasenya carried Vrisabha, and Pralamba carried Balarama, the son of Rohini. 10. 18.28 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Remembering the actual situation, the fearless Balarama understood that the demon was trying to kidnap him and take him away from his companions. The Lord then became furious and struck the demon's head with his hard fist, just as Indra, the king of the demigods, strikes a mountain with his thunderbolt weapon. 10. 18.29 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Thus smashed by Balarama's fist, Pralamba's head immediately cracked open. The demon vomited blood from his mouth and lost all consciousness, and then with a great noise he fell lifeless on the ground, like a mountain devastated by Indra. 10. 19.07 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Suddenly a great forest fire appeared on all sides, threatening to destroy all the forest creatures. Like a chariot driver, the wind swept the fire onward, and terrible sparks shot in all directions. Indeed, the great fire extended its tongues of flame toward all moving and non-moving creatures. 10. 19.12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. All right, the boys replied, and immediately closed their eyes. Then the Supreme Lord, the master of all mystic power, opened his mouth and swallowed the terrible fire, saving his friends from danger. 10. 23.07 Cowherd boys to the ritualistic Brahmanas. Lord Rama and Lord Achyuta are tending their cows not far from here. They are hungry and want you to give them some of your food. Therefore, O Brahmanas, our best of the knowers of religion, if you have faith, please give some food to them. 10. 23.09 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Brahmanas heard this supplication from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. yet they refused to pay heed. Indeed, they were full of petty desires and entangled in elaborate rituals. Though presuming themselves advanced in Vedic learning, they were actually inexperienced fools. 10. 23.12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. When the Brahmanas failed to reply even with a simple yes or no, "O chastiser of the enemy, Pariksit," the cowherd boys returned disappointed to Krishna and Rama and reported this to them. 10. 23.14 Krishna to the cowherd boys. Lord Krishna said, "Tell the wives of the Brahmanas that I have come here with Lord Sankarsana. They will certainly give you all the food you want, for they are most affectionate toward me and, indeed, with their intelligence reside in me alone." 10. 23.17 Cowherd boys to the wives of the Brahmanas. He has come a long way with the cowherd boy and Lord Balarama, tending the cows. Now he is hungry, so some food should be given for him and his companions. 10. 23.19 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Taking along in large vessels the 4 kinds of foods, full of fine tastes and aromas, all the ladies went forth to meet their beloved, just as rivers flow toward the sea. 10. 23.22 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. His complexion was dark blue and his garment golden. Wearing a peacock feather, colored minerals, sprigs of flower buds, and a garland of forest flowers and leaves, he was dressed just like a dramatic dancer. He rested one hand upon the shoulder of a friend and with the other twirled a lotus. Lilies graced his ears, his hair hung down over his cheeks, and his lotus-like face was smiling. 10. 23.26 Krishna to the wives of the Brahmanas. Certainly expert personalities, who can see their own true interest, render unmotivated and uninterrupted devotional service directly unto me, for I am most dear to the soul. 10. 23.33 Krishna to the wives of the Brahmanas. It is by hearing about me, seeing my deity form, meditating upon me and chanting my names and glories that love for me develops, not by physical proximity. Therefore please go back to your homes. 10. 23.50 The ritualistic Brahmanas to Krishna. Let us offer our obeisances unto Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His intelligence is never bewildered, whereas we, confused by his power of illusion, are simply wandering about on the paths of fruit of work. 10. 24.15 Krishna to Nanda Maharaja. Living beings in this world are forced to experience the consequences of their own particular previous work. Since Lord Indra cannot in any way change the destiny of human beings, which is born of their own nature, why should people worship him? 10. 24.28-30 Krishna to Nanda Maharaja. After giving the appropriate food to everyone else, including such fallen souls as dogs and dog-eaters, you should give grass to the cows and then present your respectful offerings to Govardhana hill. 28. After everyone has eaten to his satisfaction, you should all dress and decorate yourselves handsomely, smear your bodies with sandalwood paste and then circumambulate the cows, the brahmanas, the sacrificial fires and Govardhana hill. 29. This is my idea, O Father, and you may carry it out if it appeals to you. Such a sacrifice will be very dear to the cows, the brahmanas and Govardhana hill, and also to me. 30. 10. 24.38 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The members of the cowherd community, having thus been inspired by Lord Vasudeva to properly execute the sacrifice to Govardhana hill, the cows and the brahmanas, returned with Lord Krishna to their village, Vraya. 10. 25.05 Indra spoke angrily. These cowherd men have acted inimically toward me by taking shelter of this ordinary human being, Krishna, who thinks himself very wise but who is simply a foolish, arrogant, over-talkative child. 10. 25.07 Indra to the clouds of destruction. I will follow you to Vraya, riding on my elephant Airavata and taking with me the swift and powerful wind gods to decimate the cowherd village of Nanda Maharaja. 10. 25.17 Sri Krishna said to himself, since the demigods are endowed with the mode of goodness, the false pride of considering oneself the Lord should certainly not affect them. When I break the false prestige of those bereft of goodness, my purpose is to bring them relief. 10. 25.19 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Having said this, Lord Krishna, who is Vishnu himself, picked up Govardhana hill with one hand and held it aloft just as easily as a child holds up a mushroom. 10. 25.23-24 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Krishna, forgetting hunger and thirst and putting aside all considerations of personal pleasure, stood there holding up the hill for 7 days as the people of Vraya gazed upon him. 23. When Indra observed this exhibition of Lord Krishna's mystic power, he became most astonished. Pulled down from his platform of false pride, and his intentions thwarted, he ordered his clouds to desist. 24. 10. 25.28 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. While all living creatures looked on, the Supreme Personality of Godhead put down the hill in his original place, just as it had stood before. 10. 26.25 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Indra became angry when his sacrifice was disrupted, and thus he caused rain and hail to fall on Gokula, accompanied by lightning and powerful winds, all of which brought great suffering to the cowherds, animals and women there. When Lord Krishna, who is by nature always compassionate, saw the condition of those who had only him as their shelter, he smiled broadly and lifted Govardhana hill with one hand, just as a small child picks up a mushroom to play with it. In this way he protected the cowherd community. May he, Govinda, the Lord of the cows and the destroyer of Indra's false pride, be pleased with us. 10. 27.13 Indra to Sri Krishna. O Lord, you have shown mercy to me by shattering my false pride and defeating my attempt to punish Vrindavana. To you, the Supreme Lord, Spiritual Master and Supreme Soul, I have now come for shelter. 10. 27.28 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. After he had ceremonially bathed Lord Govinda, who is the master of the cows and the cowherd community, King Indra took the Lord's permission and, surrounded by the demigods and other higher beings, returned to his heavenly abode. 10. 28.01 to 3 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sri Badarayani said, having worshipped Lord Janardana and fasted on the Ekadashi day, Nanda Maharaja entered the water of the Kalindi on the Devadasi to take his bath. 1. Because Nanda Maharaja entered the water in the dark of night, disregarding that the time was inauspicious, a demoniac servant of Varuna seized him and brought him to his master. 2. O king, not seeing Nanda Maharaja, the cowherd men loudly cried out, O Krishna! O Rama! Lord Krishna heard their cries and understood that his father had been captured by Varuna. Therefore the Almighty Lord, who makes his devotees fearless, went to the court of Varunadeva. 3. 10. 28.10 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Nanda Maharaja had been astonished to see for the first time the great opulence of Varuna, the ruler of the ocean planet, and also to see how Varuna and his servants had offered such humble respect of Krishna. Nanda described all this to his fellow cowherd men. 10. 28.13 Lord Krishna thought certainly people in this world are wandering among higher and lower destinations, which they achieve through activities performed according to their desires and without full knowledge. Thus people do not know their real destination. 10. 28.14 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Thus deeply considering the situation, the all-merciful Supreme Personality of Godhead Hari revealed to the cowherd men his abode, which is beyond material darkness. 10. 34.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, one day the cowherd men, eager to take a trip to worship Lord Shiva, traveled by bullock carts to the Ambika forest. 10. 34.04 to 5 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Nanda, Sunanda and the other greatly fortunate cowherds spent that night on the bank of the Saraswati, strictly observing their vows. They fasted, taking only water. 4. During the night a huge and extremely hungry snake appeared in that thicket. Slithering on his belly up to the sleeping Nanda Maharaja, the snake began swallowing him. 5. 10. 34.08 to 9 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. But even though the firebrands were burning him, the serpent would not release Nanda Maharaja. Then the Supreme Lord Krishna, master of his devotees, came to the spot and touched the snake with his foot. 8. The snake had all his sinful reactions destroyed by the touch of the Supreme Lord's divine foot, and thus he gave up his serpent body and appeared in the form of a worshipable Vidyadhara. 9. 10. 34.24 to 25 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Killing of Sankachuta. The Gopas became stunned when they heard that song. Forgetting themselves, O king, they did not notice that their fine garments were becoming loose and their hair and garlands disheveled. 24. While Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama thus played according to their own sweet will and sang to the point of apparent intoxication, a servant of Kuvera named Sankakuta came upon the scene. 25. 10. 34.30 to 32 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Govinda chased the demon wherever he ran, eager to take his crest jewel. Meanwhile Lord Balarama stayed with the women to protect them. 30. The mighty Lord overtook Sankakuta from a great distance as if from nearby, my dear king, and then with his fist the Lord removed the wicked demon's head, together with his crest jewel. 31. Having thus killed the demon Sankakuta and taken away his shining jewel, Lord Krishna gave it to his elder brother with great satisfaction as the Gopas watched. 32. 10. 36.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, the demon Arista then came to the cowherd village. Appearing in the form of a bull with a large hump, he made the earth tremble as he tore it apart with his hooves. 10. 36.08 to 9 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Having spoken these words, the infallible Lord Hari slapped his arms with his palms, further angering Arista with the loud sound. The Lord then casually threw his mighty, serpentine arm over the shoulder of a friend and stood facing the demon. 8. Thus provoked, Arista pawed the ground with one of his hooves and then, with the clouds hovering around his upraised tail, furiously charged Krishna. 9. 10. 36.12 to 13 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Thus repulsed by the Supreme Lord, the bull demon got up and, breathing hard and sweating all over his body, again charged him in a mindless rage. 12. As Arista attacked, Lord Krishna seized him by the horns and knocked him to the ground with his foot. The Lord then thrashed him as if he were a wet cloth, and finally he yanked out one of the demon's horns and struck him with it until he lay prostrate. 13. 10. 36.15 to 16 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Having thus killed the bull demon Arista, he who is a festival for the Gopas eyes entered the cowherd village with Balarama. 15. After Aristasura had been killed by Krishna, who acts wonderfully, Narada Muni went to speak to King Kamsa. That powerful sage of godly vision addressed the king as follows. 16. 10. 37.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, the demon K, sent by Kathsa, appeared in Vraya as a great horse. Running with the speed of the mind, he tore up the earth with his hooves. The hairs of his mane scattered the clouds and the demigods' airplanes throughout the sky, and he terrified everyone present with his loud neighing. 10. 37.07 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. As Lord Krishna's expanding arm completely blocked Kesi's breathing, his legs kicked convulsively, his body became covered with sweat, and his eyes rolled around. The demon then passed stool and fell on the ground, dead. 10. 37.26 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. One day the cowherd boys, while grazing their animals on the mountain slopes, played the game of stealing and hiding, acting out the roles of rival thieves and herders. 10. 37.28 to 30 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. A powerful magician named Vyoma, son of the demon Maya, then appeared on the scene in the guise of a cowherd boy. Pretending to join the game as a thief, he proceeded to steal most of the cowherd boys who were acting as sheep. 28. Gradually the great demon abducted more and more of the cowherd boys and cast them into a mountain cave, which he sealed shut with a boulder. Finally only 4 or 5 boys acting as sheep remained in the game. 29. Lord Krishna, who shelters all saintly devotees, understood perfectly well what Vyamasura was doing. Just as a lion grabs a wolf, Krishna forcefully seized the demon as he was taking away more cowherd boys. 30. 10. 37.32 to 33 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Achyuta clutched Vyamasura between his arms and threw him to the ground. Then, while the demigods in heaven looked on, Krishna killed him in the same way that one kills a sacrificial animal. 32. Krishna then smashed the boulder blocking the cave's entrance and led the trapped cowherd boys to safety. Thereafter, as the demigods and cowherd boys sang his glories, he returned to his cowherd village, Gokula. G3, 10. 38.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, after passing the night in the city of Mathura, the high-minded Akrura mounted his chariot and set off for the cowherd village of Nanda Maharaja. 10. 38.34 to 35 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Akrura, overwhelmed with affection, quickly jumped down from his chariot and fell at the feet of Krishna and Balarama like a rod. 34. The joy of seeing the Supreme Lord flooded Akrura's eyes with tears and decorated his limbs with eruptions of ecstasy. He felt such eagerness that he could not speak to present himself, O king. 35, 10. 39.08 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, in response to the Supreme Lord's request, Akrura, the descendant of Madhu, described the whole situation, including King Katisa's enmity toward the Yadas and his attempt to murder Vasudeva. 10. 39.10 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama, the vanquisher of Hiryaka opponents, laughed when they heard Akrura's words. The lords then informed their father, Nanda Maharaja, of King Kamsa's orders. 10. 39.11 to 12 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Nanda Maharaja then issued orders to the cowherd men by having the village constable make the following announcement throughout Nanda's domain of Raya: Go collect all the available milk products. Bring valuable gifts and yoke your wagons. Tomorrow we shall to Mathura, present our milk products to the king and see a very great festival. The residents of all the outlying districts are also going. 11 to 12, 10. 39.38 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. My dear king, the Supreme Lord Krishna, traveling as swiftly as the wind in that chariot with Lord Balarama and Akrura, arrived at the river Kalindi, which destroys all sins. 10. 39.34 to 36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. With his glances, Lord Krishna somewhat pacified the gopis, and they also followed behind for some time. Then, hoping he would give them some instruction, they stood still. 34. As he departed, that best of the Yadus saw how the gopis were lamenting, and thus he consoled them by sending a messenger with this loving promise, I will return. 35. Sending their minds after Krishna, the gopis stood as motionless as figures in a painting. They remained there as long as the flag atop the chariot was visible, and even until they could no longer see the dust raised by the chariot wheels. 36. Chapter 20 The Sweetness of Rasa Rasa Madhurima 10. 21.05 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Wearing a peacock feather ornament upon his head, blue karnakara flowers on his ears, a yellow garment as brilliant as gold, and the Vajayani garland, Lord Krishna exhibited his transcendental form as the greatest of dancers as he entered the forest of Vrindavana, beautifying it with the marks of his footprints. He filled the holes of his flute with the nectar of his lips, and the cowherd boys sang his glories. 10. 15.42 to 43 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Krishna's hair, powdered with the dust raised by the cows, was decorated with a peacock feather and forest flowers. The Lord glanced charmingly and smiled beautifully, playing upon his flute while his companions chanted his glories. The gopis, all together, came forward to meet him, their eyes very eager to see him. 42. With their bee-like eyes, the women of Vrindavana drank the honey of the beautiful face of Lord Mukunda, and thus they gave up the distress they had felt during the day because of separation from him. The young Vrindavana ladies cast sidelong glances at the Lord, glances filled with bashfulness, laughter and submission, and Sri Krishna, completely accepting these glances as a proper offering of respect, entered the cowherd village. 43, 10. 21.02 to 3 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The lakes, rivers and hills of Vrindavana resounded with the sounds of maddened bees and flocks of birds moving about the flowering trees. In the company of the cowherd boys and Balarama, Madhapati, Sri Krishna, entered that forest, and while herding the cows he began to vibrate his flute. 2. When the young ladies in the cowherd village of Raya heard the song of Kransa's flute, which arouses the influence of Cupid, some of them privately began describing Krishna's qualities to their intimate friends. 3, 10. 21.10 to 11 The gopis glorify Krishna's flute. O friend, Vrindavana is spreading the glory of the earth, having obtained the treasure of the lotus feet of Krishna, the son of Devaki. The peacocks dance madly when they hear Govinda's flute, and when other creatures see them from the hilltops, they all become stunned. 10. Blessed are all these foolish deer because they have approached Maharaja Nanda's son, who is gorgeously dressed and is playing on his flute. Indeed, both the doe and the bucks worship the Lord with looks of love and affection. 11, 10. 21.13 The gopis glorify Krishna's flute using their upraised ears as vessels. The cows are drinking the nectar of the flute song flowing out of Krishna's mouth. The calves, their mouths full of milk from their mother's moist nipples, stand still as they take Govinda within themselves through their tear-filled eyes and embrace him within their hearts. 10. 21.14 The gopis glorify Krishna's flute. O mother, in this forest all the birds have risen onto the beautiful branches of the trees to see Krishna. With closed eyes they are simply listening in silence to the sweet vibrations of his flute, and they are not attracted by any other sound. Surely these birds are on the same level as great sages. 10. 21.16 to 17 The gopis glorify Krishna's flute in the company of Balarama and the cowherd boys. Lord Krishna is continually vibrating his flute as he herds all the animals of Raya, even under the full heat of the summer sun. Seeing this, the cloud in the sky has expanded himself out of love. He is rising high and constricting out of his own body, with its multitude of flower-like droplets of water, an umbrella for the sake of his friend. 16. The Aborigine women of the Vrindavana area become disturbed by lust when they see the grass marked with reddish kunkuma powder. Endowed with the color of Krishna's lotus feet, this powder originally decorated the breasts of his beloveds, and when the Aborigine women smeared on their faces and breasts, they give up all their anxiety. 17, 10. 21.20 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit, thus narrating to one another the playful pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as he wandered about in the Vrindavana forest, the gopis became fully absorbed in thoughts of him. 10. 22.22 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Although the gopis had been thoroughly cheated, deprived of their modesty, ridiculed and made to act just like toy dolls, and although their clothing had been stolen, they did not feel at all inimical towards Sri Krishna. Rather, they were simply joyful to have this opportunity to associate with their beloved. 10. 22.24 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Supreme Lord understood the determination of the gopis in executing their strict vow. The Lord also knew that the girls desired to touch his lotus feet, and thus Lord Damodara, Krishna, spoke to them as follows. 10. 22.25-27 Krishna to the gopis. Lord Krishna said, "O saintly girls, I understand that your real motive in this austerity has been to worship me. That intent of yours is approved of by me, and indeed it must come to pass. 25. The desire of those who fix their minds on me does not lead to material desire for sense gratification, just as barley corns burned by the sun and then cooked can no longer grow into new sprouts. 26. Go now, girls, and return to Vraya. Your desire is fulfilled, for in my company you will enjoy the coming nights. After all, this was the purpose of your vow to worship Goddess Katyayani, O pure-hearted ones." 27, 10. 29.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sri Badarayani said, "Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full in all opulences, yet upon seeing those autumn nights scented with blossoming jasmine flowers, he turned his mind toward loving affairs. To fulfill his purposes he employed his internal potency." 10. 29.04 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. When the young women of Vrindavana heard Krishna's flute song, which arouses romantic feelings, their minds were captivated by the Lord. They went to where their lover waited, each unknown to the others, moving so quickly that their earrings swung back and forth. 10. 29.08-9 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Their husbands, fathers, brothers and other relatives tried to stop them, but Krishna had already stolen their hearts. Enchanted by the sound of his flute, they refused to turn back. 8. Some of the gopis, however, could not manage to get out of their houses, and instead they remained home with eyes closed, meditating upon him in pure love. 9. 10. 29.11 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Although Lord Krishna is the Supreme Soul, these girls simply thought of him as their male lover and associated with him in that intimate mood. Thus their karmic bondage was nullified and they abandoned their gross material bodies. 10. 29.19 Krishna to the gopis. This night is quite frightening, and frightening creatures are lurking about. Return to Vraya, slender-waisted girls. This is not a proper place for women. Transcendental love for me arises by the devotional processes of hearing about me, seeing my deity form, meditating on me and faithfully chanting my glories. The same result is not achieved by mere physical proximity. So please go back to your homes. 10. 29.33 Gopis to Krishna. Expert transcendentalists always direct their affection toward you because they recognize you as their true self and eternal beloved. What use do we have for these husbands, children and relatives of ours, who simply give us trouble? Therefore, O Supreme Controller, grant us your mercy. O Lotus Side 1, please do not cut down our long-cherished _our_ hope to have your association. 10. 29.38 Gopis to Krishna. Therefore, O Vanquisher of all distress, please show us mercy. To approach your lotus feet we abandoned our families and homes, and we have no desire other than to serve you. Our hearts are burning with intense desires generated by your beautiful smile and glances. O jewel among men, please make us your maidservants. 10. 29.40 Gopis to Krishna. Dear Krishna, what woman in all the three worlds wouldn't deviate from religious behavior when bewildered by the sweet, drawn-out melody of your flute? Your beauty makes all three worlds auspicious. Indeed, even the cows, birds, trees and deer manifest the ecstatic symptom of bodily hair standing on end when they see your beautiful form. 10. 29.42 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, smiling upon hearing these despondent words from the gopis, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Master of all masters of mystic yoga, mercifully enjoyed with them, although he is self-satisfied. 10. 29.48 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Lord Kesava, seeing the gopis too proud of their good fortune, wanted to relieve them of this pride and show them further mercy. Thus he immediately disappeared. 10. 30.03-4 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Because the beloved Gopas were absorbed in thoughts of their beloved Krishna, their bodies imitated his way of moving and smiling, his way of beholding them, his speech and his other distinctive features. Deeply immersed in thinking of him and maddened by remembering his pastimes, they declared to one another, "Iyam Krishna." 3. Singing loudly of Krishna, they searched for him throughout the Vrindavana forest like a band of madwomen. They even asked the trees about him, who as the Supersoul is present inside and outside of all created things, just like the sky. 4. 10. 30.24 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. While the Gopas were thus imitating Krishna's pastimes and asking Vrindavana's creepers and trees where Krishna, the Supreme Soul, might be, they happened to see his footprints in a corner of the forest. 10. 30.26 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Gopas began following Krishna's path, as shown by his many footprints, but when they saw that these prints were thoroughly intermixed with those of his dearmost consort, they became perturbed and spoke as follows. 10. 30.28-33 Gopas to one another. Certainly this particular gopi has perfectly worshipped the all-powerful personality of Godhead, Govinda, since he was so pleased with her that he abandoned the rest of us and brought her to a secluded place. 28. O girls! The dust of Govinda's lotus feet is so sacred that even Brahma, Shiva and the goddess Rama take that dust upon their heads to dispel sinful reactions. 29. Please observe, my dear Gopas, how in this place lusty Krishna's footprints are pressed more deeply into the ground. Carrying the weight of his beloved must have been difficult for him. And over here that intelligent boy must have put her down to gather some flowers. 31. Just see how in this place dear Krishna collected flowers for his beloved. Here he has left the impression of only the front part of his feet because he was standing on his toes to reach the flowers. 32. Certainly Krishna sat down here with his girlfriend to arrange her hair. The lusty boy must have made a crown for that lusty girl out of the flowers he had collected. 33. 10. 30.35-36 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. As the Gopas wandered about, their minds completely bewildered, they pointed out various signs of Krishna's pastimes. The particular gopi whom Krishna had led into a secluded forest when he had abandoned all the other young girls began to think herself the best of women. My beloved has rejected all the other Gopas, she thought, even though they are driven by Cupid himself. He has chosen to reciprocate with me alone. 35-36, 10. 30.37-38 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. As the two lovers passed through one part of the Vrindavana forest, the special gopi began feeling proud of herself. She told Lord Kesava, "I cannot walk any further. Please carry me wherever you want to go." 37. Thus addressed, Lord Krishna replied, "Just climb on my shoulder." But as soon as he said this, he disappeared. His beloved consort then immediately felt great remorse. 38. 10. 30.39 Srimati Radharani. She cried out, "O Master! O Lover! O Dearmost, where are you? Where are you? Please, O mighty armed one, O friend, show yourself to me, your poor servant." 10. 30.40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, while continuing to search out Krishna's path, the Gopas discovered their unhappy friend close by. She was bewildered by separation from her lover. 10. 30.44 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The Gopas again came to the bank of the Kalindi. Meditating on Krishna and eagerly hoping he would come, they sat down together to sing of him. 10. 31.01-8 The Gopis' songs of separation. The Gopas said, "O beloved, your birth in the land of Braya has made it exceedingly glorious, and thus Indira, the goddess of fortune, always resides here. It is only for your sake that we, your devoted servants, maintain our lives. We have been searching everywhere for you, so please show yourself to us. 1. O Lord of love, in beauty your glance excels the whirl of the finest, most perfectly formed lotus within the autumn pond. O bestower of benedictions, you are killing the maidservants who have given themselves to you freely, without any price. Isn't this murder? 2. O greatest of personalities, you have repeatedly saved us from all kinds of danger, from poisoned water, from the terrible man-eater Raga, from the great rains, from the wind demon, from the fiery thunderbolt of Indra, from the bull demon and from the son of Maya Danava. 3. You are not actually the son of the Gopi Yasoda, O friend, but rather the indwelling witness in the hearts of all embodied souls. Because Lord Brahma prayed for you to come and protect the universe, you have now appeared in the Satvata dynasty. 4. O best of the Varsnas, your lotus-like hand, which holds the hand of the goddess of fortune, grants fearlessness to those who approach your feet out of fear of material existence. O lover, please place that wish-fulfilling lotus hand on our heads. 5. O you who destroys the suffering of Raya's people, O hero of all women, your smile shatters the false pride of your devotees. Please, dear friend, accept us as your maidservants and show us your beautiful lotus face. 6. Your lotus feet destroy the past sins of all embodied souls who surrender to them. Those feet follow after the cows in the pastures and are the eternal abode of the goddess of fortune. Since you once put those feet on the hoods of the great serpent Kalia, please place them upon our breasts and tear away the lust in our hearts. 7. O lotus-eyed one, your sweet voice and charming words, which attract the minds of the intelligent, are bewildering us more and more. Our dear hero, please revive your maidservants with the nectar of your lips. 8, 10. 31.09-10 The Gopis' Song of Separation. The nectar of your words and the descriptions of your activities are the life and soul of those suffering in this material world. These narrations, transmitted by learned sages, eradicate one's sinful reactions and bestow good fortune upon whoever hears them. These narrations are broadcast all over the world and are filled with spiritual power. Certainly those who spread the message of Godhead are most munificent. 9. Your smiles, your sweet, loving glances, the intimate pastimes and confidential talks we enjoyed with you, all these are auspicious to meditate upon, and they touch our hearts. But at the same time, O deceiver, they very much agitate our minds. 10. 31.11-19 The Gopis' Song of Separation. Dear Master, dear lover, when you leave the cowherd village to herd the cows, our minds are disturbed with the thought of that your feet, more beautiful than a lotus, will be pricked by the spiked tusks of grain and the rough grass and plants. 11. At the end of the day you repeatedly show us your lotus face, covered with dark blue locks of hair and thickly powdered with dust. Thus, O hero, you arouse lusty desires in our minds. 12. Your lotus feet, which are worshipped by Lord Brahma, fulfill the desires of all who bow down to them. They are the ornament of the earth, they give the highest satisfaction, and in times of danger they are the appropriate object of meditation. O lover, O destroyer of anxiety, please put those lotus feet upon our breasts. 13. O hero, kindly distribute to us the nectar of your lips, which enhances conjugal pleasure and vanquishes grief. That nectar is thoroughly relished by your vibrating flute and makes people forget any other attachment. 14. When you go off to the forest during the day, a tiny fraction of a second becomes like a millennium for us because we cannot see you. And even if we can look upon your beautiful face, so lovely with its adornment of curly locks, our pleasure is hindered by our eyelids, which were fashioned by the foolish Creator. 15. Dear Achyuta, you know very well why we have come here. Who but a cheater like you would abandon young women who come to see him in the middle of the night, enchanted by the loud song of his flute? Just to see you, we have completely rejected our husbands, children, ancestors, brothers and other relatives. 16. Our minds are repeatedly bewildered as we think of the intimate conversations we had with you in secret, feel the rise of lust in our hearts and remember your smiling face, your loving glances and your broad chest, the resting place of the goddess of fortune. Thus we experience the most severe hankering for you. 17. O beloved, your auspicious appearance vanquishes the distress of those living in Vraya's forests. Our minds long for your association. Please give to us just a bit of that medicine, which counteracts the disease in your devotees' hearts. 18. O dearly beloved, your lotus feet are so soft that we place them gently on our breasts, fearing that your feet will be hurt. Our life rests only in you. Our minds, therefore, are filled with anxiety that your tender feet might be wounded by pebbles as you roam about on the forest path. 19. 32.01-3 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, having thus sung and spoken their hearts out in various charming ways, the Gopis began to weep loudly. They were very eager to see Lord Krishna. 1. Then Lord Krishna, a smile on his lotus face, appeared before the Gopis. Wearing a garland and a yellow garment, he directly appeared as one who can bewilder the mind of Cupid, who himself bewilders the minds of ordinary people. 2. When the Gopis saw that their dearmost Krishna had returned _r_ to them, they all stood up at once, and out of their affection for him their eyes bloomed wide. It was as if the air of life had re-entered their bodies. 3. 32.10 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Encircled by the Gopis, who were now relieved of all distress, Lord Achyuta, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, shone forth splendidly. My dear king, Krishna thus appeared like the supersoul encircled by his spiritual potencies. 10. 32.15 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sri Krishna had awakened romantic desires within the Gopas, and they honored him by glancing at him with playful smiles, gesturing amorously with their eyebrows, and massaging his hands and feet as they held them in their laps. Even while worshipping him, however, they felt somewhat angry, and thus they addressed him as follows. 10. 32.16 Gopas to Krishna. The Gopas said, "Some people reciprocate the affection only of those who are affectionate toward them, while others show affection even to those who are indifferent or inimical. And yet others will not show affection toward anyone. Dear Krishna, please properly explain this matter to us." 10. 32.17-21 Krishna to the Gopas. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "So-called friends who show affection for each other only to benefit themselves are actually selfish. They have no true friendship, nor are they following the true principles of religion. Indeed, if they did not expect benefit for themselves, they would not reciprocate." 17. My dear slender-waisted Gopas, some people are genuinely merciful or, like parents, naturally affectionate. Such persons, who devotedly serve even those who fail to reciprocate with them, are following the true, faultless path of religion, and they are true well-wishers. My dear slender-waisted Gopas, some people are genuinely merciful or, like parents, naturally affectionate. Such persons, who devotedly serve even those who fail to reciprocate with them, are following the true, faultless path of religion, and they are true well-wishers. 18. Then there are those individuals who are spiritually self-satisfied, materially fulfilled, or by nature ungrateful or simply envious of superiors. Such persons will not love even those who love them, what to speak of those who are inimical. 19. But the reason I do not immediately reciprocate the affection of living beings even when they worship me, O Gopas, is that I want to intensify their loving devotion. They then become like a poor man who has gained some wealth and then lost it, and who thus becomes so anxious about it that he can think of nothing else. 20. My dear girls, understanding that simply for my sake you had rejected the authority of worldly opinion, of the Vedas and of your relatives, I acted as I did only to increase your attachment to me. Even when I removed myself from your sight by suddenly disappearing, I never stopped loving you. Therefore, my beloved Gopas, please do not harbor any bad feelings toward me, your beloved. 21. 10. 32.22 Krishna to the Gopas. I am not able to repay my debt for your spotless service, even within a lifetime of Brahma. Your connection with me is beyond reproach. You have worshipped me, cutting off all domestic ties, which are difficult to break. Therefore please let your own glorious deeds be your compensation. 10. 33.02 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. There on the Yamuna's banks Lord Govinda then began the pastime of the Rasa dance in the company of those jewels among women, the faithful Gopas, who joyfully linked their arms together. 10. 33.03 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The festive Rasa dance commenced, with the Gopas arrayed in a circle. Lord Krishna expanded himself and entered between each pair of Gopas, and as that master of mystic power placed his arms around their necks, each girl thought he was standing next to her alone. The demigods and their wives were overwhelmed with eagerness to witness the Rasa dance, and they soon crowded the sky with their hundreds of celestial airplanes. 10. 33.16 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. In this way Lord Krishna, the original Lord Narayana, master of the goddess of fortune, took pleasure in the company of the young women of Raya by embracing them, caressing them and glancing lovingly at them as he smiled his broad, playful smiles. It was just as if a child were playing with his own reflection. 10. 33.19 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Expanding himself as many times as there were cowherd women to associate with, the Supreme Lord, though self-satisfied, playfully enjoyed their company. 10. 33.25 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Although the Gopas were firmly attached to Lord Krishna, whose desires are always fulfilled, the Lord was not internally affected by any mundane sex desire. Still, to perform his pastimes the Lord took advantage of all those moonlit autumn nights, which inspire poetic descriptions of transcendental affairs. 10. 33.29-31 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, the status of powerful controllers is not harmed by any apparently audacious transgression of morality we may see in them, for they are just like fire, which devours everything fed into it and remains unpolluted. 29. One who is not a great controller should never imitate the behavior of ruling personalities, even mentally. If out of foolishness an ordinary person does imitate such behavior, he will simply destroy himself, just as a person who is not Rudra would destroy himself if he tried to drink an ocean of _poison. 30. The statements of the Lord's empowered servants are always true, and the acts they perform are exemplary when consistent with those statements. Therefore one who is intelligent should carry out their instructions. 31.10. 33.33 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. How, then, could the Lord of all created beings, animals, men and demigods have any connection with the piety and impiety that affect his subject creatures? 10. 33.35 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. He who lives as the overseeing witness within the gopis and their husbands, and indeed within all embodied living beings, assumes forms in this world to enjoy transcendental pastimes. 10. 33.37 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. The cowherd men, bewildered by Krishna's illusory potency, thought their wives had remained home at their sides. Thus they did not harbor any jealous feelings against him. 10. 33.39 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Anyone who faithfully hears or describes the Lord's playful affairs with the young gopis of Vrindavana will attain the Lord's pure devotional service. Thus he will quickly become sober and conquer lust, the disease of the heart. 10. 35.01 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, whenever Krishna went to the forest, the minds of the gopis would run after him, and thus the young girls sadly spent their days singing of his pastimes. 10. 35.02-13 The gopis sing of Krishna. The gopis said, when Mukunda vibrates the flute he has placed to his lips, stopping its holes with his tender fingers, he rests his left cheek on his left arm and makes his eyebrows dance. At that time the demigoddesses traveling in the sky with their husbands, the siddhas, become amazed. As those ladies listen, they are embarrassed to find their minds yielding to the pursuit of lusty desires, and in their distress they are unaware that the belts of their garments are loosening. 2-3, O girls! This son of Nanda, who gives joy to the distressed, bears steady lightning on his chest and has a smile like a jeweled necklace. Now please hear something wonderful. When he vibrates his flute, Vraya's bulls, deer and cows, standing in groups at a great distance, are all captivated by the sound, and they stop chewing the food in their mouths and cock their ears. Stunned, they appear as if asleep, or like figures in a painting. 4-5, My dear Gopi, sometimes Mukunda imitates the appearance of a wrestler by decorating himself with leaves, peacock feathers and colored minerals. Then, in the company of Balarama and the cowherd boys, he plays his flute to call the cows. At that time the rivers stop flowing, their water stunned by the ecstasy they feel as they eagerly wait for the wind to bring them the dust of his lotus feet. But like us, the rivers are not very pious, and thus they merely wait with their arms trembling out of love. 6-7, Krishna moves about the forest in the company of his friends, who vividly chant the glories of his magnificent deeds. He thus appears just like the Supreme Personality of Godhead exhibiting his inexhaustible opulence. When the cows wander onto the mountainsides and Krishna calls out to them with the sound of his flute, the trees and creepers in the forest respond by becoming so luxuriant with fruits and flowers that they seem to be manifesting Lord Vishnu within their hearts. As their branches bend low with the weight, the filaments on their trunks and vines stand erect out of the ecstasy of love of God, and both the trees and the creepers pour down a rain of sweet sap. 8-9, Maddened by the divine, honey-like aroma of the tulasi flowers on the garland Krishna wears, swarms of bees sing loudly for him, and that most beautiful of all persons thankfully acknowledges and acclaims their song by taking his flute to his lips and playing it. The charming flute song then steals away the minds of the cranes, swans and other lake-dwelling birds. Indeed, they approach Krishna, close their eyes and, maintaining strict silence, worship him by fixing their consciousness upon him in deep meditation. 10-11, O goddess of Raya, when Krishna is enjoying himself with Balarama on the mountain slopes, playfully wearing a flower garland on the top of his head, he engladdens all with the resonant vibrations of his flute. Thus he delights the entire world. At that time the nearby cloud, afraid of offending a great personality, thunders very gently in accompaniment. The cloud showers flowers onto his dear friend Krishna and shades him from the sun like an umbrella. 12-13, 10. 35.14-25 The gopis sing of Krishna. O pious mother Yasoda, your son, who is expert in all the arts of herding cows, has invented many new styles of flute playing. When he takes his flute to his bimba-red lips and sends forth the tones of the harmonic scale in variegated melodies, Brahma, Shiva, Indra and other chief demigods become confused upon hearing the sound. Although they are the most learned authorities, they cannot ascertain the essence of that music, and thus they bow down their heads and hearts. 14-15, As Krishna strolls through Raya with his lotus petal-like feet, marking the ground with the distinctive emblems of flag, thunderbolt, lotus and elephant goat, he relieves the distress the ground feels from the cow's hooves. As he plays his renowned flute, His body moves with the grace of an elephant. Thus we gopis, who become agitated by Cupid when Krishna playfully glances at us, stand as still as trees, unaware that our hair and garments are slackening. 16-17. Now Krishna is standing somewhere counting his cows on a string of gems. He wears a garland of tulasi flowers that bear the fragrance of his beloved, and he has thrown his arm over the shoulder of an affectionate cowherd boyfriend. As Krishna plays his flute and sings, the music attracts the black deer's wives, who approach the ocean of transcendental qualities and sit down beside him. Just like us cowherd girls, they have given up all hope for happiness in family life. 18-19. O sinless Yasoda, your darling child, the son of Maharaja Nanda, has festively enhanced his attire with a jasmine garland, and he is now playing along the Yamuna in the company of the cows and cowherd boys, amusing his dear companions. The gentle breeze honors him with its soothing fragrance of sandalwood, while the various upadavas, standing on all sides like panegyrists, offer their music, singing and gifts of tribute. 20-21. Out of great affection for the cows of Raya, Krishna became the lifter of Govardhana hill. At the end of the day, having rounded up all his own cows, he plays a song on his flute, while exalted demigods standing along the path worship his lotus feet and the cowherd boys accompanying him chant his glories. His garland is powdered by the dust raised by the cow shoofs, and his beauty, enhanced by his fatigue, creates an ecstatic festival for very one's eyes. Eager to fulfill his friends' desires, Krishna is the moon arisen from the womb of Mother Yasoda. 22-23. As Krishna respectfully greets his well-wishing friends, his eyes roll slightly as if from intoxication. He wears a flower garland, and the beauty of his soft cheeks is accentuated by the brilliance of his golden earrings and the whiteness of his face, which has the color of a badar berry. With his cheerful face resembling the moon, Lord of the night, the Lord of the Yadis moves with the grace of a regal elephant. Thus he returns in the evening, delivering the cows of Raya from the heat of the day. 24-25, 10. 35.26 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, thus during the daytime the women of Vrindavana took pleasure in continuously singing about the pastimes of Krishna, and those ladies' minds and hearts, absorbed in him, were filled with great festivity. 10. 47.12-19 Srimati Radharani, the Song of the Bee. The gopi said, O honey bee, O friend of a cheater, don't touch my feet with your whiskers, which are smeared with the kunkuma that rubbed onto Krishna's garland when it was crushed by the breasts of a rival lover. Let Krishna satisfy the women of Mathura. One who sends a messenger like you will certainly be ridiculed in the Yadu's assembly. 12. After making us drink the enchanting nectar of his lips only once, Krishna suddenly abandoned us, just as you might quickly abandon some flowers. How is it, then, that goddess Padma willingly serves his lotus feet? Alas! The answer must certainly be that her mind has been stolen away by his deceitful words. 13. O bee, why do you sing here so much about the Lord of the Yadis, in front of us homeless people? These topics are old news to us. Better you sing about that friend of Arjuna in _ front of his new girlfriends, the burning desire in whose breasts he has now relieved. Those ladies will surely give you the charity you are begging. 4. In heaven, on earth or in the subterranean sphere, what women are unavailable to him? He simply arches his eyebrows and smiles with deceptive charm, and they all become his. The Supreme Goddess herself worships the dust of his feet, so what is our position in comparison? But at least those who are wretched can chant his name. Autumn Sloka. 15. Keep your head off my feet. I know what you're doing. You expertly learned diplomacy from Mukunda, and now you come as his messenger, with flattering words. But he abandoned those who for his sake alone gave up their children, husbands and all other relations. He's simply ungrateful. Why should I make up with him now? 16. Like a hunter, he cruelly shot the king of the monkeys with arrows. Because he was conquered by a woman, he disfigured another woman who came to him with lusty desires. And even after consuming the gifts of Bali Maharaja, he bound him up with ropes as if he were a crow. So let us give up all friendship with this stark-complexioned boy, even if we can't give up talking about him. 17. To hear about the pastimes that Krishna regularly performs is nectar for the ears. For those who relish just a single drop of that nectar, even once, their dedication to material duality is ruined. Many such persons have suddenly given up their wretched homes and families and, themselves becoming wretched, traveled here to Vrindavana to wander about like birds, begging for their living. 18. Faithfully taking his deceitful words as true, we became just like the black deer's foolish wives, who trust the cruel hunter's song. Thus we repeatedly felt the sharp pain of lust caused by the touch of his nails. O messenger, Please talk about something besides Krishna. 19, 10. 47.20 Srimati Radharani, the song of the B.O. friend of my dear one, has my beloved sent you here again? I should honor you, friend, so please choose whatever boon you wish. But why have you come back here to take us to him, whose conjugal love is so difficult to give up? After all, gentle B, his consort is the goddess Sri, and she is always with him, staying upon his chest. 10. 47.21 Srimati Radharani to Uddhava. O Uddhava! It is indeed regrettable that Krishna resides in Mathura. Does he remember his father's household affairs and his friends the cowherd boys? O great soul! Does he ever talk about us, his maidservants? When will he lay on our heads his guru-scented hand? 10. 82.39 to 40 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Sukadeva Goswami said, while gazing at their beloved Krishna, the young gopis used to condemn the creator of their eyelids, _r_, which would momentarily block their vision of him. Now, seeing Krishna again after such a long separation, with tear eyes they took him into their hearts, and there they embraced him to their full satisfaction. In this way they became totally absorbed in ecstatic meditation on him, although those who constantly practice mystic yoga find such absorption difficult to achieve. 39. The Supreme Lord approached the gopis in a secluded place as they stood in their ecstatic trance. After embracing each of them and inquiring about their well-being, he laughed and spoke as follows. 40, 10. 82.44 Krishna to the gopis: rendering devotional service to me qualifies any living being for eternal life. But by your good fortune you have developed a special loving attitude toward me, by which you have obtained me. 10. 82.48 Gopis to Krishna: the gopis spoke thus: Dear Lord, whose navel is just like a lotus flower, your lotus feet are the only shelter for those who have fallen into the deep well of material existence. Your feet are worshipped and meditated upon by great mystic yogis and highly learned philosophers. We wish that these lotus feet may also be awakened within our hearts, although we are only ordinary persons engaged in household affairs. 10. 83.41 to 43 The queens of Dwarka to Draupadi: O saintly lady, we do not desire dominion over the earth, the sovereignty of the King of Heaven, unlimited facility for enjoyment, mystic power, the position of Lord Brahma, immortality, or even attainment of the kingdom of God. We simply desire to carry on our heads the glorious dust of Lord Krishna's feet, enriched by the fragrance of kumkuma from his consort's bosom. 41 to 42 We desire the same contact with the Supreme Lord's feet that the young women of Raya, the cowherd boys, and even the aborigine Pulinda women desire, the touch of the dusty leaves on the plants and grass as he tends his cows. 43, 10. 84.59 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit: Nanda Maharaja showed his affection for his relatives, the Uttas, by remaining with them a little longer, together with his cowherds. During his stay, Krishna, Balarama, Ugrasena and the others honored him with especially opulent worship. 10. 84.66 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit: and on his part, Nanda was also full of affection for his friend Vasudeva. Thus during the following days Nanda would repeatedly announce, I will be leaving later today and I will be leaving tomorrow. But out of love for Krishna and Balarama he remained there for 3 more months, honored by all the Yadus. 10. 84.69 Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit: unable to withdraw their minds from Lord Govinda's lotus feet, where they had surrendered them, Nanda and the cowherd men and women returned to Mathura. 10. 44.13 The ladies of Mathura: how pious are the tracts of land in Vraya, for there the primeval personality of Godhead, disguising himself with human traits, wanders about, enacting his many pastimes. Adorned with wonderfully variegated forest garlands, he whose feet are worshipped by Lord Shiva and Goddess Rama vibrates his flute as he tends the cows in the company of Balarama.